protesters talking to those mounted police officers as well. We're going to wander back. Just wander through this way. But you do have to wonder what, you know, if you have a look around me here, you know, we kind of have to wonder what's the plan. You know, they're stood here holding the line, but at a certain point, you know, they can't live here. So, you know, and also what should be noted about this particular protest is that following the Sarah Everard protest in London, where the organisers were threatened with £10,000 fines, this protest was organised without organisers, so that no one could be liable for a £10,000 fine. Police have, to my knowledge, not been able to track down who the organisers were, and therefore, you know, it has been very difficult for them to disrupt or to prevent this protest from going ahead. So that's where we are, and because there are no organisers, you know, what's the plan? I don't think anyone does have a plan. I think everyone's just kind of going with the flow. And we're going to see where the flow takes us for another, you know, 10-15 minutes or so. But things are definitely calming down. If you have a look, people are kind of walking away there. So, and the police certainly, if I show you here, they're looking much more relaxed than they were earlier. No batons out in hands, not surrounded and confronted by protesters, but holding the line in front of their police station that has been damaged by protesters throwing projectiles at the building, and they have graffitied as well in another area of the building. You can see there, Officers' Riot Shield has been graffitied as well, alongside all of the bands that we've got. I mean, if I do some quick maths here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I'd say police vans have at least been graffitied, if not more. So some significant damage done tonight during scuffles between protesters and police. But in the meanwhile, I'll show you here a bit of a party going on. Don't need to wait till June 21st. Here they are. Delivery riders still trying to do their jobs despite this. And folks, again, if you're wondering, I cannot tell you if Taka Taka's still open or not. I just don't know. I can't see it. I just can't see it. Oh, what's going on over here? Protesters getting a little rough with police. It's getting confrontational here. This is the front of the police line. Behind the vans that you're looking at is Taka Taka. Behind me is the Bridewell police station in Bristol city centre. And we are at the police line, who are enforcing a hard cordon.
Hey, Andre, yeah. Our newest convict.
I mean, this would usually be one of the biggest, busiest through streets in Bristol city centre.
Hey, welcome
but
everybody.
It is entirely closed
Gino Fast,
tonight.
first, my favorite. It's fastest. How'd you do it? What'd you see? I'm albino man today.
Right, folks, I'm moving back a minute because projectiles are still being launched and I don't want to get hit by anything.
Jeez.
This gentleman believes the royal family should be arrested.
SJ.
We're going to wander this way.
What's going on? Sideshow Mark. Police fan. Fire. I missed it. I missed everything, man. I had to do shit. So, studio. Hey. It's a state of emergency in Miami right now. Chili Bean, welcome back, man. Sponsor of the street. Chili Bean, Wicked Edge, Friends of Barbecue, the three sponsors of this stream.
If this road could open in the morning. Sorry, mate. Just because of the sheer amount of broken glass here, you do wonder if cars can actually drive through here without slicing their tyres. Could be a bit of a mess. But as we wander back this way, mean, look, I can easily social distance walking around. Music over here. People just chilling out. Right, folks, we're going to give it until 10 o'clock, so another 10 minutes. I'm going to stay here. It is a school night for me. I do have a degree to do tomorrow as well. I am a student. But folks, if you just tuned in, my name is Ben and I'm the news editor of the Bristol Tab. You can find me on Twitter at RealBenBlock. And you can see all of our coverage from this afternoon, the peaceful Kill the Bill protests that are on the Bristol Tab Instagram. So at the Bristol Tab, head to Instagram and see what it was. Now, this only turned rough around about 6 p.m. or so, maybe a little bit before that, as protesters came to the Bridewell police station here in the city centre. So, you know, they've been here nearly 4 hours now, if not more, and the protest has been going since 2 p.m. this afternoon. So it's definitely been a big day. Police did issue a statement this morning asking people not to attend, noting that it is currently illegal to attend a protest under coronavirus legislation. But people did still show up, and the police let people protest on College Green this morning. They marched through the city centre. They were in Castle Park. And,
I must do something.
To be fair, the police were vastly outnumbered this morning. There were a good 3,000 people there this afternoon, I should say. They were vastly outnumbered, so there wasn't much they could do. But as protesters came to the Bridewell police station, which is down the road just behind me here, that's when things did start to get quite rough. And when protesters and police did start to get into a bit of a scuffle between them. So I'll just show you where we are here. So as I say, here in Bristol city centre, in this direction, we've got the Bear Pit. If you follow kind of where that bus is heading there, I'm not sure if you can see, that'll take you to the Bear Pit and routes out of Bristol. Here we've got the start of Broadmead, and that will take you down to Cabot Circus. And this here is the Bridewell area of Bristol that is under siege. The Bridewell police station this evening, under siege. Thanks, Wendy. I will be heading home fairly shortly, as it's looking rather calm. And frankly, you know, numbers have definitely diminished. And I think that, you know, if the police were to attempt to move in now, they would be able to disperse the crowd and successfully move forwards. However, it is, you know, apart from the odd protester, it is fairly relaxed at the moment, and I think the police are waiting them out. You know, I'm not the only one who has uni tomorrow, I'm not the only one who has school tomorrow, I'm not the only one who has work tomorrow. You know, tomorrow is Monday, the start of a new working week. Everyone's had a good time, it's been a long day, and people are definitely headed home. I mean, an hour ago, this area here that you're looking at was full of people having a dance party. I mean, it was a speaker, there was booze, and everyone was having a good time. But, you know, there are people wandering off, not entirely sure where they're going. Let's have a peek and see if that's any interest, or they really are just heading home. And they're probably running to one of the many Voy scooters. You can hear sirens in the background. Not sure why. But here, the road is still open, so I'm going to move as that car is approaching me. Doesn't look like there's much of interest going on there, and you can't really get round the police. I mean, you can get to the other side of police lines, but frankly, I think they'd have more luck making their voice heard over here. And the smoke from the burnt out police van is still thick and heavy in the air. News crews have arrived. They had stayed away, but they're here having a chat with some of the protesters. Looks like it's now safe for the media to come in. Yeah, folks, I'm going to wrap it up in about 2 or 3 minutes here. I'm going to avoid getting myself on camera here. We'll take one last wander in, and then I think I might stop at the other Taka on my way home and get myself a snack. It's been a long day. Not this one here. The police won't let me go to it. But, you know, while we're here, final shots of the van here in front of Bridewell Police Station. Officers there. So this is the last dregs of the Kill the Bill protest that started at 2 p.m. this afternoon on College Green. And they emerged here, arrived here. About 6 p.m. they got here. Now there's warnings to move back, and I'm not entirely sure why. Now the gentleman you're looking at here is a legal observer. There are legal observers at this protest, making note, keeping track of what's going on. Some good music. Much more my vibe. Right. Let's wander this way. You know, as you can see, you know, plenty of space here. There's one row of people engaging officers with a Kill the Bill sign, making their point. That there says Kill the Bill. Making their point very bluntly. I should note that most officers are not wearing masks. They are wearing their riot shields, but some of them do have them up at the moment. So they are maskless. Now, to be fair, the crowd hasn't particularly been respecting social distancing or anything like that when engaging officers. But worth noting nonetheless. And still protesters there up on the roof. Let me give you one last shot of those guys. On the roof of the police station behind the van, and still in the parking garage there. Right, should we say hello? A couple of people here want to say hello to the live stream.
Yo, what's good? The whole thing's crazy. Fuck the police, yeah? Everything's mad out here, yeah? We're trying to peace and love for everyone, yeah?
Just peace and love for everyone. That's the message.
Yeah, wanna spread it. Wanna spread peace and love. I ain't for nothing. At no one, no thing, yeah? Hold it, have a good night.
Nice one, mate. You too. Thank you for your comments there. I'd say he's had a bit to drink. I think that would be fair to say. Oh, something just went boom. Right, that's around the other side. So I'm going to make my way around and see what's going on. Looks like bedtime is extended, folks. So that was an explosion around the other side where I went earlier. I'm going to move in and see what's going on. And if there's nothing going on, then I might be off home. We'll see what happens. But at least in this area, chilled. Music going on here, chilled.
Yeah. What up?
And one of the busiest roads
What
in
up?
Bristol is...
What?
Someone calling me.
Dude, I got the spider some food and it's not eating. It might not be big enough.
Shout out Pool Table!
Pool table, shout out to Yoga Mat.
Shout out Yoga Mat. Cheers, Ben. Appreciate the work you're doing, mate. Thank you, guys. Take care. Please, we have some fans. Easier to let them do a shout out.
I think they're too small, dude. I'm gonna have to get them a cricket.
You alright, guys? You want to say hi?
How's your life going, mate?
My life's pretty good. How's yours?
Yeah,
How's your
it's all
afternoon
good.
been?
I'm on the tab.
Yeah? How's your afternoon been?
Hey, Anthony, welcome.
Wicked. Were
Jake,
you at College Green at 2?
Edward,
Yeah, I was there today, yeah.
Chris Hart.
And what are you here for?
Is this you? What are
I'm here to protest.
You'll
Is
see
this
it.
you?
listen then?
No, I haven't seen him.
Yeah! Who's on the protest?
I don't even know if it's a him.
So why are you guys
You
here?
want to borrow this or no?
No,
What
guys,
about
I'm
my
filming. I'm just seeing what's going on. Tell me why you guys are here. What brought you down?
Oh, because we just seen a drama, so we thought we'd just tag along.
You thought you'd just come and see what's going on?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, that hurts my ears, but you're making the point. You're making the point.
What's going on right now then?
Not sure, but a car seemed to blow up over there, so we're going to head over there and have a look.
Let's go and see the blown up car.
Let's go and check it out. Right. I'm going to take social distance a minute, so I'm going to take my mask off.
It looks dirty there. Is Bristol like a
There's car trying
rundown
to get
ass
through.
area or
He's not
what?
gonna have a good time.
Why does the wall look so gross?
He's gonna have a bit of difficulty. I believe this is the right way down the street.
I feel like Bristol's like the
Yeah, you're not
redneck
going
area.
anywhere, fella. No, absolutely
London
nowhere.
is like upper class. It's where all the oil money comes.
So here
But
we are.
Bristol
So
looks
this
like
will-
it's.
you may recognise will take you into
That looks
Broadmead.
kind of snazzy.
Here we've got SWX, student favourite. I don't remember far too many nights here. And the crowd is definitely built over here. It was
Just
not
commie
this busy
chill.
when I was down here 10 minutes ago. Well, 20 minutes ago.
Oh, so it's like Antifa Haven? It's like a bunch
And I've
of.
hit my exercise goal for the day. Not that you care, but it's good news for me. It's been a bit of a lazy Sunday until now.
It's usually nice. So Bristol's usually nicer. Well, I guess they're painting the walls and shit. But I don't know.
So folks, we're now
London looks
around the
cleaner,
back
though.
of where Bridewell Police Station is. So that road there on the right, that takes you out to Bridewell Police Station there, where there is a police line blocking it, which is why I've had to take the long route round. Now here, if we have a wander through, I'll pop my mask on, see what's going on. So folks, when we were around here about half an hour ago, this car had been damaged and burnt, but it looks like it's been set alight once again. Well, I'm going to back up a little bit just in case it goes boom. There's folks there on the roof, but let me see if I can get a good position. That is a burning police vehicle.
Lebanese takeaway and
I
pizzeria.
should note that the front of
In case you want a little
Cedar Express there, that looks like wood paneling,
Lebanese food with your
and it's
pizza.
right next to the car
You
that's
never
on
know.
fire. Now, police have not moved in. I'll show you the police line just there.
What if they
have
put
stayed
Lebanese
put.
toppings on the pizza?
Meanwhile, crowds have gathered, myself included. And that's also the bin looks like it's on fire as
Dude,
well.
the first time I had tuna and corn on a pizza was in Europe. So that's I'm actually being serious. They probably do actually. Actually, it's had cabbage on it. Cabbage pizza.
So folks, just to recap if you're just joining us, this
Cabbage
is a
and
Kill the
olives.
Bill protest.
And what else?
Started at 2
Lamb?
p.m. on College Green, where thousands of people gathered,
Set me
3,000
fire,
people.
probably.
And it was a peaceful march through the city this afternoon.
I would try it.
And ended in Castle Park, where it's described as a bit of a carnival. One of our reporters said it was good vibes. And then protesters proceeded round to the Bridewell police station, where they ended up in confrontation with the police, who had let them protest all afternoon. But the Riot police did move in at one point.
Missed all that, man. I had to get spider food.
And
I had
it
to
has
get spider
resulted
food
in
and-
police using pepper spray
and real food.
on
I went to
protesters, on
Costco.
damage to vehicles. Missiles and rockets were thrown at police. Police used batons and riot shields against protesters. So altogether, some of the most violent protests that Bristol's seen since at least I've been here. And I've been here 5 years. Which isn't long in the grand scheme of things.
5 years, news the
But it's still a fair amount of time.
Can't even talk like him, dude.
Someone going to touch the flames. He's lighting a cigarette.
I can't do it.
Someone just lit a cigarette in the burning car. And someone throwing something at it there. Folks, I'm not going to move any closer just in case it does explode again at something.
A little pep in your. I wish I could talk like everyone. Bro,
And
when
as I say,
is
the police
this?
lines there, they have not moved.
Why is
They're
there-
staying put. At least least for the time being.
I think if this were in Antifa, they'd be tearing some more shit up. They'd be like ripping the doors off of it or something still. Right? Would they just be standing there? No, they'd have music going. Probably. They'd be dancing.
As I say, police haven't made any arrests as far as we're aware this afternoon. They haven't issued any fines. They've engaged with protesters, but beyond that, throughout the peaceful protest and when it got rough, they have not arrested anyone to my knowledge. But they did publish a statement on their Twitter feed earlier today saying that they would be looking at footage of the event in order to identify those here to potentially issue
Thanks
fines
for the stream.
or other sanctions.
00034 409 BTC.
Ayo, BTC. Hi, Gino Bass coming through with it. $20 in BTC. Oh shit, you
Not
gave me a good time too. Now I gotta watch it.
So I'm gonna,
It's
have a
just
little
pumped.
wander.
Thanks, Gino Bass. Appreciate the support, your friendship. Here's your $20.
Let's move to the
Yeah,
side.
the
Let's
dough.
take a little bit of a pause here, away from people.
Simon, is this where you want to be? Oh, I don't know.
Just moving away for a moment, folks. So as you can see behind me, crowds gathered. If I show you in front of me here, that is the New Bridewell student accommodation block, the back side of it. And this here is sort of the back road into Cabot Circus where the buses come. So straight ahead is the galleries.
And it's the
If
first
you make a
one of
left
the
there,
day.
you'll ride out to the Bridewell police station there. It's a very familiar area for Bristolians and for students as well. And here, literally, I'm stood right outside the lanes.
Fireworks, my favorite.
Outside the bowling alley, the lanes. Another recognisable landmark here. But folks making a
70 to
loop, some
8.
dispersing, some not.
90
Should we take a
plus.
wander and see what's going on around
No, you
here?
get max, so it's
So
20.
we're going to head now to the back of the
times
police lines,
100.
kind of
That's
where New
100. What am I
Bridewell is. I
thinking?
don't know if I'll
Dude,
be able
I'm
to
baked
get
right
there.
now.
But let's check it out.
Get the max dough, first one of the day.
See what we've
Otherwise,
got. So it is open. This
You
is
gotta
the
play
back
this
of the
game.
New Bridewell student accommodation here.
we need to empty that for next
People
time.
who've had the best view in the house all
It-
night.
Just in case.
Gates securely locked there of New Bridewell. Not a student in sight.
Gino Bass.
And a helicopter has been circling all evening up in the sky. Obviously.
Okay, I'm gonna feed Simon real fast because
Gosh,
he's
it's
like
been a long
pestering me
stream.
pretty bad right now.
So, folks, here I am on the other side of the police lines. Now, if I wander this way, you'll be able to see. Now, there is an alarm of some description going off. I'm really not sure what it is. Potentially the car park there, as people are walking in and out of the car park. But we're going to wander this way and see what we've got. So, yes, what went boom earlier was probably that bin that is smouldering. That is a bit of a wreck there, still on fire. So, here we've got police lines with, sorry, what just made me chuckle there was a customer parking only sign. I don't know if you can see that has been placed on the police van there. So there you've got Taka Taka, so you can see kind of where I am. And the police have kind of made a line of holding a hard cordon here in the middle to kind of block off the New Bridewell police station. So, they haven't really moved in the last hour and a bit, so I think they're kind of waiting for protesters to disperse, which I think they will. But again, that remains to be seen. Got another delivery rider just trying to do his job that cannot get in because of the hard police cordon. Taka Taka here, caught in the middle of it all. Taka Taka, always the centre of the action here in Bristol. Right, let's turn it around. So, folks, my name's Ben. He's editor of the Bristol Tab. We're here in Bristol city centre outside the Bridewell police station where protesters held it under siege for most of the evening. They've been here for gone 4 hours now, probably more. Scuffles with police happened. Police used pepper spray, their batons, riot shields. Protesters threw missiles, threw bottles, threw all sorts of projectiles at the police. They even burnt out one of the police vans. earlier on today, so if you stroll back in the stream later, you'll be able to see that. As I say, the protest did start off peaceful this afternoon. They are protesting against the government's proposed legislation that will give the police more powers to limit the right to protest. So yeah, that is the modus operandi, the motive, I should say, for being out here today. Let's have a look and see what we're doing. Over the other side, it seems still fairly peaceful. I'm going to wander around, folks, one more time just to see what's going on. But the police here holding the lines very, very strongly. And no protesters around this side. Still folks up here on the roof. Let's get some good shots of these guys. I mean, literally watching the show unfold. Camera crews up there as well, which is good fun. Here we go. And the police lines. And I got to tell you, I'm standing in the middle of this road. And this is the strange thing. Hey Dave, FYI, do you see any people around? No mask at this particular moment, but please be reassured, I have been wearing my mask when in the crowds. But you may have noticed not exactly many people around me at this particular moment. So, you know, they've been here 4 hours or so. It's more than 4 hours. It's hard to say, you know, how much longer this will go on for. This is a school night. I don't know how many people here care, but, you know, tomorrow is Monday. I've certainly got uni stuff to do tomorrow. The week starts. People will have jobs and things to go to. So, I don't know how long this is going to go on for. It's a lot of young people here, and we know that a lot of young people, as a result of the pandemic and other issues, are struggling a lot with employment, as are people across the country. And this is still a really tough time. And there's certainly been a sense that, especially when people were dancing out in the street earlier and they had the boombox, there was a sense that they were sort of letting off steam and letting off frustration after what has been, you know, a tough year for everyone, for absolutely everyone. It's been a very tough year. But then, you know, we are still in this pandemic. Legislation still prohibits protest, and that's where we are. Now, just for Dave, here we go. Mask is going on as I'm approaching crowds of people. I'll show you where I am. So we're approaching Cedar Express here. Lebanese takeaway just down from SWX, where the police car is clearly still burning. Police lines still holding here. But that police car is burning. It doesn't seem to have spread to Cedar Express there. But it should be noted, you know, the frames of their door there are wooden, and the frames of their windows there. So let's see if I can get in any closer. There's also a bin behind it that was on fire earlier. Have a look here. Just from where I'm standing, folks, you can feel the heat. You can feel the heat. Right, I'm going to keep moving as people watch here. Excuse me, guys, thank you. And I'm going to wander around the back to the main protest, although it does appear that most people are coming around this way. I mean, if we have a look behind me here, it's a big crowd of people. I'm really not sure what this alarm is, but we shall find out. Oh God, what button did I just press? Okay, I'm good. So, there is an alarm going off, and I'm not going to go adventuring and exploring. But folks, you know, as protesters spread around the city, people are heading out in groups. It's hard to know whether they're going home or what they're off to do. There's been a lot of booze, a lot of drinking this afternoon. So we'll just have to see kind of how the night unfolds. But the police aren't moving. The police are kind of holding their lines and waiting for protests to disperse, to head out. But yeah, we'll have to see kind of where they go. But folks, if you're just tuning in, or if you've been with me the whole time, thank you so much. It's been great to see so many people on what I think is the Bristol Tab's first ever live stream. So thank you. for joining us. Ben Coco, that's an interesting name. I'll take it. But if you're just tuning in, we're here in... move off the pavement, onto the pavement here. We're here in Bristol City Centre. We are in the area of the new Bridewell police station that was under siege this afternoon from about 6 p.m. for a couple of hours now, and there are still protesters in the area. So it's been quite the afternoon. Let's see what's going on over here. Seems a little lively. Are they having a dance? Is it more than that? Let's have a look. Yeah, they're having a dance. Bit of karaoke by the looks of it. Yeah. No need for June 21st, folks. It's all right here. Right. And these officers here have been holding the line all evening. And media still making the rounds, speaking to protesters, no doubt. Let's have a wander through. Let's see what we've got. Right. So, look, folks, I mean, people were crammed in here earlier to confront the police, but now, you know, I mean, I can social distance walking through here. Media here doing their shot in front of the police lines. And they're all just stood back watching. Now if we come up to this line here, so this there you've got Taka Taka, that there is the Bridewell police station. Head that way you get to Broadkey, Clifton, that area, and here Taka Taka and the next police line. Let's have a gander. So, Riot police still here. You can still feel the smell of that burning police van from earlier today.
Hey, thanks,
engaging still with the police.
What's up, Fraser?
And people still on the roof there. I mean, let me zoom in. There was, just a second ago, an officer in that window above where the people are standing. But he has moved away by the looks of it. But, you know, folks are still on the roof there. Let's zoom it back out. But half the people that there were, you know, 2 hours ago. That is for absolute sure. We'll see how long, but, you know, the police don't seem to be in any rush to disperse people. And there'll certainly be a clean-up job to do. Broken glass absolutely everywhere. Right. We're going to wander out. So, folks, we're going to wander through here. And we're going to head to a place that's a little bit less full of people. So, yeah, I mean, this is clearly much less than it was earlier. Lots of people filming, taking photos, people having a dance. Some people still, you know, attempting to confront the police. Some people still, you know, trying to have their say and just, you know, speak out against the bill. Lots of anger directed towards the police tonight, folks, for various reasons. Mentions of how people can't trust the police, how they don't feel confident calling them if they have an issue, and I think it's in reference to Sarah Everard and her tragic death very, very recently. Folks, I don't know if there's much more to show you, and it is, gosh, it's 10:20, so I'm going to sign off here. as it looks like it's all going to be calm for most of the evening. Let me show you behind here. Folks, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. I think this was the Bristol Tabs first live stream, so thank you so much for being with us. My name's Ben. I'm the news editor of the Bristol Tab. If it kicks off again while I'm still here in the next 10 minutes or so, I will go back live again. But until then, I wish you a really pleasant evening, a really good week. Take care. Bye-bye.
No. Bristol Tap. Hey. Tap. Wait. Doing. Where'd he go? Oh, he's on it. It's not working. Weird.
I need new equipment.
Tripod's
This shit is, my fucking tripod's busted.
Yeah, I saw the Iceland volcano though. Yeah. You hear how loud it is here though? Yo, there's so much there's so much traffic noise here and whatever. That's why I have this equipment. Otherwise, it would sound like that every time I went live, and that is not good, is it? It's only good with scenes like that. I don't understand how the fuck there were 100 and something people in here. What the hell were all those people doing? Masturbating? That's not approved. I do not approve. I have to approve. If I find out that any of you are fucking masturbating to this, come after you. I will throw the book at you, dude. Literally. I'll find one. Aerodynamic one. Hey, we need to find something else to watch, alright? Kiddos, get on it. Pop, 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 hey, okay. Let's see what's happening in Miami. Sometimes you can get lucky doing this now with Miami. I think they've all went to bed. Oh, no. What is this? Nope. No crazy people riding around Miami right now. We got these people at a birthday party. What the hell is this? There's no audio. That's weird though. I think that was someone's wedding maybe? I don't know. Earlier I was riding around with somebody on a moped. Kinda cool. Alright, got to go. I don't want to go to Portland, dude. It looks like that's all there is. Man, that's annoying. Alright though, let's go hang out with Ninja, our favorite. Where you at, you little asshole? You went off. Yeah, you're still up. Of course you're still up. You gotta put the title like this. No chuds allowed. What's he doing? What is this? What? He's watching Vice? Lame. No wonder. Alright, who's this guy got up? Maybe he's got somebody up that's worth a damn. Hear him? You wanna watch Hear him? We can watch Hear him. These aren't always live though, that's the problem. This dude puts up shit that happened earlier. So that can be an issue, you know what I mean? See, he just put the fucking Bristol shit up that we were watching earlier. Peace in point. Hey, what are these people saying down here? Black Zebra. I'm gonna go check them out, bro. Simon, I need you to close that. Come on, man. I gave you good ass food. You gonna fuck with me, dude? Fuck with me. He's just jealous because there's another pet in the house, I think. I hate it when it does that, dude. It shines that shit right in my face, dude, and it fucks with the monitors. I can't see it very well. You just get up in there. You know what I mean? Okay. I could open the door for him. Should I open the door for him? It's up to you. But then I have to be super quiet because no, I don't want to do that. It'll be alright, dude. Fucking cat. Just fucking cat, dude. Get up in there if you want to see outside. The verdict is in. So Zebra, that was an old stream he's showing, of course. So it's a woke showing. These shits will be live. We got Louisville. Oh, what? Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. You need to hear this. This is official. She's reading it. Hey, what is it? 8 viewer hype. What is it, right heart? Bro, you got 8 viewers. What the fuck do you have commercials for?
And to enjoy 33. We see ourselves, our sisters, and our family. 1. Miss Tang, age 49. Miss Fong, age 44. Miss Yuan, age 33. We see ourselves, our sisters, and our families. Miss March, capable women, started businesses, they created jobs, and added to the richness of our cultural fabric. They shoulder heavy burdens of their cultural traditions, responsibilities of extended families, and the daily demands of their careers. They deserve to be praised, to succeed, and to be happy. They did not, who was 75, brutally, he survived 9 years in political prison in Vietnam. He was beaten.
Worse than I thought. Okay, no, okay, so of course it's that. It's woke putting it on their main thing. Right, what's this one? Black Lives Media. Looks shit, but I'll check it out. Dude, all this looks shit. I had 2 decent things, and now there's nothing. But we have. Don't even have that. Black Lives Media is not Black Lives Media. Oh. Great. Yeah. Cool. Good. A bunch of churches. Yeah. I wish somebody live with like 3 people watch it.
Workers. I'm talking about bus drivers. I'm talking about nurses.
Is there anybody in front of him?
I'm talking about a member.
I don't have time to find out, dude. Probably not. Kind of like a visual, dude. I wish I could get interested in one of these things. None of them are doing it for me, dude. Because if they're not going to do it for me, I don't expect them to do it for you. Because I'm hard to please, and you're harder. Wait, other way around. Sounds gay too, though. Let's just keep it out. Let's just not say harder ever. Okay. You're not harder. I don't even know, dude. You might be, you fucking weirdo. I'm not hard at all, so you probably are harder. Think about it. The chances of you being harder than me right now are like 100%. I mean, you gotta be, because I'm not. If I'm not, you are. Holy shit. This is common sense shit. And it took me that long to get to it. Get to it, man. Oh, man.
Hi.
I'm gonna have all y'all thinking I'm gay before the day's over. I'm just playing. Y'all probably already think I'm gay. Oh shit. I'm not gay. I don't even like fingers in my ass, dude. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like how a girl all of a sudden like starts sticking her thumb up your ass when you're having sex. I'll be like, yeah, I don't really need that there. It's not really doing it for me. And I don't know, man. I've had that happen. If you haven't had that happen, maybe you haven't been with that freaky bitch yet. That all of a sudden tries to shove her thumb up your ass. I wonder if she's testing me. Bro, why are you fucking dying, dude? What are you talking about? I plugged you in. Okay. Now this is getting annoying slightly. Because for some reason the headset didn't charge all night, so it's dead already. Which normally it lasts an entire stream on a charge. Yeah. There we go. I don't know. I had to plug it in there for some reason. Yeah. Okay, Lucy. Yeah, we were being botted earlier. If we weren't being botted earlier, like, how did I get 0 subs from 100 people in here all of a sudden? Like, do the math on that dumb shit. You get 100 people, 0 subs. Fuck them. You little shitheads. They're probably English. I mean, probably racist against Americans. And they're like, yeah, we don't want to sub this bloke. Fucking American shithead bloke. That's how they look at us. Zero subs from all those people in here. That's fucking amazing. At least none of them popped up. Maybe there's some secret subs. 1, 2. What the hell? I didn't even think there was that much going on. Like I was actually like, what the fuck are all these people doing in here? This is weird. Not that big of a deal. Who are those people? The fuck were those people? You saw them. You fucking saw them. Sympathy sub. So you're one of the new people? Where'd you come from? No, seriously, I thought I was being botted, dude. It's not that I was like, oh, people are here and they didn't sub to me. I thought there's no way that many people were here and I didn't get a sub. Pretty much. That's my thought on it. So you are new here. How did you find the stream? Like, was it recommended to you? So I mean, maybe there were that many people here. Fuck, I don't know. And I need to start sucking more dick while they're in here. Like, hey, what's up, guys? I love you. I love your viewership. Oh, huh? It's so big. I choked on it. hit my tangy down thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we've been botted. Little asshole didn't even say where he found the stream. You can't do that? I don't need your sub, bub. I need the info more than I need your sub. Johnny 5. Need more input, man. UK because of the Bristol riots, people in the UK wrote. And YouTube Bristol riots. Then checked in the last hour live. Your channel came up. Oh shit! So I actually was doing it. Like, it tripped me out, dude, because I came back from the kitchen and it had blown up. I didn't know. I didn't want to look at it. But I knew shit was ending. I didn't know. Weird. Should have welcomed all the UK people. Holy shit. My dad drove British cars all my life, actually. Are they still rioting in Bristol? I don't think so, man. The dude turned his stream off on it. I mean, I could regurgitate content and show old streams of the dude that was there. It was, damn it, what was that dude? See, it should just come right out. Yeah, it was this guy. This guy was there. Is he live again? No. Wait, he is live again. Dude, I don't know if this... I think he... This looks live though, actually.
Now, as I say, we're not the BBC, so there will be some harsh language
Let me make sure this
that you'll
is
be hearing
live.
throughout
Oh
this
yeah,
live stream,
dude, he
folks.
went back live, dude. Actually, so yeah, here we are. I'm back in Bristol. My bad. Good idea to look again, guy. It's all your idea.
This gentleman here is not wearing a mask. The police
dude
are
was
wearing
going
face
home,
shields.
dude.
Some are wearing masks, some are not.
Change his mind. Might be like it's definitely live because the
Now
people in his
suggesting that the police
chat,
pepper sprayed
the
themselves.
people in his
I
chat
somehow
said
don't
I
see
thought
that
you were
happening.
going home, and I thought he was going home. I think we're on the same page here.
Thanks, Eve. Appreciate the hair comment.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to point out here, folks, behind the police lines there, that big building that you can see with some lights on, that is the New Bridewell University of Bristol student accommodation.
I did
And
notice
they
there
have
weren't
best
any
view
other
in the house all
Bristol
evening,
streams on
as
YouTube.
these events have unfolded.
Yeah. Bristol hype.
Now, folks, as I say, I'm here as long as my battery lasts, and I'm on 31%. Should note that most people have been drinking for a lot of the day. Lots of booze has been consumed, bottles, cans all over the shop.
You fucking morons! 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 You fucking morons!
Now, folks, if you are just tuning in,
Romania.
he's a bit loud.
Wait, Romania? Dude, I've been to Cluj-Napoca. And the Salina Turda salt mine.
Now, folks, if I do suddenly disappear, it's just because I'm moving to a safe place if the police do move forwards. Do not want to get in their way. But just to remind you, this is a Kill the Bill protest. So they're protesting against the government's proposed legislation to give the police more powers to limit protest. And guys, I am going to hang out here just because this seems to be the area with the most confrontation at the moment. But let's have a wander through. A lot of people asking me to go the other side. Let's see what we've got. So you can see crowds still behind me there. I'm working my way out. Not that many people. Lots of onlookers. People hanging out there. I'm gonna hang out here because, well, frankly, whatever I do, it'll be the wrong thing because it seems the police move whenever I'm away. But you know what? We'll take the risk. I'm going to have a wander around this way and see what's going on. So, where I'm heading now, folks, is around where SWX is, and there were a crowd of protesters. There was a crowd of protesters gathered that had burnt out a police car. So, folks, if you're just tuning in, I'll drop the mask for a minute. Hi, my name's Ben. I am the news editor of the Bristol Tab, and we're here at a Kill the Bill protest that has gone a bit wrong here in Bristol city centre. Started at 2 p.m. on College Green. And it was a peaceful protest with families and children and people of all ages throughout the afternoon. Worked through the city centre, ended up a bit of a carnival atmosphere at Castle Park in Bristol city centre. And at around 6 p.m.-ish, a little after that, protesters made their way to the Bridewell police station, at which point, and this is going from the Bristol live stream that was going out earlier, Riot police moved in as protesters were graffitiing police vans outside the station. But as I say, that is second-hand information from Bristol Live, so I wouldn't take that as gospel necessarily. Now, I'm coming around the back, so I'll just pause here for a minute and show you. So here is SWX, that students will know. Here is the Broadmead area, and it does sound like it's kicking off a little bit over here. So we're going to wander around and see what's going on. So it seems the police are moving forwards, and I am getting out of the way as police ran Right, folks, this is quite hairy. I can't give an exact cause of what triggered, the unrest, etc. But where those police vans are now is where protesters were earlier, and just round the back is a police car that had been burnt out. So a second police vehicle burnt out. Now, the police have built out their lines here, and I'm not going to move too closely. I nearly got trampled there as people started running, but we're going to get a view of the line here. You can hear the protests going on around the other side as well. So, folks, I can't be everywhere, unfortunately, but this is where I am for the time being. But it sounds, from what I can hear, like it's kicking off from the other side where I just was. But we're going to hang out here for a sec and see what we do. Honestly, looking at the layout of this road here, the way people have been up there, it would surprise me if the police move forward here. Just because they would be vulnerable from behind. But you never know, they could have other reinforcements coming down there as well. We just don't know. It's a waiting game to see what the police do. The crowds have definitely dispersed. The peaceful protests that were here earlier are no longer peaceful. I think we can officially say that. They have not been peaceful for a few hours now. Police are wearing body cameras. Officers have been filming. Another projectile lobbed at police. So we'll just have to see what comes of this tomorrow. The police did release a statement. The latest information I have was from about 6 p.m.-ish, just before, where the police said they will be using the footage to identify people that are here today. So, yeah. Although they haven't made arrests as far as I've seen and as far as I'm aware, and they haven't been issuing fines, it is entirely possible and likely, that they will do that tomorrow. Let's take a wander round. And I might wander round back the other side in a minute. But people are dispersing around this way. And I'm wondering what this alarm is. I have no idea what it is, but it's been going off for quite a while. But as you can see, for this reason, with people down here, I'd be surprised if the police here holding this line moved any further forward, because they would be vulnerable. But we'll see. They could have reinforcements coming around. So, folks, I am going to wander back around again, just to see what's going on. If nothing's going on around the other side, if it's the same as it was, then we'll come back and see what's going on here. I'm on 26% battery life. Oh. Throwing objects at police there. Yes, as I say, I'm on 26% battery life. Once it dies, it dies. I am out of juice in my battery pack. So, folks, I forget the name of the street we're on here, but you can see behind the police lines, right behind them is the lanes, and then behind me, if I flip you around, you can see we've got Broadmead and SWX, fun place. So hopefully that gives you kind of an idea. So, comment there that the alarm is New Bridewell. I can't verify that, unfortunately, folks. And I'm still seeing students in windows in the New Bridewell accommodation. But there we go. Throwing projectiles there at police. I'm going to get a better shot here, folks. Let's move you around. I'm going to go in this side here. Let's wander around the back here, shall we? I will be moving very, very quickly if it kicks off. But here we are, folks, just down from the lanes, not far from Broadmead. Between the lanes and SWX, two prominent student locations. Here we are. Police vans are moving forward, whether that's just to get into position or what. And a gentleman throwing a road sign at police. Should be noted the police are wearing body cameras tonight as well. He's now giving the finger to the police. But folks, despite the provocations, the police have not moved forward. They're still holding the line. So folks, if you're just joining us, we are live here in Bristol city centre. It is 8 minutes to 11. And it's pandemonium. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It's quite chaotic here. The police are trying to disperse, kill the bill protesters, people who are here. Oh, people running down this way. They are here in opposition to the government's bill that would give the police extra powers to limit protest. Now, I'm not sure what's going on up here.
Probably trying to kettle them, right?
Let's take a wander, shall we?
Probably trying to kettle it already.
Now, I'm not hunting for looters and I'm not hunting for vandals, but oh, riot police with dogs. Riot police with dogs there.
Dogs?
Dragging at one of the protesters.
Damn, that's a first.
Riot police holding the lines. Let me zoom in there, folks.
With dogs?
It's kicking off.
Dude.
Oh, nearly tripped. So you can see there, folks, you've got police dogs and riot police dispersing protesters. Police lines there moving forwards, advancing, which will likely mean that the cordon behind me will move forward as well as this street is secured. Police with dogs, folks, are holding the line. Protesters have mostly dispersed. But they're coming this way, and I'm not hanging out. Let's have a look. So you can probably see behind me. Oh, that's right.
I don't think we've used dogs since the 60s, probably. They probably did back then, though.
Oh, apologies, folks. I think I disappeared for a minute there. So the police have set up their line here at the end of the road. And they're going to make their way down quite shortly. Let's take a wander this way, see what's going on with the protesters here.
In the US.
They're coming.
Battle horses. They got
you can see them
shields
behind me
over
there,
their
folks,
faces and shit.
making their way round.
They're pretty badass looking. And LA ain't scared to
Police
run
are
at you.
making their way down. And I, folks, am moving away somewhere nice and safe. So, police lines here, folks. And a police line building from here as well, which will likely mean that this line here will move forwards as well, as this line comes in to cut off any protesters from behind. So folks, we're here in Bridewell coming into Broadmead. And there are still many protesters here. Oh, 20% battery, folks. Time's running out. So, folks, I think we'll wait and see if the police move forward, kind of roughly to where I'm standing now. And if they do, I think that'd be a good move, and then head around the back, see what's going on in front of the Bridewell police station itself, where the main action has happened for a lot of the evening.
The dogs will get shot. Well, no, they don't have guns,
now, folks,
do they?
If I do drop out at any point, it just means that I'm trying to get myself safe.
That'd be interesting. Because these police don't have guns, right? So if all of a sudden the people started showing up with dogs and bats and shields, it'd be like an even battle. It'd be like some gladiator shit. Gangs in New York type of shit.
Nelson Street, that's the name of the road. Thank you to whoever was there. Just saw there someone running and lobbing something at police. So we're on Nelson Street here. If anyone wants to bring me a power bank, yep, I'm here on Nelson Street. And I'm out the way, folks. Move, mate, run. You're right, you're right. Right, folks, police just charged in. We ran away with them. And then moved the line back even further. So now we're here in line with SWX. And the police line is just in front. We're on Nelson Street in Bristol city centre. In the 5 years, folks, that I've been in Bristol, I've never seen protests go off like this. Never seen it. And this is protest against, at least in name, it is against Priti Patel's and the government's proposed legislation that would give the police powers to significantly limit right to protest. So that's why they're here, and the police lines are moving in as the evening goes on. Now, folks, we're going to take a wander through here for a moment. And things are getting a bit risky. And I'll show you this here, folks. People are grabbing scaffolding, grabbing signs, grabbing whatever they can. In fact, here they are, which I assume will be used against the police. Now, as you can see, they're locked in. They're having a bit of difficulty, these guys. And you can see the way they're bending. I mean, it's designed that way. He's going to struggle to get it out, but...
Thanks for the stream, John. Always getting fresh info.
So, folks, we're here on Nelson Street,
man,
in front of SWX.
$5 thank you, my man.
And police are charging in. So, the police did just charge in, folks. Sorry, guys, sorry, mate. The police did just charge in, and this is getting violent quite dramatically now, folks, between police and protesters. I'm not sure what it's like around the other side, but let's tune in here.
One mushroom, man.
So police were using their batons on a protester. I did catch a glimpse of that. And that's concrete blocks, signs, whatever they can use, they're grabbing.
Hey,
Right,
thanks,
folks,
Christopher.
here we are.
Appreciate
We're
you,
live
man.
here on Nelson Street.
Seriously, appreciate all you for coming through and checking us out.
And
Checking me out.
protesters intensify. And yeah, folks, I'm at 18%. So we've not got too much longer, but let's watch this as it unfolds. I'm going to try not to get caught up in any violence, guys. If I do cut out, it means that I'm moving away to get somewhere safe. All right? Protesters have used barriers, bits of scaffolding, signs, the concrete blocks that keep in place the scaffolding, just like that you saw there to throw at police. That could be rubber, not entirely sure. Regardless, protesters are lining up to attack the police. And folks, for those really kind comments, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So as I say, just to remind everyone, if you're just tuning in, this is a Kill the Bill protest that has turned violent here in Bristol city centre. They are against the government's proposed legislation. Bristol tap, my friend. So it's against Priti Patel's proposed legislation that would limit the power of police to protest. Limit the power of the public to protest and give the police the power to limit it. Goodness me, it's been a long evening. Let's tune in here. See the police line there, folks, just behind the scaffolding. Behind those folks, and protesters there as well. Looks like a protester there, if I zoom in a bit, trying to get into a bit of a fight with the police. Honestly, folks, thanks for the kind offers of a charger, but I really wouldn't recommend that anyone came down here at the moment. It is a tinderbox at the moment, and I would recommend that everyone kind of stays put. Right, the police are holding the line, and they haven't moved in a good minute or two. Protesters are kind of building their own line there, as you can see. Now, I'm not getting behind it because that is the direction the police will likely charge if they decide to. So I'm going to hang out here in what I hope is relative safety. There's someone there who's trying to get home. Because of the way the police lines are, she can't get home. But that was another rock or projectile and a bottle lobbed at police. Now, if we have a look just behind me there, folks, so if I take you over here, we have a zoom this direction. That is where the original protest was and where the original violence was taking place. Now, as you can see, there are still people down there, but most people have actually made their way down here. So we're going to hang out here and see what people are up to. Now, I will reiterate, police are wearing body cameras. They have been filming all day. So although they're not making arrests, and although, to my knowledge, they haven't issued any fines, that could still happen tomorrow in the aftermath of today's events. I'm going to peek in the corner just here to try and get a shot, but I don't want to make the police uncomfortable. They were just trying to do their jobs. Right, and now lines are advancing towards the police. Now, folks, I'm not getting any closer for my own safety, and I'm backing away now. Police are holding the line, and protesters, as you can see, folks, are just gathered round. Right, let's move a little bit forward. But as you can see, there's a gentleman there taunting the police. Bottles are being thrown and deflected by riot shields. So folks, this is, you can see there, SWX, Cafe Amore. We're on Nelson Street in Bristol city centre. protesters there moving in towards the police. Folks, I am staying back just because I don't want to be in the middle if it kicks off. Folks, I'm not giving any commentary here. I think you can see what's going on. Folks, that's police and protesters fighting. So folks, we're here on Nelson Street where there is violence between police and protesters. Folks, I can't get to the courtrooms right now. I really appreciate that, but my routes round are blocked by police. There is no way through to the courtrooms. None at all. Right, protesters are trying to get another piece of scaffolding there, so I'm going to back away as they do that. See if I can get it on film for you. You can see there they're moving it. Well, I don't know what you'd call that, but they're moving it towards police lines and using it as a shield, along with a bike by the looks of it. Prevented by a protester there. More stuff being thrown at police, and police are not responding. They're only responding when protesters move up towards them or if they move forward the line. Wander in here a minute, folks, see if this will be alright for a sec. There is a real confrontation there between crowds and police. Police are moving in. More riot police joining the lines, folks. They're building it up 2-3 strong by the looks of it.
I think Antifa just learned a new technique.
Right, folks, they've got the dogs, which is why people are running away. They've got the dogs out there, as you can see, which has scarped people. A man there being grabbed by a dog. Officers are moving in. And I'm running away with them. Officers are re-establishing the lines there by the looks of it on the corner. So folks, if you go left from that junction where we're looking at here, you'll get into Broadmead and towards Cabot Circus. And if you head right, you head towards St Nicholas Market and that area there, just so you can get an idea of where we are. And this is allegedly a Kill the Bill protest, folks. So they're against the government's bill that would give the police power to limit freedom of protest. Now it was peaceful from 2 till 6 today, 2 p.m. They gathered on College Green to protest peacefully, families, people of all different age groups. Right, folks, I'm moving away. Right, folks, the police charged and I ran with them. Sorry if the live's gone a bit wonky, but that was some serious running that I had to do. Right. Right, folks, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with my camera right now. So, it does seem the stream's gone a bit funny, folks, but let me see if I can turn you around. I hope you can see that. Because on my phone, it's gone quite messy. It's now telling me to rotate my phone. Folks, I'm really not sure what you can see. I have no idea what's going on with my camera. So if you can still hear me, I'm going to finish this live and start another one because I can't see what I'm doing, folks. So head to the Bristol Tab Facebook page, and we'll be going live again just once this little confrontation has happened. Yes, that is indeed someone playing a trumpet. Folks, in the comments, can you tell me if you can see this the right way around? All right, folks, I'm going to end this live stream and start another one immediately. All right? Stay back with me.
Yo, welcome everybody from the UK, from wherever. There's somebody in Romania here earlier. Wow, everybody, where are you from? Where's everybody from? I'm in Long Beach, California. I do this every day. I try to find the most exciting stream that's going on in the world in a protest. That's usually where it's at. Even like, man, when France won, they won some soccer game and they started burning out cars and shit. Like, France is crazy, actually. And when something bad happens in France, they're really going to get crazy. Alright, right now, we're in Bristol. And this dude looks like Captain Content with this thing over his face. A little bit. Alright, UK, we got Florida? Okay. Florida, hey, it's getting crazy down there, dude.
I'm not staying long as I've got 10% power left. But as you can see, we're back now here. In the central area. That is Bridewell, right there. My battery life is at 10%, so I'm really not going to be here a huge amount longer, folks. And no one, thank you for the kind offers of a power bank. But, I mean, I don't even know if I'm getting home at this point, so none of you will be able to get here. But, as you can see, police lines have moved up.
So all over the place right now.
If I just move in the middle here, they were sort of a good 50, 100 feet back from where they currently are now, which is kind of in line with this junction here. And there, that road there, if you were watching the last stream, that is where I ran from up this road as the police were moving in. So that's Holland the Barrow to the end, where the clashes were happening moments ago. But now we're here outside the station. I've got a few minutes left in me. As it is tense. It is tense. I've never seen protests in Bristol like this before. So folks, just to remind you, Let's turn you around here for a minute. So, my name's Ben. I'm the news editor of the Bristol Tab. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're here live in Bristol City Centre at Kill the Bill protests. So, this afternoon from about 2 p.m. people were gathered on College Green, and I'm just going to show you this as I comment. People throwing bottles at police, and a gentleman hit by a riot shield. So yeah, just to revisit where we were, 2 p.m. till 6, very peaceful Kill the Bill protest against the legislation the government is proposing, which will give the police more powers to limit the right to protest. So it was a peaceful protest this afternoon. The police did warn people not to attend, but thousands did, and the police let it happen peacefully. By about 6 p.m, protests were here in front of Bridewell Police Station in the very heart of Bristol. And they clashed with police. Police used pepper spray, used their batons, used riot shields, and protesters were using bottles, projectiles, and other objects to throw at police. They also graffitied and destroyed police vehicles. 2 police vehicles are burnt out completely, absolute write-offs, and I counted at least 10 that have got graffiti or some other form of damage. So it's been a tough night here in Bristol. However, here we still are. Police line down the end of the road there. Some sporadic protesters here, and the police line is strong. It is what, 2 or 3 officers deep with the mounted unit backing them up. And then if we look behind here, not many protesters. Most have gone at this point, and frankly, I'm going to join them fairly soon. But I think the police will be here for a few more hours yet, at least 2 or 3. But people are dispersing. Their tactics are working. The police are doing this really gradually. They're not rushing in. They're not trying to provoke anything. But when things are heating up and when they do need to make a move, they do. They move in and ensure. They move their lines forward and try and prevent damage to property, and also damage to themselves, frankly, from projectiles and other objects that have been thrown at them. Now, just to reiterate, for the whole afternoon, the police did not intervene. Despite the warning that the protest today was illegal under coronavirus legislation, they still let it go ahead due to the sheer number of people. And Bristol police have historically let protests go ahead even in this climate. And according to the Bristol live stream that we were watching a little earlier on, protesters arrived here in front of Bridewell Police Station, and at that point Riot police came out when they arrived at the police station. I understand that there was some graffiti on the van even that was in front, which caused officers to come out. So that's kind of the sequence of events. And we've been here now, I've been here since probably about 7 o'clock, the protesters here since about 6. I'll tell you, there were thousands of people when I arrived, and fairly empty now. They were having a party earlier, sound systems, the whole thing. Let's wander over to this line over here for a moment and see these folks here. Now folks, I'm on 8% battery life, so we're down to our last minute or 2, because I do need a bit of battery just in case, you never know. But here is another police line, sort of parallel here, and you see the way that protesters are blocked kind of in this area here. So they can head up that way towards the BRI, towards the University, Redland, Cottam. They can head that way towards the Bear Pit, towards St Paul's, and towards other areas of Bristol. That going this direction here is quite hard. So I'll probably end up going back home. I live in, the other side of these lines here. So I will probably end up, and that's another bottle. But I'll probably end up heading back via the BRI and doing a long route round that way. We'll see what roads allow. There is a helicopter circulating overhead. I'm presuming it was a police helicopter, because it has been here for ages. And I will also make the point that a lot of people are drunk. There's been a lot of drinking, bottles getting thrown, they're not bottles of water, they were bottles of beer, although there is a fair amount of water around to use the pepper spray. As you can see there, I don't know if they'd be doing that if if they were sober, but that's my personal reflection there. But they seem to be having a bit of fun with the riot police. Not that the riot police will find it amusing, I don't know. Yeah, thanks, Soph. Guys, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to cut this off very soon, like in a few moments, because, I mean, there is no way. My very kind flatmate, Sophie, has even tried to get a power bank to me, but there is no way. And I think I'm the only one live here, folks, so I am so sorry, but I've used up one power bank already, and I'm on 6%, so when I get to 5, that'll be us. But just to recap, folks, this is a Kill the Bill protest that has turned violent here in Bristol city centre. This is very much the heart of Bristol, the heart of its shopping district. Having been here for a while, folks, I can say that there are a couple of primary agitators from what I've seen. The gentleman there doing the kicking and the teasing in the grey joggers walking away has been one of them. But there have been plenty as well. It's by no means just him. This has been a really tense time. Thank you to all of you for the really kind comments. I really do appreciate it. It makes this worthwhile. Not how I envisaged my Sunday evening, we'll put it that way. So, folks, most people do just seem to be kind of enjoying the show here. There's a few people, I mean, what are we talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people sort of close to the police, but beyond that, most are spread out, most are quite sporadic, people wandering off in all directions, and that's where we are. That's where we are. Right, folks, most people have gone home and it does seem to have calmed, so this is where I am going to leave you. I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. My name's Ben Block, and I'm the news editor of the Bristol Tab, and I've really appreciated all of your comments and all of you watching along with me. Thank you so much. You can see full coverage of tonight's events on the Bristol Tab website. We've got news articles out following all the events, not only of this evening but also the afternoon, the peaceful protests. Head to the Bristol Tab on Instagram at the Bristol Tab. And you'll see all photos, videos, images from the afternoon and from all the protests that have been happening today. Thank you so much for tuning in, folks. I wish I could stay longer, but the battery is dying. So I want to wish you
Hey, thank you all to join us for the UK stream. It looks like that's done. It looks like that's done, man. Ow, man. This.
Right, folks, we're here live again.
That already, that'd be sick.
Man. Pleasant evening, a really good week.
Bye-bye. Yeah, that's how it just looks like. Yeah, it went away. I wanted to believe it, but okay, yeah, that's it. I don't think there are any really crazy things going on right now. This is what's going on Woke, and it's pretty boring here in America. As you see, there's no justice, no peace in it. It's yeah, I've had enough of that too. But you can always sub to the channel and stop back in. I I usually post something dramatic on the title if there's actually something crazy going on like today. Like I'll put Riot or something. So there's that. And maybe you'll catch something in some other part of the world that you wouldn't have heard of otherwise. It gets pretty crazy out there, man. Like Chile? Chile's big. Dude, oh, hold up, man. I actually need to look at something for Chile. I need to show y'all. I need to show on screen.
Nut up or shut up.
Oh, what? Primetime Patriots in Palm Beach also, by the way.
To the chat. What's up,
Manuel
Mr.
Ferreira
What's
is
up,
his,
Delicious? So here, check out some of these homes over here,
10,
you guys.
9, 8, 7, 6. About to leave him. About to leave him.
Over here on the corner.
3, 2, 1. Like a girl, man. Right. Israel can't. Oh, we got crazy ass Korean going on. Woo! What is she crazy
I don't get paid. I don't make any money. I make less than minimum wage. My best donations are from people who respect what I'm doing, because I'm really work really hard every day, and I'm doing my best to be a peacekeeper.
So this woman makes herself out to be rich or something, right? I need to look up the really can, man, because they built a monument around this little statue that they were always meeting at. Oh, dude, that stream's down. Bro. Man, I've been checking that out. Man, I thought I'd sub to that channel. Sometimes you don't sub to a channel, man, you lose shit. It's always live. It's, man, it's not live now though. Oh yeah, these people look a little bit racist. These people are here in Placerville. I had them up. Where they lost everything, bro. These people. Sometimes they get racist in Placerville. But no, it just looks like it's anti-racist people. There's no rednecks there, dude. There's no trucks with Trump flags and shit. Wait, thought that was one, but she has a flag on the thing there. It's a regular Sunday. EC99 in the building too. What are you doing, man? It's Sunday, dude. Cheers. I'm baked, dude. I dabbed and then I smoked more. It was a bad idea. A very important time in my life, dude. My God, what's this guy doing?
All three of these for one money.
What? How much? How much you want for those?
You're getting all three for one money.
One money. What's that mean? One money. Okay. How much you want? It's $4. They're nice trucks, ain't they? Yeah, I don't make them like that anymore. Do they? Do they even make those anymore? Trucks, truck toys, everything is digital. Fan in the background. I like the.
Jesse, I'm at 14. Someone start me at 14.
$14.
All three of these for one money.
There you go, folks.
And they're in excellent shape.
There you go. What do you think? What do you think? Should we bid on it? Okay.
This fire truck says it's from It says 1970 on it. Tootsie Toy. Fire truck,
Tootsie.
1970.
Is it a fucking Tootsie Roll toy? They had those? Wait a second. Hey, I'm learning something new right
It's in
now.
pretty fair shape.
That was a Tootsie Toy.
Vroom, 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 vroom.
Tootsie Toy searches on Google just went up by like 0.01%. There's 3 people looking for it, and no one ever looks for it. Hey, boy, Tootsie Toy. Simon, I'm looking up Tootsie Toy, man. Come on, man. The flag, I'll fix it.
Is anybody interested in the little truck?
No, they don't have anything to do with Tootsie Rolls, dude. Actually. 1930s, dude, 1920s. It is. Oh, until through the 1990s. Okay, they were around for a while. Diecast, pre-war toys. And so if that were like a pre-war toy, it'd probably be worth money.
Alright, if anybody's interested, just let me know.
Nobody was. Hey, dude, nobody was interested. Hey, man, UK, dude, that's a bargain. Hey, Matt Thompson, what's up? Reset button, Stuart Hackett, up in this motherfucker. The Yin Yang man,
folks, the
everybody's
next thing
gone.
we have
FMG
is this Coca-Cola
Mad Gamer.
Polar Bear.
I think it's a long name. Here, okay. I'll give you $2. No, that's just dirty, dude.
Someone start me
you don't
at
ever
5
get
on this
stuffed
Coca-Cola Bear.
Stuffed animals from the thrift store. That's dangerous. That thing could have gotten peed on or something. Gotta look at that with the UV light first. See if anything glows weird. I mean, the proteins.
We have Keith Hayes at 5, looking for 6.
You heard your name? Why was it weird? Galb27. How did I go from Riot to this guy?
Okay, where is she?
I'm sorry. We'll go with the. Thought
We
you
have
like
Keith
this.
Hayes at 5, looking.
People always talk when you gotta, you know, I've been needing them to.
You gotta. I was talking to Teresa about it.
Diamond. You know, old man.
What you mean by that? 4th of July. I'm getting connected.
You get connected with
Yeah, 4th of July, I'm gonna probably get out there and light them up in front of the house like we did last year.
They never said they couldn't sell.
Yeah. I'll be straight.
From the country.
Shit, yeah, I'm looking to some stuff.
My cousin
Cause I ain't going back in no folk, man, for that little petty 14 hour.
And I know you ready to make some money. Come on up and get your truck business going.
Yeah, I ain't know. Well, yeah, I thought Larry talking about he wasn't for sale. I ain't paying.
Yeah, you good.
He talking about, yeah, I do that right there.
I mean, I have to. Hold on, I'm on live, PJ. I'm on live.
Huh?
I'm on live.
Who, Larry?
I'm on live.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm trying to, making sure you talking over you. Talking over you.
See, Larry, he probably, I don't know. He probably do it.
He ain't gonna do it. He ain't.
He said he want a weekend route, so let's see.
Teresa ain't gonna have it. Teresa gonna be like,
Hey, Ross.
I said Teresa ain't gonna let him do it
Thanks for the update, man.
She ain't gonna let him do it.
Teresa ain't trusting that. You know all us retarded.
Actually, now.
You know all
Manic
of us
Minor.
retarded. We don't be trusting.
Down now.
Yeah.
You need to be home, work from home, or go to your job in the city and come on home.
Yeah, you know how she is.
I went down there.
We ain't gonna get into that.
See what kind of cloth he come.
You know how she is.
When they tell you I'm going
What are you at?
At the daycare, bring you behind the house. Hey, Nikita!
She came down there.
I'm sorry.
Okay, hey, Nikita!
She was.
Come on down here, your family here.
Eyes was puffy. Was she blowing snot and crying and stuff?
I say, come on, your family here.
Smiling so hard.
Wow.
She just what's up?
Y'all go down there and sit on the porch.
Yo, your auntie out there, your cousin.
How long?
Go ahead and go tell them, hey, bring them in.
How long it take?
They be renting where they love they folks.
They love them.
Hold on. There's also this dude. He's in Miami. He's live in Miami. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He said that his title's running around Miami. running around, man. Everybody's in Miami all of a sudden. What is this shit? Pellegrino. Bro. Welcome to all the UKers, dude. Dude, most of my life, actually, yeah, all of my life, dude, I rode in British cars, MGs, literally. I grew up in them. I went to fucking car shows that were dedicated to them and shit.
Esta es una bahía aquí todo esto.
I gotta bond with y'all. That's why it's connecting us like this. I talked about it earlier with this 2-minute view here before. This dude's a legit. I thought he was running from something. He was running, dude. No, he actually running. This dude's running the cops right now, dude. But he's got this outfit on, so it doesn't look like it. You know what I'm saying?
Bueno, esta bahía está larga, voy de regreso ya.
I just felt some dude running.
Estoy como a 50 cuadras de donde estamos hospedados.
It's beautiful though. Miami. See if she's still your bridge.
When I say my food.
Right.
For real. Oh, your mama at the house still? She done left.
That thing done left, baby. You know she fast.
I had about it.
I'll take two.
When y'all leave?
Tuesday, I wasn't in no hurry.
You wasn't good.
I wasn't in no hurry.
I'm
Because they flew in and then I drove. You know, it's 4-5 hours coming from my way, Mobile way.
You live in Mobile?
Now. Yeah, I'm in Mobile.
Oh, you around the corner.
Coastal.
Okay, that was you from, where you from?
Oh, sumo wrestling's on
Montgomery,
right
you
now,
Mobile,
dude.
Alabama?
Birmingham, yeah.
Birmingham.
I came right through there too. Yep. He from the mouth.
You're right, Mobile about 6 hours, 5, 6 hours.
About 5 hours. It's about 5.
Kim over here, y'all got it. Kim the one. Kim the one sell the products.
Hello. Look, I look amazing and I'll be drinking. Lady K, Ready Set Grow hair product. You can find it on the website. It's before and after pictures. It's a good product for damaged hair, breakages, stuff like that. Plus, if y'all need any lock extensions or wigs or whatever, I'm here for you. I accommodate everybody. Follow me on Lady K Hair Care page, please, on Facebook or Instagram, Lady K Hair Care.
Y'all know.
Come on, Teddy. Come on, Teddy. Yeah, I do.
Got my girl Diamond over there.
I really wear underwear.
Looking good. You looking like you're 35, friend.
Girl, yeah.
You done got some love and you just looking good. Boy, love make you look better. When you been loved right, you make you look better.
You right. Yeah.
I tell you.
She said on that porch.
Huh?
I showed these.
You
told them to call you last night. I said,
when they called me, I was going live. I was mad, and I told them to call back.
I'm 50.
What was the situation with my ex?
You 51.
The guy I was just with.
You don't love already?
Cause you know he was on live. We was on live, and he was just cussing.
I just need to see what this was. This is Orlando.
He said he wasn't talking about him. He was talking to me, but I didn't feel he was. And a lot of people on the live that heard him, I was live, and like, you know, you should have seen
Orlando
him. I was
Beach.
live.
Ellen.
You know, and he feel it's like.
All he said was just get the top. That's all he said.
No, he said that dirty ASS towers. Don't bring, give me this dirty. Something about dirty SHIT, like he cussed out. And then he was enforcing his tone.
Everybody already know you don't play by the church.
His tone, like I was like, look, you know, you start doing that, you know, man, you go to fight, and they gonna jump in, and you might hurt one of my kids. My kids.
Man, we need to figure out why no one, like, people aren't verified in their Discord, so it's muting everybody. Gotta figure out why everybody's not. Gotta pay them or what? Lose the noose, bro. I don't even know That's all woke showing right now is this. Wow. This is the only thing going on in the world. What?
Yeah. Used to it. Well played with that dude. Used to it. I was like, wow, this is Yep. For sure. Are you're the only person you get with today? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, if you need anything, hit me up. Okay, cool. Thank you.
He's gotta have it. I should have thought of this sooner. I know you'd have it. Highlights. Bristol. Go. Hey. I don't know why. I should. Y'all remind me. I'll go this way quicker. You know, Andy, all we got is always. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, you'd have something. I got some horses back there too. Get the horses out. It's supposed to be after they broke shit, right? Oh, that's the most recent one, so I gotta get back here to see the violence. Oh, he was there too. Oh, wait, this was that dude's footage too? Oh shit. Okay. So that's different. This is getting crazy. Hey! That cop said, "Whack! Shame on you." Saw that? But we just saw this one a second ago. In a second ago too, but it's pretty dramatic. Cops lucky that not a bunch of techno Vikings. That'd be scary. An army of techno Vikings coming at you, dude. You don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that for you. I want that for anybody. think a French person was probably there with a road flare by the looks of it. If you ask me, the French person would be the first one to look at on that one. They love it. They love a good road flare. Just straight. Whoop. The horses were in town. In the Valiant. Just saw that one. Burnt car. Statue. It's a different shot. Oh, they're a bunch of kids, dude. They're legit a bunch of youngsters, like 18 to 21-year-olds, it looks like. I've been shot, she said. I wonder what they're shooting them with.
Move in. There are police vans, obviously you can see the...
Oh, it's this dude.
And prevented them from getting out, from doing no doubt what they intended to do. And they had to retreat down the road. You can see the sign there.
Bristol.
Ain't no sunshine till this bill withers. This is a kill the bill protest against Priti Patel's new law that would give the police extra power to limit the right to move in. There are police vans, obviously you can see the... And prevented...
Oh. Was this earlier? This is when Antifa accounts are saying about the riot in Bristol, England, where a police station was under siege. Bristol facts. It is a protest against the police, crime, sentencing, and courts bill, a bill in which you can get 10 years for protest, 5 years for rape. The violence started when police responded to the gathering crowd by using batons to disperse it. So... who is this? Who's a libcom? I guess there's something close to... I don't know why he's bringing this up. I guess just the fact that Antifa or Anarchist Federation. I ain't even heard of Anarchist Federation. How is that Antifa? Antifa accounts. Reminder that smashing up on police stations and setting cop cars, vans on fire is non-violent. Even using the definition of peace, police faves, Chino Web, stay fine. I don't know what that. What? The data set used for this study categorizes mass rioting with Molotovs and even bombing campaigns as non-violent. All for Bristol. Play. If I can go. Hey, what is this guy? What? Crazy. Daddy. What is this? Oh shit. We just missed him. That was yesterday.
From Household English. This is a mop-up operation now. The anti-riot. Okay. But go and pass from behind. Police are saying through loudspeaker, urging the demonstrator to all go home. Okay, but not afraid because behind the demonstrator line and a group of
crazy out there, man. What's this guy doing? There's a fucking ice cream truck outside. Also. Dude. This is what I was trying to find earlier, dude. Look what they built around this thing, man. They took the statue down and now they built a fucking wall around it and they have guards on all four corners. Like it's a mosque or something. Isn't that crazy? Crazy, dude! No, just so everybody knows, like there are people probably here that don't know what this is, and I give this to, just go back a little bit on the timeline here before this was built, because you can even see in the thumbnails here, in the process of being built. There, the walls are being built here. The statue is up. Wait, no, now the statue's up there. Statue down and they put walls around it. Isn't that crazy? All because people will be doing this every weekend in Chile. But it would get pretty packed, you know. They start burning shit. This is just March 5th right here. This is only 2 weeks ago. And then the water trucks come in. I think I can hear them right here. Pretty sure I can hear them. Oh, here, they're already starting to scatter. I picked a good time. Look at them go. This is beautiful. Some people hear it. Some people are whistling. There are fire bombs being thrown. Did they actually just throw a firebomb at a car up there? Yeah, it's one of the gas things. And they're throwing Molotovs at it. This is how Chile gets down though. Y'all didn't know. Well, until they built this shit up here, it was like walled. They took the monument down. They probably won't have any more of these anymore. We used to watch these. One more of these. No, unfortunately, this is not. Stick with me, man. You gotta stick with me. But for any live footage for Bristol, you can check out that there's a link in my description. Will take you to the guy that was on Ground Zero all day, all night. I'm gonna go fast. I drink a lot. Yeah, maybe Bristol is going to sleep. It is late in Bristol. Because they're partying all day. I'm surprised Miami's not starting to wake up though. It's dark there now. Hey, thank y'all for holding it down. Man, mangoes. I'm on the next level shit now.
You see, I'm a guy of simple taste.
I'm flying through space, man. We're here. Live look at Miami. Does that have audio? Does have audio. I be popping off right now, dog. Perfect. Okay. Miami Beach imposes emergency curfew over spring break chaos. Are they doing that now? Are they enforcing it? Do we need to find it? Alright, I can find one. I need one mango though. Oh, we're good. We're good. Oh. Brilliant. He must be getting ready. Yeah. He's in Miami right now. Prime time's in Miami. Oh. Yeah. He was live like 10 minutes ago or something. So are they already not supposed to be out there? Let me see. It looks like it's 8 p.m. Or it was Saturday night, it was 8 p.m. Oh. Wow. Yeah, it's still in effect. Dude, the curfew is from 2000 to 0600 until the 12th of April for Miami Beach. Dude, that has to be hurting businesses like tremendously. Oh, they're saying it's for spring break risk. I mean, coronavirus risk. What? Coronavirus risk.
Want me to stand in here so you can see what it looks like, or?
Alright.
Go out a little bit.
Yeah, I will.
Where you gonna be?
I think right here.
There are all these people hanging out back there without masks on, and she's got this medical looking mask on. What are you about to be on the news, boys? Oh shit.
Alright, let me, okay. Yeah, it looks like they're coming.
Hello. She's about to be on the news, dude. She wouldn't have done that, right? Dude, I'm eating these tropical fruits.
Hi, guys!
What's up, baby? Oh, shit. Miami, though.
Why you didn't you just at me, baby,
I'm in Long Beach, dude. It's a lot like Miami, actually. I mean... It's not as expensive. I got it. Oh. What? Bonk. I don't know where they're at. Some videos. I'll check this out, guys. I bought flies today. I actually bought flies. They're wingless fruit flies, but I think they're too small for the spider. Hasn't eaten one yet. Fires, fruit flies. Too small though. I didn't like them. Unless he's full. They're super small compared to him, though. I found one. Found a jumping spider. Oh, maybe it's just really old and it's not gonna eat. It's just gonna die and I'm gonna have to watch it die. To my dog. Oh. He had made an adventure, dude. Because I saw him in here days prior. And it went inside the PC. I was like, oh, he's a goner, dude. And he was on the floor in there. He was trying to get cat fur off of his paws. And it let me do it for him. With tweezers. They're supposed to be like some of the smartest spiders on the world, you know? They can't recognize you though. That's what the internet says. They're clearing them out pretty fast now. Is it already time? Or they have 30 minutes, right? What's now? What's now? No. There's so many police sirens in the background. Party's already over in Miami, really?
Okay.
All right. All right. Cool. All right. First off, let me get your names.
My name.
Hold on.
Hey, scoot over a little bit, DJ.
Go ahead.
My name is DJ TM
What's your last name?
Stinson.
Can you spell it for me?
STINSON.
And you?
It's your boy Sologasm. That's SOLOGASM. You feel me?
Yeah. Your name?
Yeah, 2 times. YAE, the number 2, and the letter X.
It's your boy Dabgasm. DABB. Last name is GASM.
All right, guys. So tell me, where did you guys come down from, and what's your experience?
Atlanta. We from Atlanta. You feel me? Yeah, straight out of Atlanta.
Straight out of Atlanta.
You don't have to. I got you.
Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So you came down from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your experience been here so far?
We've been good.
They selling the gas, the Zaza.
Whatever it is. Everybody keep whispering in my ear saying Zaza.
I don't know where that is.
What is
Zaza?
We outside. That's our YouTube name. We do YouTube.
Guys, they closed it down a little early. Probably earlier than you expected. What's your thoughts on that?
That's crazy because I was about to go get some twerk.
No,
I had dropped my hot pocket when somebody knocked down my hand when they was running.
Yeah, because we all had them little hot pockets.
Yeah, we did.
It's okay. We're going to be out tomorrow. Yeah, we're going back to Atlanta tomorrow.
No.
So far, it's like been like a crash. Like they crashing our party.
Yeah, like.
We trying to have fun. It's 1 million females out here.
And I love females.
I just...
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the coronavirus? Did that
Fuck Corona. Corona, my bad.
It's not a thing.
It's not real.
It's not real.
It can't be real. Because I've been around. I like how they separate us before we get on the airplane, but then put us all together in the airplane. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying anything bad about Corona because I'm not going to catch it.
He had Corona already.
No, I didn't.
To be honest,
I want Donald Trump to be our president again.
What? Okay.
Oh dear.
Okay.
All 2021, Donald Trump.
Hey, thank you.
Y'all be safe out here, man.
All right. Dear God.
That was awesome. They were perfect.
Starting to thin out. I can give you.
I mean, oranges. It makes you feel like I'm in Florida. Oranges. That's what Florida tastes like if you were to lick it. Tangerines. Even better. Dude, she muted us. That's all on me. Too much pressure. The reporter on hard hat. No. A Scuffle Amigos. She really took, man, she really muted us after that one. Like, can we use this footage? I don't know. The footage with the dudes. They're trying to edit it right now on the fly. They do that. So, now what? We got 2,756 subs now on this channel. We've been moving up. It was moving backwards for a while. I don't know what was going on there. The trolls. Something. There's something about it. Drinking water out of a glass bottle. It makes me drink a ton of water, actually. Yep. Otherwise, I don't really like water. It's got to be bubbly and out of a glass bottle and cold, and not really like it. This makes Fuji and all that shit like lower class schwill plastic bottle bullshit. Imagine. No, I actually have plastic bottle. I actually use plastic bottle water too, but this one makes me drink more water. Hey, this guy's still. Hey, how much you pay for that? $2. You remember those? Man, this guy's taking too long. I'm trying to buy that, you know what I mean?
Did I miss somebody on here?
I'm trying to buy that, dude. Alright, what's happening? Placerville still work, right? This is a riot in Placerville, by the way. Watch out. Hey, stuff gets wild out here sometimes, so we gotta check on them. No, not. I'm not trying to stay here. We gotta go, buddy. We got this eagle right here. That's the fucking eagle, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wonder how high up this is. Oh, this is in Big Bear, California. Yeah. Oh, after sad news, one of their eaglets passed away Friday. 2 eagle parents continue care for a second egg in their nest on Big Bear Lake. Bummer. Another eaglets passed away. Dang. I bet I wonder if eagles mourn like that, or if like the dad eagle is like, damn it. My eagle, my little eaglet. Or if it's just like, whatever. I'm hungry. This is what I do. Hey, can an eagle kill a person? Probably not. Just gotta pick her eyeball just right, probably. Oh shit, what's happening? Something out here? Oh, still no audio, dude. Tactical. Tactical, dude. Tactical. This. Sacramento County Division making a deadly shooting. North Highlands. Deadly shooting. There's an EBT sign there. Now they're going to use that probably against them. Ooh. Elephant Village. Just like Trump. Okay, we're leaving. There's just 1,200 people that think this is awesome, and y'all think it's awesome. I'll get you, man. I'm just trying to get you. What about this?
So this next gorgeous pair of earrings is a silver medal, but they have white rhinestones and that blue
Afterglow, color white
How much
rhinestones.
is that?
Like I said, we have 2 pairs of these available, and they will be
How much?
number 110. So number 110 for Happily Ever Afterglow in blue.
Unbelievable. What else can I buy? Come on now. I gotta buy some. What we're waiting for. Only a necklace now. I want a necklace to match it. Ooh, what's that? Oh.
Next, we've got a gorgeous gunmetal cuff. This is a one and done bracelet, I believe. This one is Haven't Seen Nothing Yet in black. As I said, it is the gunmetal, so you've got that shiny, like almost that shiny black metal. It is gorgeous. This one is like a infinity almost. You can see you've got the 2 loops on your end. It almost looks like a ribbon of the metal. This one is gorgeous. You can see it does just slip right over the wrist. You've got those smooth, shiny bands of the gunmetal. Like I said, this one is a one and done. It will be number 115 for Haven't Seen Nothing Yet in gunmetal.
They're not giving the prices. Hold up, dude. You like QVC? Well, you'll love these people.
Blue
They're everywhere.
Blue post.
Do you think there's just one? Dude, there's hundreds of these people selling the same shit. Oh, you don't like her? Well, how about this one?
I'll just show you all the sizes.
What? What can I buy from you?
So this is a medium.
Everybody's selling.
Hi Jennifer, how are you?
I'm gonna start selling this shit. Sell an hour.
So could easily do medium if I wanted to as well.
That's great. What else can I buy on here? What is this guy selling? Okay, hey, what do we got here?
Had some trouble with my sweet eyes paw. One of her brothers was a bad outlaw. Sent her a letter by my Uncle Bud, and I wore away on Tennessee stuff.
Ooh, hey.
Tennessee stuff, long and lean, color of the sun, and his eyes green.
Partial. A little bit. Got a little green in it.
He had the nerve and he had blood, and never was a horse like the Tennessee stuff.
I like this guy already, man. I'm from Tennessee, man. Anybody didn't know? So it's like, what are the chances?
There's a lot of verses to that song, but
Tennessee stuff, man.
Look it up. Johnny Cash, Eddie Arlen, all those guys cover that song. It's a great song, written by Jimmy Driftwood. Got to mention this. Also on a great, I heard it my first time on a great bluegrass tribute record by Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. They gathered all the Carter family and Doc Watson and all the great, bluegrass generation from the 30s and 40s.
I'm looking for the crazy shit, okay? I know you guys want to see people beating each other up.
Back in the late 60s, in the early 70s. And made this great collection of all classic bluegrass songs. So
I'll give you a one-time return with law enforcement to retrieve.
Circle be unbroken.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your name?
Heather Buford.
Ms. Buford, you're here in 2021 CT 329AE for charges of driving license suspended as a subsequent offender. And you're also here in 2021 MM55AE on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. I did review the charging affidavits. I did find probable cause for your arrest. State, is there an offer to resolve the cases?
Yes, Your Honor. As to the Dwellis, it's an adjudication, credit time served. And as to the possession of drug paraphernalia, I've already filed a no information. May I approach the clerks?
Okay.
Colleges cancel spring break, but students are traveling anyway.
I just want to be clear. Is no information contingent on the plea, or there's no information in the case regardless?
Regardless.
Okay. All right, ma'am. You can resolve. Actually, you can still resolve both cases. So there's just no offer on that other case. I just want to be clear because Just because she filed no information doesn't mean she can't resolve the
Holy
case. So I just want to make sure
shit.
she's not. You want to make
Hey, I
an
got
offer on
some
the
news.
paraphernalia case.
No,
Crazy
the
looking.
paraphernalia case is closed. She completed the Dwellis if she would like, and it's an adjudication credit time served.
I think everybody misses the idea. No information based on the case law.
Elderly
and the way the rule
Asian
reads,
woman
is
attacked,
just saying
thrown
that
to the
I'm
ground.
not filing the case right now. I can still file on the case within
Dude,
the state trial window.
look at this
and
dude's
still prosecute the
leap,
person for
like
that
his
crime.
gallop when he runs, going after this elderly Asian
She's
woman.
not pleading. She's not making an offer
No,
on the
no
paraphernalia
white man
case.
can run like this
She's
dude
not
runs.
intending to
Like,
file
wait,
right now.
wait till he runs again. He's
All
got
right.
some
Ma'am, the offer from the state of Florida to resolve your driver's license suspended case
gazelle
and adjudication of
jeans,
guilt is
bro.
credit time served. It's going to be a court cost, a cost of prosecution amount of $306. Do you want to take that offer to resolve that case today?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Or put your hand down. Ma'am, you're here in 2021 CT 329AE for a charge of driver license suspended as a subsequent offender. That is a first-degree misdemeanor. It's punishable up to 1 year in the county jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Sir.
Do you want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest to resolve your case today?
Yes, sir.
Yes, she needs to be printed.
You have this.
You want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest to resolve your case? There we go. Do you understand by entering a plea of no contest, you're going to give up the right to have a trial in this matter where the state had to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, sir.
You understand you give up the right to have an attorney represent you at a trial?
Yes, sir.
At a trial, you can challenge the state's evidence. You can question the state's witnesses. You can call witnesses on your behalf. You understand that? If there was a witness you wanted to call and that witness did not want to come to court, the court can use subpoena power to make that witness appear. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're waiving your right to appeal any errors in this case, except the court's jurisdiction over you and the sentence I'm going to impose.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand you're waiving your right to remain silent as to this charge? You understand that this charge at a later date can be used against you to enhance your sentencing up to a third-degree felony. Do you understand that?
Fisher's home, but.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, sir.
Have you now or in the past been diagnosed with a mental health illness?
Sir.
Has anybody forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
You understand by entering this plea that if it's not a United States citizen, it could subject you to deportation.
Yes, sir.
All right. I did have an opportunity to review your charging affidavit in this case as well as your driving record. I do find a factual basis for the entering of your plea. I'll accept your plea of no contest. Find your plea is freely and voluntarily entered. I'll adjudicate you guilty of the charge. I'll give you credit for the 2 days that you spent in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit time served. The court costs and costs of prosecution in this case are $306. I'll give you 1 year from today's date to pay that money directly to the clerk in full. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal your judgment sentence in writing. As the 2021 MM 55AE, the state's filed no information as to that charge, so I want to release you on your own recognizance. All right, have a great day, ma'am.
Does that mean I'm going home today, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Can you tell me your name, sir?
Ismael Ortiz.
Mr. Ortiz, we're here in 2021 MM 1887 AO on charge of providing false information to law enforcement.
Who points to wildlife farms
243
in
AW
Southwest
on charge of no
Asia
valid driver's license?
is a likely
I
source
did
of
find probable
pandemic?
cause based on the charging affidavits I have in front of me for those two cases. But I'm going to ask the state of Florida if they have an offer to resolve both of your cases today if they would like.
Yes, Your Honor, it's an adjudication credit time served on both.
All right, sir. The state of Florida is offering you an adjudication of guilt credit time served in this case. Do you want to take that offer today?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and none but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, you're here in two matters. The first one, 2021 MM 1887 AO, in charge of providing false information to law enforcement. That is a first-degree misdemeanor. It's punishable up to 1 year in the county jail and a $1,000 fine. You're also here in 2021 CT 243 AW on charge of no valid driver's license. That is a second-degree misdemeanor. It's punishable up to 60 days in the county jail and a $500 fine. Do you understand that? I can't hear you. Do you want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest to resolve both of those cases today?
No contest. You gotta tell.
Do you want to resolve the cases today?
He understands me.
All right. Do you want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest to resolve the cases today?
Yes, sir.
Which one? No contest or guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Guilty.
You understand by entering a plea of guilty, giving up the right to have a trial in this matter, where the state had to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt in each case.
Yes.
You understand you give up the right to have an attorney appointed to represent you in each case. At a trial, you can challenge the state's evidence. You can question the state's witnesses and call witnesses on your behalf. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there's a witness you wanted to call, then that witness did not want to appear, the court can use subpoena power to make that witness appear. Do you understand?
Yes.
Or you understand you're waiving your right to remain silent as to these charges?
Yes.
You understand you're waiving your right to appeal any errors in this case, except the court's jurisdiction over you and the sentence I'm going to impose?
Yes.
Are you under influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication at this time?
No.
Have you now or in the past been diagnosed with a mental health illness?
No.
Has anybody forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter this plea?
No.
You understand by entering this plea, if you're not a United States citizen, it could subject you to deportation.
Yes.
All right, sir. I did have an opportunity to review the charging affidavit in both cases. I did find a factual basis for your plea in both cases. I accept your plea of guilty in both cases. I'll start my sentencing with 2021 MM 1887 AO. I want to adjudicate you guilty as to that charge. I'm going to give you credit for the 2 days that you spent in Orange County Jail with 2 days credit time served. The court cost of prosecution in that case of $273. In 2021 CT 243 AW, I want to adjudicate you guilty as to that charge. We'll give you credit for the 2 days that you spent in the Orange County Jail. The court cost of prosecution as to that charge are $306. I want to combine both of those costs for payment. I'm going to give you 2 years from today's date to make that payment directly to the clerk in full. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal your judgment and sentence in each case. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, have a great day, sir. It seems like you have a warrant or some kind of other hold that may be holding you here, so I don't know if you're gonna be able to leave today.
Ooh, I've had that happen to me, dude.
Yes, ma'am. You're gonna be fingerprinted as to the misdemeanor case. All right.
Okay, so you got that's fine.
All right.
I wonder if he's gonna get to go home or not.
Raymond,
got him. But the exact same thing happened to me, dude. They've got me to plea out on some shit, and then I thought I was getting out.
2021 MM 444
So I didn't find out till I got to get my clothes and shit. Like, yeah, no, you're not getting your clothes after all. Well, you are, but you're going to another jail.
You want to waive, Ms. George?
Yes, we're waiving into a plea and not guilty, Your Honor.
I will set for Division 84.
Division 84 pretrial conference, April 12th at 9 a.m. in 4B.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Roberts.
What's your full name?
Sean James Roberts.
All right. Mr. Roberts, you're here in 2021 MM 1013 AO on a charge of petty theft or a prior theft conviction. Ma'am, if you're in the audience, can you please cover your face?
Oh, shit.
And that is a first-degree misdemeanor. It's punishable up to 1 year in the county jail and $1,000 fine. You're represented by the public defender's office. Is there a plea or you want to enter on behalf of your client, Ms. George?
Here's an offer from the state.
Would you like me to put the offer on the record, Your Honor? It's a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, no return to the Walmart at 3101 Princeton Street, and cost of investigation to OPD in the amount of $162 and $162.05.
Wonder what $160 worth of what? I wonder.
We're going to enter a plea of no contest, and we're going to accept the state's offer, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Roberts, can you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir.
Sir, you can put your hand down. Sir, you're here in 2021 MM101380 on a charge of paid theft with a prior theft conviction. Okay, I'm just going to put this out here. I'm not going to accept this withhold, but everything else is fine.
Okay, Your Honor.
They're not gonna let me
When
hook
I
with.
looked at his history, I didn't see any other prior petty thefts. I know he has.
Do we file information in this case, or is this a notice to appear? It's somehow you got arrested on for a fail to appear.
We filed it, Your Honor.
What was the case that they listed for him as the prior on the information?
He said all of them were dropped. He said this is the only petty theft he has.
No, he had one from Osceola County that he just time served on March the 4th.
Okay.
March 8th.
Petty theft.
It was.
I'm interested more of, that's not going to change what I want to do, but I want to make sure that he's pleading to the proper charge.
Not gonna withhold it from his record, which so means it'll, like, if he gets caught against stealing, it's really gonna fuck him up probably. Third time.
Okay, Your Honor, we'll accept the state's offer. Or the adjudication.
Yeah, sure. He did plea in Osceola on the 4th to in jail arraignment and to an adjudication credit time served and no return.
All right, sir. Do you understand? No, stay with me. That the statement you offer will withhold, the court's not willing to accept that based on the charge you're facing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Or that you're going to be adjudicated, it means you're going to be convicted of this petty theft? All right. Do you understand that a third or subsequent arrest for this, that if you're convicted of that, that can increase your penalty up to a third-degree felony? Do you understand that? All right. All right, sir. According to Ms. George, you're telling me that you want to enter a plea of no contest. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand by entering a plea of no contest, you're going to give up the right to have a trial in this matter where the state is going to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're given the right to have an attorney appointed to represent you at this trial?
Yes, sir.
At a trial, your attorney can challenge the state's evidence. They can question the state's witnesses and call witnesses on your behalf. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If there's a witness you wanted to call and that witness does not want to appear, the court can use the subpoena power to make that witness appear. Do you understand? Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, sir.
Have you now or in the past been diagnosed with a mental health illness?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're waiving your right to appeal any errors in this case except the court's jurisdiction over you or the sentence I'm going to impose?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're waiving your right to remain silent? I hear you.
Yes,
Do you understand you're waiving your right to remain silent as to the charge?
Yes, sir.
He said yes, sir.
Okay, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. There's a big vent blowing right
I
here.
couldn't
it's
hear
hard for
me
me to hear
either,
you
dude.
guys out there. All right, sir. Do you all stipulate to a factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor, for the purpose of the plea.
Based on that stipulation,
But
the
they're
court is
bullshit.
going to find a factual basis for the entering of your plea. I'm going to accept your plea of no contest, finds your plea is freely and voluntarily entered. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the charge. I want to give you credit for the 36 days that you spent in Orange County Jail with 36 days credit
I
time
think he
served.
always has this
There is
duty.
a cost of investigation of $162.05 to Orlando Police Department. I'm going to impose, there's court costs, the cost of prosecution, an amount of $273. There's a $50 public defender application fee and a $50 public defender lien. I'm going to provide all those costs for payment. I'm going to give you 2 years from today's date to pay that money directly to the clerk in full. You must not return to the scene of this location. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal your judgment, sentence, and writing. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a great day. All right, you're going to try to interpret. Who's this?
What was that?
Who is this?
Yeah.
Why is
Get them all.
here? To do what? These cases closed.
Yeah, we already. Mr. Art?
Wait, is he here? Do you have any, Mr. Royal, do you have any other cases other than the case you played yesterday?
Yeah, he has a battery, Your Honor, I believe. But it's not set for arraignment today.
Okay. I just want to make sure we weren't holding you for no reason. All right. Have a great day, sir. Yeah, you pled, the case we have on the docket today, you pled, so we don't need to do anything on your case. All right.
Did that?
You already pled to the case yesterday.
No, they didn't plead.
They didn't let you plead yesterday?
No.
Yes, he did.
He pled on the 16th, Your Honor.
He pled already.
Well, I guess not yesterday, 2 days ago.
Yep.
And you have another case that's open, so the other case is open, we can't resolve that today.
No, the other case is closed.
Yeah, we closed, I'm saying, the other case is closed. The case you're here for today was the case that was closed the other day. So you got put on the docket by error, by mistake, all right? I do need fingerprints for Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Royal, State Certified Interpreter, already previously sworn.
Mr. Royal, this is Judge Bain calling from the BRC. We're going to get our interpreter cases done a little early today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I have a defendant with a headset on. Can you see if you can make a connection?
See.
Connections established.
All right, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Alexander Vega Alonso.
Alexander Bella Onso.
Sir, you're here in 2021 MM 1879AO on charge of trespass after warning. That is I did review the charging affidavit in this case. I did find probable cause for your arrest. I'm going to ask the state of Florida to have an offer to resolve your case today.
This is Mr. Vega Lanzo?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. An adjudication, credit time served, and no return to Oak Ridge Plaza.
Sir, do you want to take the offer from the state of Florida of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served?
See.
Yes.
All right. Can you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That's correct.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. Sir, you're here in 2021 MM 1879AO on charge of trespass after warning. That is a first-degree misdemeanor. It's punishable up to 1 year in the county jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand that?
No, no entiendo eso.
No, I don't understand that.
The maximum penalties for the charge you're arrested for, trespass after warning, is a first-degree misdemeanor. It's punishable up to 1 year in the county jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest to resolve your case today?
Sí, me dijo tiempo servido que me van a dar hoy, ¿verdad?
I was told that I was going to get time served. Is that correct?
Yes, but you got to enter a plea, which you got to enter a plea of guilty or no contest.
No me opongo.
No contest.
You understand by entering a plea of no contest, you give me the right to have a trial where the state had to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Sí.
Yes.
You understand you give the right to have an attorney represent you in this case.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you under influence of any drugs, alcohol, medication?
No. No. No.
Oh.
You said no. I think I heard you say no.
I'm sorry. I did say no. It didn't go through?
Yeah. And then, yeah, no. Yeah, okay. And then, have you now or in the past been diagnosed with a mental health illness?
No.
No.
Has anybody forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter this plea?
No.
No.
You understand by airing this plea, if you're not a United States citizen, it could subject you to deportation.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir. I did review the charging affidavit in this case. I did find a factual basis for the entering of your plea. I accept your plea of no contest. I find that your plea is freely and voluntarily entered. I'll adjudicate you guilty of the charge. I'll give you credit for the 2 days that you spent in Orange County Jail with 2 days credit time served. The court costs and costs of prosecution in this case are $273. I'll give you 1 year from today's date to pay that money directly to the clerk in full. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal your judgment and sentence to writing. Have a great day, sir. No, sir. All right. Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Raúl Omar Claudio Alcocer. Raúl Omar Claudio Alcocer.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm getting the echo.
You gotta get the microphone closer to him. Nope. Nope. That microphone. Yep. Closer to him. Yep. There you go.
Raúl Omar Claudio Alcocer.
Raúl Omar Claudio
Alcocer. Alcocer.
Al parecer.
Alcocer.
Álvaro Cel. I'm sorry, I can't catch it through the mask.
That's fine. Sir, you're here in 2000 for a few matters. The first one is 2020 CF 9549AO. You're here for a failure to appear warrant. The judge signing your warrant set your bond at $0. You're also here in 2020 CF 3218AO for another failure to appear warrant. The judge in that case set your bond amount of $0. You're also here in 2020 CF 7848AO for a failure to appear warrant. The judge in that case set your bond amount of $5,000. You were arrested on a warrant in 2020 CF 10229AO for charges of tampering to hinder communication with law enforcement, battery, and assault. The judge signing that warrant has already found probable cause for your arrest. I'll set your bond at count 1 in amount of $2,500. Count 2, $500. Count 3, $500. Condition of the bonds, you had no contact with the victim. You not return to the scene of the location. That you not possess any weapons or firearms. Any weapons or firearms you have need to be turned over to law
Sorry,
enforcement.
Your Honor, the interpreter's going to have to respectfully ask that you please slow down.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I got on a roll there. Apologize. Where'd you leave off?
With the last bond.
Okay. Well, I'll start by conditions of the bond. This: you had no contact with the victim. You not return to the scene. You not possess any weapons or firearms. Any weapons or firearms you have need to be turned over to law enforcement within 24 hours of your release. I want to appoint the public defender to represent you in all your cases. Talk to Ms. Davis and make sure I didn't miss any case.
Yes, you did. You have a 21 MM 1878 case.
Yeah, there it is. I know I missed something. All right, here we go. So in 2021 MM 1878AO, you're arrested in that case for charges of false information, possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting officer without violence. I'm going to stay your bonds as to those counts, amount of 500, 100, 100, 100, and 100. And the condition of your bond that you not possess any drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And then you have a out-of-county warrant from Osceola County for a failure to appear in 2020 CF 2402AO. In that case, the judge in that case set your bond at $0. You also had 2018 MM 8571AO. And for a failure to appear, the judge in that case set your bond amount of $1,500. All right. Still going to appoint the public defender to represent you in your cases if you are not already appointed.
Your Honor, I missed a few of those, if you don't mind.
Which ones?
I missed the 18 MM 8571.
8571 is a failure to appear warrant. The bond amount on the warrant is $1,500.
Okay. And I believe the only other one I missed was the 20 CF 2402.
The Osceola County case, the judge in that case, a failure to appear, set his bond at $0.
And I believe I also missed 20 CF 3218.
3218 was a failure to appear warrant, $0 bond.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Sorry. Can't park, apologize. All right. Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Milton Julián. Buenos días, mi nombre es Milton Julián de Río Febles.
Good day. My name is Milton Julián del Ríos Febles.
Sir, you're here in two matters. The first one is 2021 MM 112AA for charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. You're also here in 2021 CF 3175AO on charge of possession of cocaine. I did review the charging affidavit in this cases, and I did find probable causes for your arrest. I want to state your bond as set as the cocaine charge, an amount of $1,000, and to the drug paraphernalia charge, going to set your bond in an amount of $100. Condition of those bonds is you not possess any drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm not going to take any action on your 2021 MM54AA case. Have a great day, sir.
Buenos días.
Good day.
All right, Madam Interpreter, I think that was my last one.
Very well, Your Honor. I will disconnect.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, she's here for Chanel Gus. Medical.
Some of you already did?
Yes.
For Gus?
Chanel.
Is it
The last
Gus.
felony DV? Or
for now?
Misdemeanor DV.
Okay.
Well, they got to pull the paperwork, so I got to.
Okay.
All right, while we're waiting, ma'am, can you tell me your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Leisha Gaskin. I'm the victim in this case.
All right, can you raise your right hand and be sworn in?
Yes, sir, I can.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, none but the truth, so help you God?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, I think I already addressed the defendant's case. But is there anything else you wanted to tell me or heard about?
The reason why I wasn't able to attend when his initial court date, when his initial time was present, because I was downtown at the courthouse. I had some personal matters to resolve there. So I couldn't be at two places at one time.
I understand.
So as soon as I got finished over there downtown courthouse, I immediately came here. And I really wanted to be present because I want to know what was the verdict. What was
the verdict? He was arrested for domestic violence battery.
Yeah.
I set his bond and I think an amount of $50,000.
How much?
$50,000.
$50,000?
Yes, ma'am. I then ordered him again, like he was ordered before in his other case, to have no contact with you, to not be at your residence, which is what had been ordered previously, and to not possess any weapons or firearms. He had another case that he was out on bond, which is 2020 CF 13158 AO case, which I believe you are the same victim in that case from what I remember reading the warrant for that case. And the judge in that case had already ordered him to have no contact with him. I revoked that bond. I said his new bond is $0 with the same conditions, that he had no contact with you, may not return to your scene, not possessing weapons or firearms.
Okay. So you are aware that he also was out on bond for Battery on a law enforcement officer too, right?
The case involving the battery domestic violence by strangulation, Bat Leo, on that case, I revoked that bond.
Okay, because I had bonded him out. Honestly, I had bonded him out, and I called the bondsman last night after everything happened, and I told the bondsman that I didn't want to oversee that bond no more, and I wanted to go off the bond.
Yep, so his bond is gone in that case.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. I think he has trial in that case, I believe, next month, so.
Okay, thank y'all.
All right, have a great day. All right, does anybody have anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Oh. Bro.
Wasn't it? You don't know me. I'm from Shiloh. Yeah. No, As Wanderer is fine. As Wanderer is alright.
Oh, there she is. All right, it is 1:46, March 18th, 2021. Court is back in session. If I could please have the attorneys for the parties put their appearance on the record.
Taylor May on behalf of the Office of the State Attorney.
Letitia George on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender. No, they said he's still on the market.
He's still on the market?
Yeah.
I thought they got
No, I think they're gonna do a buyout.
They gonna
I don't think he'll go to the Lakers.
Cause they can't. They're not pushing for him. They want Okafor.
They gonna get him?
They coming.
For real. This is crazy.
Well, I didn't realize it wasn't the same.
Hi there. I'm a cybernetic organism.
Oh.
Yeah. It's crazy. Well, I don't know the answer to that.
Tom Miller building, Hachisha building.
Hi there.
Debbie Rogers, Ted Thomas. Yo. Man, what are they?
You know the case is
If I just keep doing what I've been doing here.
Try.
Yeah, that's how it was for me too.
Right.
But I just looked at Atkins.
That's how court is too. You stand there. Okay, they're not doing anything. Right?
I'm gonna put it on Jermaine. Let's put him back. And Christopher was second, right?
Eugene, Oregon. We can hear some Asian people. You want?
Oh, he's first. Please tell me your name.
Christopher Atkins.
All right. This is case number 21MM1862. You're here charged with trespass, failing to leave a property after being ordered by the owner. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause.
Hey.
What's your middle name?
Really fast.
All right, that's right. then.
Cajuana Gross on the stream, man.
Does the state have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, an adjudication, credit time served, and no
pick the
return
winner.
to the Wawa.
Ms. George, have you had an opportunity to speak with your client about that?
Hot picks.
Your Honor, I have, and I explained it was up to him if he wanted to accept the state's offer or not.
And did you talk to him about the rights he's giving up by entering a plea?
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Approach.
The suit. Adam Costello just went live too there. Asians in Eugene, Oregon have had it with your racism.
Yeah, so as she said, my name is Jennifer Ye. I'm the state counselor for Ward 4, which is Northeast Eugene. And Lucy was not able to be here tonight, but she wanted me to say how much she wished she could have been, and that the thoughts of the victims and of all of us that are gathered here.
Or we can watch jail. That might be better, dude.
You know, she'll be thinking about you. I also want to thank Sarah Maderi, our city manager, and Claire Surratt, a fellow counselor, for coming out tonight. I appreciate you guys being here. But I'm a little glad that the mayor wasn't here because it made it so that I would have a chance to talk to you all about something that's personal.
All right. Mr. Atkins, there is probable cause here for your arrest.
Marrying into it.
I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. You understand you can enter a plea of not guilty, and we'll continue this for a hearing at a later time. You can enter a plea of guilty or no contest. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, I will sentence you today, but you're giving up your right to remain silent, your right to testify on your own behalf, your right to have a jury trial when one is required. So if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today, you're going to give up those rights. Do you want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest, or do you want to enter a plea of not guilty and talk to the public defender's office more about your case?
If I plead not guilty, will I go back to jail?
So you're in jail. I will give you a bond on this, so you'll be able to bond out.
Does that mean someone outside of jail have to bond me out?
Yes, unless you have access to money.
Because I'm on the streets and I don't have anyone.
So if you don't have a way to post a bond, then yes, you'll sit in jail.
If I plead no contest, will I be released?
Was the state's offer credit time served?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I'll sentence you to credit time served and you'll be released today.
No contest.
But you understand, just because you're going to get out today, you're entering a plea of no contest. So you're telling the court that you're not admitting the charge, but you think it's in your best interest to admit, to enter a plea of no contest, and you're not going to contest the matter.
The way the system is designed, it doesn't roll in my favor, so I have to plead no contest.
You don't have to do anything, sir. You have all of those choices up to you. And because I appointed the public defender's office to represent you, you have an advocate. So if you think you have defenses to raise in this case, you can talk to your attorney further about it.
Ma'am, one of the main reasons why I have to leave is because they have my items as contaminated items. I don't have anyone on the outside, so if I don't leave, my items are going to be thrown away for no reason.
I don't know about your items, sir.
I have the sheet of paper right here. I can show you. What I'm saying is, if everything is designed against me, I have reasonable information that I could tell you that I'm not guilty, but if that's for me to stay in jail, then I cannot do that. I have to plead no contest so I can get my stuff.
You don't have to plead no contest, sir. You can plead not guilty, and I won't sentence you today. And you can talk to an attorney about the case, and they can raise defenses on your behalf. Actually, this system is designed to protect your rights as an accused. So If you want to enter a plea of no contest today, I'll have you raise your right hand, swear you in, I'll qualify your plea. But if you're telling me that you have no choice, I'm concerned about you entering a plea of no contest today.
My apologies. I don't want to lie. And
No, I don't want you to lie.
And I don't want anybody else to go through whatever I'm going through right now, because I could give you more information as far as my case, but I know I'm not able to do that right now because I'm not in a position to do so. I'd rather plead no contest.
All right, raise your right hand, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. You're telling me that you want to enter a plea of no contest today. You understand that by entering a plea of no contest today, you're going to be giving up your right to remain silent, your right to testify on your own behalf at a jury trial where one is required, your right to present defenses, call witnesses to present those defenses, your right to challenge the evidence the state might produce against you. You're giving up those rights today to enter a plea of no contest. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any substance that would affect your ability to understand what you're doing?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been declared incompetent?
Describe?
Have you ever had a doctor evaluate you and declare you incompetent?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any other mental health issues this court should be aware of?
No, ma'am.
You understand that if you're on probation, this plea could violate that probation?
I don't understand.
So I don't know if you're on probation. I'm not suggesting you are. But I have to tell you that if you are on probation anywhere and you enter a plea, that plea could be used to violate your probation.
I am not on probation.
All right. You understand that if you're not a United States citizen, this plea could subject you to deportation.
Yes, ma'am. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you had the ability to get a trespass warning, would you take the one without the seal or the one with the seal?
I'm sorry, ask me that again.
If you had the opportunity to get a trespass warning, would you take the one with the Florida seal or the one without the Florida seal?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
A trespass warning has a Florida seal on it.
You mean if I was trespassing, if I was in a place I was not legally allowed to be?
Or
I would leave.
Or police told you to leave and you say that you would want a trespass warning and the police didn't want to give you a trespass warning, so you called other policemen to come to give you a trespass warning and they didn't give you a trespass warning, so they arrested you?
I would leave, sir.
Okay, then no contest.
All right, and you've had an opportunity to speak to your attorney and you don't want more time to speak to an attorney about this case?
Is that what no contest means?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass, failing to leave property upon order by owner?
The owner didn't talk to me. It was just the police.
All right, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I do find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for
2 days.
2 days in jail. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs in this matter. I'll give you a year to pay them. I understand you said you don't have anyone and you're on the street, so I'll give you a year to pay the court costs. I'm also going to order that you're not allowed to return to the Wawa gas station. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me?
How much do I owe?
It's around $300, do you know?
Do they come the dirt fee for the TV?
Yes.
It'll be $323.
It's $323. Do you have a year to pay that? Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Osiris Brown.
Your Honor, no information has already been filed in this case. May I approach the court?
Yes, this is case number 21MM1880. At this time, sir, the state is dropping the charges against you. Have a nice day.
Oh, Your Honor, are you gonna
Ms. Gibson.
Wait.
address his fat?
Yes, he's on.
I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond case. They dropped this one. Have a nice day, sir.
Do I have bond?
Yeah, I'm not revoking your bond on your out on bond case, but this case was dropped, so you don't have to pay a bond.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please tell me your name.
Lorenzo Holmes.
In case number 21MM1888AO, you're here charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cannabis under 20 grams.
Your Honor, this is another one that I filed a no information notice on. May I approach the clerk?
Yes. At this time, sir, the state is dropping the charges against you. Have a nice day.
All right.
Please tell me your name.
Bradley Langford.
Sir, you're here in case number 21MM1885AO, charged with resisting an officer without violence and trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. At this time, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond will be $500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. You're not allowed to return to
West Church and Nashville Avenue, the city park.
the city park there, sir. And at this time, I'm going to take no action on your out on bond case. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Tiffany Enos.
In case number 21MM40, a KPS was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for arraignment on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. The bond on that is $1,000. Does the state wish to be heard?
This is Ms. Enos?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, I filed a no information as to the possession of drug paraphernalia. However, the state has no offer on the false ID to Leo. May I approach the clerk?
Yes. No offer on the what? And she also has an out-of-county warrant. Hold on, I have a failure to appear. All right, so they're dropping the charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a warrant out of Lake County in 20MM877 for failing to appear on false information to a law enforcement officer. Your bond is $4,000. We'll notify them that you're here.
Yeah, I think that they are aware.
And then I don't see what other case to which you're referring.
That's all, Your Honor, was that.
Okay, I'm not going to take any action on her out on bond case at this time. All right, good luck, ma'am. I'm not revoking your bond.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes. Please tell me your name.
Yamil Ayala.
You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest in case number 19CT4831 for violating probation for a DUI charge, in that you failed to keep appointments scheduled with your probation officer in November, December, and 2 in January, that you failed to pay the $50 a month, and you did possess or consume an unlawful substance, to wit marijuana, as evidenced by the urinalysis test. At this time, there is no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Good luck, sir.
I'm on the marijuana.
Do you want to enter a denial, counselor, and set it for a?
We'll enter a denial.
All right.
Florida still don't play.
Please tell me your name.
Oscar Jose Gonzalez.
You're here because in case number 2013 CT 7388, a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation, and that you failed to pay the $50 a month. You failed to complete the DUI counterattack school. You failed to complete the victim awareness program, and you failed to complete 50 hours of community service. Your bond, hold on, sir. Your bond authorized on that warrant is $2,000. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Yes, sir?
I did do half of the classes. I got my license, as a matter of fact, in Miami.
You'll have to explain that to the other
did
judge.
one of the
This is a
20
warrant and
things.
I'm not going to change it.
Okay.
But if you have some defenses to the violation, make sure you tell your public defender because they'll talk to the state about it and maybe they'll dismiss it. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want to enter a denial?
Yes, I'll enter a denial.
Are there any VOP status hearing dates?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I got Colorado holding me. Is this bond, am I clear to go if I pay this bond?
I don't know if you have other holds.
He does, yeah.
You can post this bond, and in this case, you'd be released. You have other holds or not?
He does. He has a hold for Colorado.
Okay, so no, you won't be released then.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
I'm Agent Abdel-Jabbar.
In case number 21 CF 317980, you're here charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm, resisting an officer without violence, possession of methamphetamine, fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Counselor, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. On the aggravated assault with a firearm, the 2 counts, we're arguing that there is no PC. According to 784.021, Florida statute, it states that in order to have an aggravated assault with a firearm, there needs to be threat by word or act to do violence. The only thing in the arrest affidavit that we have is that they were outside and they heard a noise across the street, and they saw the neighbor in the upstairs window holding a dark object. There's nothing to say that he pointed that at them. They couldn't even make out the words that were being said, and there was never a weapon recovered. And because of that, we're arguing there's no PC for an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Your Honor, there was no weapon. Sorry.
What says the state?
Your Honor, can I have a 24-hour reset to do some research?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can I have a 24-hour reset if you're not inclined to find PC?
Your Honor, we would just argue that based on here, we have the statement by both victims stating what they heard. I know the state can have 24 hours. I just don't see why it's reasonable in this case, what other additional information they could gather. I know, you said you need to do research. Could we recall it? Would that be enough
I'm able to
time?
research while I have to write everything down.
Oh, okay.
He's like, damn, I shouldn't have said anything.
All right, so Counselor, can we go back to your argument? I pulled out the statute.
Mm-hmm.
What statute were you reading?
784.021.
An aggravated assault is an assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill or with an intent to commit a felony, which is punishable by is a felony of the 3rd degree, punishable as provided in 775. So what language were you quoting? It's not in 021.
Oh, from what I read off of the Florida jury verdicts, it states that the state has to prove a threat by word or act to do violence.
So are you looking at assault 784.011? An assault is an intentional, unlawful threat by word or act to do violence to the person of another.
Right.
Coupled with the apparent ability to do so. And doing some act which creates a well-founded fear in such other person that such violence is imminent.
Under that definition, we would argue that the act of the clicking of the gun, which the victim argued, or at least told the officer that he knows the distinct sound of the firearm being operated, the clicking sound that the victim heard would be enough of an act that would create reasonable apprehension of harm. And they were close, they are neighbors, so that act of imminent harm could easily be taken out.
And I would argue that no one saw a firearm. They heard clicking, which could have been anything. They said across the street, if I'm not mistaken, in the arrest affidavit, they saw him through a window and saw a dark object and heard clicking. No one ever found a gun on him. They searched the house, never found a gun. Neither one of the victims stated that they saw a gun. They alleged they heard this clicking sound and believed that to be a gun.
Well, it also says holding a dark object that he believed was a firearm. So he saw it by sight, he believed it was a firearm, then he heard the clicks, which reinforced his belief that it was a firearm.
Your Honor, it says he window holding a dark object that he believed to be a firearm.
Right. So by sight, he thought it was a firearm. Then he heard the clicking, which confirmed his belief that he thought it was a firearm.
Right. However, there was never a firearm. There's only an allegation that he saw a dark object and heard a clicking and believed that to be a firearm.
A firearm doesn't have to be found.
He's a past victim of gun violence, so knows the distinct sound of a firearm being operated. Both were placed in fear of their life. They could hear the defendant yelling something, and they were running, being fearful of being harmed.
Right, Your Honor. However, we're arguing that they could not make out what the dark object was. They didn't hear any threats. There was no threat being made. They said, it literally says, he was in the window holding a dark object. It didn't say he was pointing that dark object at them. They just heard clicking and believed it to be a firearm.
Good work, Doe.
Say he
I like the courtroom addition to the stream.
And threatened me, or he was pointing it at them when he was screaming or clicking the gun. It just literally says he was standing in the window holding a dark object that was making a clicking sound.
Yelling at them.
Yelling at them something.
To that, Your Honor, I would just say that according to the jury instruction, they have to be intentionally or unlawfully threatened. And in this case, it's by act. So the clicking, it doesn't have to be pointed at them, and they just have to appear to have the ability to carry out the threat. And they're in close enough proximity that the threat could be carried out. And the item, the dark object that the victims believe is a gun, could easily be pointed at them, but it's not a requirement. It just has to have the ability to carry out said threat.
So I understand that the jury instruction comes from the statute, but I'm reading the statutory language, which is very similar to what you're quoting. It's an unlawful threat by word or act to do violence. So are you arguing that there's no probable cause because
of the,
if there is, hold on. If there is a gun, waving a gun is not an aggravated assault unless you point it at someone?
No, Your Honor, I'm arguing, one, that they allege a dark object. There is no firearm recovered. Neither one of the victims state that it is a firearm. They just say they think it's a firearm. So we're charging him with the aggravated assault with a firearm. No firearm is recovered. They never see a firearm. They hear clicking sound. That could be anything. I could tap on the window. That could sound like a clicking sound. And he's screaming. So am I saying that there may not be PC for aggravated assault? There could be PC for aggravated assault. I'm just saying that there is no PC for aggravated assault with a firearm.
Where would they have recovered the firearm, counselor?
They searched the house. There was no firearm. They searched the car, and there was no firearm.
Did you read the paragraph that says he exited the residence, got into a 2018 white Mercedes, left the area in haste, ran over the stop sticks that were deployed by Officer Hansen, continued to drive, then later attempted to return to the residence? They had to get a chase helicopter out?
Right.
So in all of that time, there was not a possibility that a firearm could have been discarded?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there is no allegation in here that would show that he was holding a firearm. It just says they see a dark object. That's it.
So I think I understand your argument, and I think if you're arguing that the state can't get past reasonable doubt on this, you might have a great argument, but I think there is probable cause.
Okay.
So I'm finding there's probable cause in this case, sir. Does the state wish to be heard as to bond?
I'll leave that within your discretion, Your Honor, given the facts of the case and his history.
Ms. George, do you wish to be heard as to bond?
Your Honor, we would just ask that you look at the fact that the only conviction he has in Florida is a DUI in marijuana possession. His last failure to appear was in 2008.
All right, your bond on count 1 will be $5,000. Count 2 will be $5,000. Count 3 will be $100. Count 4, $150. Count 5, $150. You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not allowed to have any contact with the victims or any witness in the case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yeah, of course.
So you can't talk to them in person, electronically, through an app on your phone. You can't send a message through a friend or neighbor.
So that would be the police then, correct? That was I guess those are the victims.
You can't send a message through anyone, is what I'm saying.
To who?
To the victims or the witnesses in the case.
Dear? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Who are the victims? Just
All right.
I need to know. So that way I don't make a mistake and send the victims.
I believe he was referring to the victims of the fleeing and attempting to elude that they're law enforcement.
I can't hear you at all.
I believe he was referring to the victim, a victim in the fleeing and eluding, which are law enforcement officers.
No, just tell me the names of the victims in the case.
The alleged victims are Kimry Gottwald and Onyx Ramirez.
You can't have any contact with them. Do you understand what that means?
I have no idea who those two people are. But yeah,
All right.
okay, no problem, Your Honor.
No contact. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, of course.
Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Wait, you're out on bond. Are you out on bond?
No.
Oh, no, that's a different person. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
You as well.
Man, she was about to be like, not so fast, buddy.
Please tell me your name.
Joseph Alvarez.
A capias was issued for your arrest in case number 20 CF 13936 for failing to appear for a plea hearing on a charge of possession of fentanyl, possession of a controlled substance, and resisting an officer without violence. The bond authorized on that capias is $2,500 on count 1, $500 on count 2, and $100 on count 1.
Why are his so much higher?
On count 3, I'll appoint the public defender's office to
Compared
represent
to the
you.
other dude.
He has a private attorney. Lisa Figueroa.
Oh, you already have an attorney? Then I'll not appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am going to revoke your ROR in case number 20 CF 12, is that a 942?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm revoking your ROR. Your bond in that case will be $1,000. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand? Yeah. Good luck, sir.
In both.
Yes. Please tell me your name.
Jermaine Atkins.
All right, Mr. Atkins. You're here in case number 2013 CF 2012BO. A capias was issued for your arrest for delivery of cannabis more than 20 grams. There is no bond authorized on that capias. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And I'm not sure, can the attorneys please approach? Did you see these emails, Rebecca?
Yes, I forwarded them to your JA. From my understanding, I'm guessing he's supposed to serve time on this case. So,
oh, it's at sentencing. It doesn't say that. So has he been sentenced?
I do not.
Oh, to be imprisoned for a term of 60 months.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Can I say something, ma'am?
You can say anything you want, sir. It's being recorded and can be used against you later.
Okay. What happened was I got arrested with my cousin in 2013, and what happened was they had the ID messed up in the paperwork. When I went to jail in Haines City in Polk County, Florida, my name is Charles Atkins, and my cousin's name is Jermaine Atkins, and they had messed up our paperwork in the system. And I went to prison in 2020 and got out, and Orlando messed me up. They didn't ever come and get me and bring me back. This charge been going on since 2013. I never even signed 50 months, ma'am. I supposed to came and did 10 months in Orlando County Jail, and what happened was when I got out of prison, Orlando, they never come back and get me. So I've been...
Wait, I thought you told me your name was Jermaine.
No, that's what they got on my ID. My real name is Charles Lee Atkins. You could look it up in Polk County. I just came from...
Right, that's what I have too.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not lying, ma'am.
I believe you.
Yes, ma'am. So I was trying to say, for the record, any kind of way could I even get a standard bond or something I can get out and try to fix this? Because this wrong. This charge been going on since 2013.
So this capias was issued by another court. I can't change the capias.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm not going to order him remanded to DOC at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want me to put that on the IA order?
Yes.
Not be remanded to DOC?
Right.
Yes, ma'am, because when I went to Polk County Jail, I've been out ever since 2013, and these charges, this 8 years ago, I don't understand how I'm still being held for a charge that I did not do.
Because the charge is that you failed to appear for a hearing 8 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's been outstanding for 8 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So just because it's 8 years old, you still have to answer for it. It doesn't disappear.
Yes, ma'am.
But what I think we need to do is, it looks like he had regional, Office of the Criminal Conflict and Regional Counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Representing him. I think we need to get in touch with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I want to make sure before we remand you to DOC that it's correct. So I don't want to do that today.
Yes, ma'am, but excuse me, ma'am, can I say?
Yes, sir.
I never signed for 60 months.
Right, the allegation is you were supposed to come to court to be sentenced for a crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't come to court, so the judge sentenced you anyway, even though you weren't there. So you're saying you didn't sign for it. Well, you wouldn't have because you weren't in court.
Okay,
okay, hold on. I don't want you to say anything that incriminates you in any way. I'm not asking you questions. I just want you to understand that's what this is.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
the capias is you didn't come to court, so you wouldn't have known this is what happened.
Yes, ma'am, but if I didn't know, if they had me in Polk County Jail, they brought me from Orlando to Polk County, so how can I appear when they had the paperwork mixed up with another ID that me and my cousin got arrested at the same time for these charges? So when I went to Polk County Jail, then when I got released, they didn't never bring me back here to face that. I tried to turn myself in, they told me I did not have no warrant because they had my name up on another name, so it wasn't clear, it was my fault.
Were you in Polk County Jail? How long were you in Polk County Jail?
For 4 months. And when they let me out of Polk County Jail, I tried to turn myself into it. They told me I didn't have no warrant. The warrant was under Jermaine Atkins instead of Charles Lee Atkins. So that was the state came at, ma'am. So it wasn't never my fault. That's why I'm saying I got cancer right now, and my mama facing, she got leukemia. I was out fixing her up, I had a good job and everything, ma'am. I got cancer right now, stomach cancer. I'm trying to see if any kind of way I have any kind of way to get a bond or standard bond so I can be released, so I can be able to help my mom?
I can't legally change that capias.
Yes.
Another judge signed it and it has no bond.
Yes,
but what I'm going to do is we're going to contact your attorney from back then, and the state, because what I want to do is see if we can get to the bottom of this. I don't know that there's going to be a solution you're going to be happy with, because the answer may be you're going to the Department of Corrections for 5 years. I don't know that can be changed, but you're not going to do that today because I want to make sure that we get this right before we send you to Department of Corrections, okay?
Yes, ma'am, but I understand that, but I don't understand how can I get 5 years and for coming back to court when they had me in Polk County Jail, and then I didn't know, they didn't know where I could have turned myself back in when they had my name mixed up in the computer on another name.
So the sentence isn't because you didn't come to court.
Yes,
the capias is because you didn't come to court. But the sentence is for the crime, delivery of cannabis. Now, hold on, don't say anything.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not asking you to tell me about that delivery of cannabis, okay? I just want you to understand, what happened is you had that criminal charge.
Yes, ma'am.
You were supposed to come to court and be sentenced. The court sentenced you anyway, even though you weren't there.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't change that. This is a different court and I can't change it. So I just want to see if we can get to the bottom of it. But I'm telling you, I don't know that anything can be done, but I want to be sure that it's correct.
Yes,
so before.
But if I can show you my paperwork that I had took.
Hold on, look, squeeze your mask like this on your nose and then it'll quit riding up on your eyes.
Yes, I had took, when I had came in 2013, I had took 10 months. But to turn myself in for 10 months in the county jail. So when I went to Polk County and had the whole, I got out of Polk County Jail and I supposed to came back to court. When I was supposed to came back to court, they had my name on the Jermaine Atkins, and what happened was they didn't never come back and get me. When I checked myself in, they say that I didn't have no warrant. It was the warrant was on a whole other name, so it clearly wasn't my fault, ma'am.
I understand what you're saying. I think that you might have some great things to talk to your attorney about and maybe raise that in front of the judge.
Yes, ma'am.
But because this is a different court, I don't have jurisdiction to change what that judge did. So what I want to do is try to get your attorney and the state attorney back in front of that judge so they can sort it out.
Yes, sir, but any kind of way, ma'am, if I had took a deal for 10 months, how do I get to 5 years and I took a deal for 10 months?
I don't know what, I don't know. It was a different judge who ordered it. So I don't know what that judge was thinking when they did that. I don't know your criminal history. I don't know anything about you. But the best thing I can do for you is get your attorney and the state attorney back in front of that judge before we send you to DOC. So that's what I'm going to try to do, okay?
So, okay, I understand that, but if I took a deal for 10 months and then they give me 5 years, wouldn't that be wrong, ma'am, if I took a deal for 10 months? I took the deal in this county jail, in this county court for 10 months.
I don't know the answer to that. What I have is a capias, and I have a sentencing sheet that says for a term of 60 months. That's all the information I have on your case.
Yes, ma'am.
So I really am trying to do the best thing I can for you.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't know what's the end result may still be that you're going to the Department of Corrections for 5 years. I don't know if I can have any impact on that at all. But I want to make sure that your attorney and the state talk to the judge before we send you to DOC, okay?
Okay, yeah, one more question, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You say I got sentenced for 5 years, but if I took a deal for 10 months and then they gave me 5 years, I mean, that's kind of be like sending me out the guideline when I took a deal for 10 months for possession of marijuana with a tip to sell. They didn't even carry 5 years at the time. They only carried 10 months. And I had the score sheet and the paperwork back at home to my mama, still got my paperwork. And it said 10 months that I took the deal for. So I don't understand how can I get 5 years when I took a deal for 10 months, ma'am?
So the maximum sentence for this charge is 5 years in prison.
Yes, I wouldn't have never took 5 years for a 10
Right,
charge.
but you weren't there, so the judge sentenced you in your absence, which is lawful. The judge can do that. So I don't know. I don't know the answers to your questions. The people who know that would be your attorney and that judge. So I'm going to try to get you back in front of them.
All right, is it going to be for this county jail? This is what I took the deal at this county for 10 months.
I don't know the answer to that. The sentence says 60 months, which would be the Department of Corrections, not Orange County Jail.
Orange County. So I'm still lost, man, because I got arrested in this county, and I took a deal in this county jail for 10 months. So I don't know how the Department of Corrections, because it seems 5 years, and I took a deal in this county jail.
So what happens is if you're charged with a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're sentenced for more than a year anywhere in the state of Florida, you go to the Department of Corrections. You don't stay in the county jail for 5 years. So it may be that your attorney communicated to you that the state's offer was 10 months and you were supposed to come to court and take that deal. Maybe that was the state's offer. And then you would have served 10 months in the county jail. I don't know the answer to that.
I took the 10 months. That's what I'm saying.
But I don't have access to that information is what I believe what you're telling me.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't see that. I'm telling you the only thing I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
So we got to get your attorney and the state back in front of this judge
Yes, ma'am.
to look at it, because I can't change anything. I can't even give you a bond. There's no bond authorized.
It don't even say, it don't even tell you what judge I had or public defender. So that's kind of, I mean.
You had an attorney, you didn't have the public defender, you had the regional conflict counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Jeffrey Stone.
Yes, ma'am. So how can I get in contact with Stone, and how can you get in contact with that judge and let him know that
I'm going to do that.
That'd be kind of wrong for them to give me 5 years, and then I took 10 months. That's
I'm going to get in touch with them.
Yes, ma'am. Because I took 10 months, so like that'll be like kind of sentence me like.
Bravo.
I mean, I took 10 months and then I'm coming back for 5 years. I mean, that's kind of wrong, right, ma'am? For me to take 10 months and then they give me 5 years. And
I don't know enough about the details. So this is the best I can do for you, sir. Okay?
You let me know when I come back to court, then, ma'am. I'm just.
Well, I don't know if you'll come back and see me. So I'm going to call, and we're going to see if we can get your attorney and the state attorney back in front of this judge.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck, sir.
How long will it be before I just got to sit on dead time?
You just have to wait.
Wait?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to keep that one for now because I got to take it back to my chambers. Do you need it first?
As long as you get it back. I'm good.
I just need to take it back to or I need a copy of it in my chamber so I can work on it. Because and the emails, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. Yeah.
Because I gotta know who to get in touch with and how.
Your Honor, I believe it's now in front of,
I can't hear you, what?
I believe it's now in front of Judge Calderon in Division 12.
Judge Calderon?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I will
Saving
get in touch
that
with him
dude's-
this afternoon then.
He's saving that dude's ass right now. Well, he saved his own ass by not shutting up, really.
Please tell me your name, sir.
Troy Austin.
You're here charged with possession of cocaine and trespass on property after warning in 21 CF 3184. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond will be $1,000 on count one, $100 on count two. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
You're also not allowed to return to 222 Mary Street. Oh, wait, is that West Orange Habitat for Humanity?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, you're not allowed to return there, sir. Do you understand? Good luck, sir.
Habitat for Humanity? Habitat for Humanity, is that for
Please tell me your
homeless people
name.
or something?
VJ Barrett.
I'm sorry, what?
VJ Barrett.
You're here in case number 21 CF 3043. A warrant was issued for your arrest for grand theft of a motor vehicle and trespass in a conveyance. Probable cause has already been found. Your bond is $1,000 on count one, $500 on count two. You're not allowed to have contact with any victims. You're not allowed to return to the scene.
Yep.
As to your out on bond case,
Your Honor, I believe that case number is actually incorrect.
It's what?
I believe that case number is incorrect. I think it's 20 CF 7417. I believe they omitted the 7 somehow.
I have 714. Oh, I have 7417. Yeah, that's what I have.
On mine, I just have 417.
I'm inclined to revoke his bond, Counselor. Do you have any argument as to why I should not?
Your Honor, his new charge is a nonviolent offense. From what I'm seeing, all of his, the convictions he has in Florida are nonviolent. Yeah, I don't see any violent offenses unless I'm missing it. That he's been convicted of.
What says the state?
Your Honor, if you are inclined to revoke, we would just ask that you set a new bond. Due to the nature of the charges, as defense counsel already stated, they are nonviolent. So if you are inclined to revoke, we would just ask that you set a new higher bond. Also, in regards to that case, we only filed on the possession of cocaine, not the meth and cocaine.
All right, at this time, I'm going to take no action on your out on bond case. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please tell me your name.
My name is Frankie Belfer.
In case number 21 CF 2934, a warrant was issued for your arrest for failing to update your Florida driver's license as a sexual offender. The bond authorized on that warrant is $2,500. You're required to report as a sex offender within 72 hours of your release and register. Do you understand, sir? Yes, sir.
Ma'am, he's saying I failed to report, but when I came in on Friday, he said it in front of the deputy when he arrested me. When I came in February, that I didn't report. I said, well, how couldn't I? Because see, every 6 months, I report. So when I report in, they was arresting a guy that was there, and they were going through something. So he had to make a mistake because I reported.
That sounds like you have some defenses you might want to raise. I'll appoint the public defender's office. You can talk to them about your defenses, sir, but probable cause has already been found because a judge already issued this warrant. You have a bond, so you're able to bond out, but you must maintain your sex offender reporting requirements while you're out on bond. Do you understand?
What did you say, ma'am?
I said you must maintain your sex offender reporting requirements while you're out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Wesley Brand.
In case 21 CF 3170, you're charged with possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, $100 on count 3. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
As to your out on bond case, 20 CF 14445, you're charged with possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. At this time, I'm revoking that bond. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Dominique Brown.
A warrant was issued for your arrest in case number 21 CF 2611, charging you with sale or delivery of cocaine. Your bond is $7,500. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. As to his out on bond cases, they're both delivery of cocaine.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm revoking your bonds in both of those cases. Good luck, sir.
Charles Gordon, he refused court.
All right, that's 21 CT 709. Counselor, I'm going to appoint your office to represent him.
Will waive.
That's a capias. His bond is $2,000. 21 CF 3165. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent him.
Will waive, Your Honor.
He's charged with 9 counts of possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. There is probable cause. His bond will be $5,000 on count 1, $150 on each of the subsequent counts.
66 or 65.
65.
Your Honor, count 9 is possession of a firearm. In that case?
It is. The others are possession of ammunition.
Yes, Your Honor.
That bond will be $4,000. He's not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. In 21 CF 3167, I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent him.
Will waive, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. His bond is $4,000. He's not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition.
You should have another case, Your Honor.
I have another one? Wait.
Like 2 more things.
Hold on. Yes. Hold on. 5, 6, 7, 6, 6. Okay, so 21 CF 3166 AO.
Charles Gordon is Gordon Charles.
He can hear you.
And he wants to come in now?
Yes.
All right, bring him in. You refused.
No, so he still want to keep his refusal and we take it off.
No, because if he's coming in, we'll see him.
I'll take it off.
Sir, tell me your name.
Charles Gordon.
All right, sir, you're here in 21 CT 709. You failed to appear for arraignment on a charge of operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Ma'am, they had the wrong address on the summons. I just contacted the people that used the address from my ID instead of asking me what my new address was. and I has no control over that. I've been to the court 2 weeks before the summons and changed my address.
Sir, a capias was issued for your arrest by another judge. I can't change that capias. If you think you have defenses to raise, you need to talk to the public defender's office. I've appointed them to represent you. In that case, your bond is $2,000. In case number 21 CF 3165, you're charged with 8 counts of possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, 1 count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. There is probable cause. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you in that as well. You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Do you understand?
Never did.
So you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $150 on counts 2 through 8, and $4,000 on count 9. In case number 21 CF 3167, you're charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you in that case as well.
How I got a possession of firearm? I've been in jail. I haven't seen no affidavit. I have not spoken to anybody.
You'll want to talk to your public defender's office about that. There is probable cause here. I'm appointing them to represent you in this one as well. Your bond is $4,000. In case number 21 CF 3166, hold on one second. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case as well. Can the attorneys approach?
And I got a 1-year-old daughter that I got sole custody of. I told the detective that they sent her over there. They sent somebody over there to get her, bring her to her grandma. Her grandma cannot watch her. Her grandma is 80 years old. I got sole custody of my daughter. I was not at no residence. I've been in jail since this traffic ticket, and now they charging me with a bunch of firearms that I have no idea about, and I do not reside at any of those residences.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, sir, because it's 2 different firearms with ammunition, there is probable cause in this case as well. So your bond will be $5,000 on count 1, $150 on counts 2 through 8, $4,000 on count 9. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you in each of these cases. You'll want to talk to them about any defenses you think you have so they can raise those on your behalf. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Jomika Denson.
You're here in case number 21 CF 3092, charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. A warrant was issued for your arrest. The bond authorized on that is $2,000. You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Well, will the hold be lifted?
I'm sorry?
A hold will be lifted?
I don't know what the hold is for.
No, it won't be lifted. They added a on-view VOP on her.
All right, so it looks like you might already be on probation, and a violation of probation will be coming, so the hold won't be lifted.
And then even though my son stated that was, because my son had got shot on January 27th. So it was like, the SWAT came and hit my house, and my son, once they searched the house, they never found the firearm. So it was me and my son being arrested, and he just got arrested as well, too.
I don't know anything about the facts, ma'am. A warrant was issued for your arrest. Another judge has already found probable cause. So if you think you have a defense, you need to talk to your attorney about it.
Okay.
And Your Honor, what was her bond?
So when would the violation of probation occur?
$2,000 bond.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So when would the violation of probation occur?
I don't know when it'll come. It's up to probation. They're usually pretty quick about it.
They added it on her.
Oh, they did?
We'll be seen
So-
tomorrow.
All right, good luck. Hold on one second. Please tell me your name.
Tara Ebony Dickerson.
In case number 21 CF 3176, you're charged with possession of MDMA. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case, ma'am. Your bond will be $1,000. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. I show that you're out on bond in 3 cases.
This was like a total accident. It's being taken care of. I am being put on probation. I'm gonna get a year probation for all of that. So if you would allow me to get out on this, so I can complete that, I would.
You have a bond on this case, but I'm inclined to revoke your bond in your other cases. I'm going to ask the attorneys if they have any argument as to why the court should not revoke her bond.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at least as to the 20 CF 15123, we haven't filed on it yet. So for that one, I would at least ask you to take no action on. The other 2, the Dwellis, I believe she has a status hearing coming up next month. And then the criminal mischief, she has PTC in May. As to those, I cannot speak to due to her history. However, as to the granted motor vehicle possession of MDMA and the paraphernalia, it's not yet filed on. So I'd ask that you take no action. And if you were inclined to revoke, we'd ask that you set higher bonds in those other cases so she can resolve them all.
She's out on bond for possession of drugs. She gets arrested for possession of drugs.
I understand, Your Honor.
I just ask you, please. It was an accident. It wasn't mine. I'm gonna just ask you just for this opportunity, please, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would just add that she is not a violent offender based on what I see in her history.
She has 4 prior failures to appear, 12 felonies, 19 misdemeanors.
And her last failure to appear was in 2018, Your Honor.
It was when?
It's showing me 2018. I don't know if yours is.
You understand that a condition of bond is that you not commit any new law violations?
Yes, ma'am, I definitely do. I do.
What are the conditions of bond I can place on this defendant to ensure that she won't violate? She's out on bond in 3 cases. She has a lengthy history.
Your Honor, again, you can revoke and increase the bond amounts. That's the only thing that I can recommend. Because it's showing, it looks like on mine, Your Honor, it's showing that on 2 other counts, it's a ROR.
Yeah, I'm revoking those.
Is there any way?
In case number, I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, is there any way for her to do random urinalysis while on bond? Or does she have to be supervised by?
Yes, I can do that. In case number 20 CF
Should I ask for that first?
15123, I'm revoking your
defense
ROR.
factor.
Your bond will be $1,000 on, I think it's count 2.
I can double check, Your Honor.
The other 2, it'll be $100. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances. You're going to be subject to random drug screens while you're out on bond. When do they start those if it's not pretrial release?
I believe it's the same.
So it'll be at least 2 weeks. All right. Random drug screens? Yes. 100. No drugs, random screens. So in case number 20 CF 12175, I'm revoking your ROR. Your bond will be $500 on count 1, $100 on count 2.
That she was on pretrial release for.
Oh, that's the pretrial release?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm revoking that. Your bond will meet, what did I just say? What did I say the bond was?
500 count 1, 100 count 2.
500, 100. And in all of these cases, you'll be
That's so
subject to random
little.
drug screens. You're not allowed to have any contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Are you taking no action as to the Dwellis?
Yes.
And on her case 15123, you said 1,000 on count 1. Count 1 is the grand theft motor vehicle, count 2 is the possession of meth, and count 3 is the possession of drug paraphernalia.
Yes. Count 2 is 1,000. Count 1 and 3 are 100.
Okay.
But I didn't realize count 1 was a felony, so it should be 150. I said 1,000, yeah. B, can we take a recess? Is that okay? All right, court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Is
Yeah, if her defense would have asked
Got it.
for
Excuse-
drug testing first as a way to.
Oh, yeah, I remember saying that.
Excuse me, did she do RUA on her new case as well? Or no?
I don't have it. All I have is
For the
no
out-of-bond
illegal substances
cases?
and no contact with
Okay.
known drug dealers for her new 21 CF 3176 case.
Okay.
But it's still, $60 isn't shit. $600, 10% of that to get out. But you do have to find a way to get that $60 to the bail bonds. But somebody else has to give it to them, usually, right? That can be a pain in the ass. Man, Bitcoin took off.
I guess they're playing in it? What are they playing?
I got my own Bitcoin, dude. It's doing some shit over here.
The Hornets? They're gonna beat them. The Heat just went against him last night. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. John Morant bad. You seen Steph Curry got hurt too?
Nope.
Who, John Morant? Mm-mm.
He was having a tournament. He was on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was the trainer
Mm.
from another team.
Mm-hmm.
They said, hey,
Wow, that's crazy.
get it. We missed
Wow.
What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
didn't know that.
Bro.
He said,
What's up?
Yeah, they did.
We chilling right now.
Oh, he killed it. Yeah. Oh, really? That's crazy. Yeah, he is. Can you imagine in a couple of years?
he keep his weight down.
Yeah, he gonna be something to reckon with.
He be having fun.
No, not him. John Morant.
Yeah, I read that. 'Cause he won.
That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine in a couple of years?
Yeah.
Yeah, he gonna be so sick. No, did you see? What's his name? Not Lonzo Ball, his brother, LaMelo. He's supposed to play LeBron, and he's like, we're like, how do you feel about it when he gets LeBron? He's like, oh, I don't really, I didn't really watch basketball like that or something stupid. And the guy's like, you need to stop. Your whole thing is all about basketball. Yeah, he lied.
You don't want to play LeBron.
No, he don't.
You need
It's gonna be about 4.
Look, drop your pride. You need a chair. I want that day. Sit down in the chair.
That's all I do is stand up.
Hey,
If my mom is telling me to sit down, sometimes I don't need to sit there. You know,
Like, you need to sit.
He made me want some oatmeal.
Oh, no.
You go to sleep.
You like oatmeal? I go. You gotta slow cook it though. Get the thick oats. The thick oats with some chew to them. Mmm. Yeah. I grew up with the Quaker oats. Quaker, apple cinnamon. But the instant, it says quick, but it doesn't have the.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Come on, Judge.
Thank you.
Fuck out here.
All right.
That's what I thought.
Oh, we're back on the record. I guess I didn't turn it off.
What? Whoa.
I didn't hear it. Yes, yes. In all of the drug cases?
On the new case as well? Okay.
Hey.
We gonna see if we can come up with a verdict up in here.
That loud enough. Hold on, let me see.
We gonna see.
Thank you.
China.
Sir, please tell me your name. Sir, tell me your name.
Jimmy Douglas.
In case number 21 CF 316, can you hear me?
Hold on, Your Honor.
Does it help if I do that?
I have hearing aids at home, but they wouldn't let me bring them.
Okay, he's going to give you the hearing device.
Yeah, I was just wondering, well, where the newspaper boy was.
Let's try it now. Can you hear me better?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. In case number 21 CF 3163, you're here charged with 7 counts of possessing material depicting a sexual performance by a child. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I reviewed the probable cause affidavit. There is probable cause in this case. Does the state wish to be heard as to bond?
The state was just asked that you set a reasonable bond given his history. I do believe he just got out of DOC recently. And given the nature of the charges, I just asked for a reasonable bond on all charges.
Does the defense wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, it looks to me like you're on federal probation. I don't know if that's accurate, but you might be on federal probation, so this might violate that probation. I wanted to make you aware. If you're already a registered sex offender, you must maintain sex offender reporting requirements. Your bond will be $50,000 on count 1, $50,000 on count 2, $50,000 on count 3. It's the same, count 4, 5, 6, and 7. You're not allowed to have any unsupervised contact with any minor child under 18 years old. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
Dude, it's all fun and games till it ends up being
tell me your
actual.
name.
Like what?
Michael Doom.
What's that?
In case number 21 CF
I haven't seen this.
3145, you're here charged with fleeing or attempting to elude a law enforcement officer with lights and sirens active, fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement by failing to obey an order to stop, driving while license suspended, your third or subsequent offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Michael Durham. There is probable cause. Your bond will be $15,000 on count 1, $150 on count 2, $150 on count 3. You can't drive without a valid driver's license. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I show that he's out on bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
In case number 20 CF 2029. Possession of a firearm by convicted felon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, tampering with a witness, 2 counts, battery, domestic violence, aggravated assault with a firearm, and tampering with a witness. I'm going to revoke your bond at this time.
Your Honor, we ended up filing on different things, but we did file on 5 charges.
So what are the charges?
Possession of firearm or ammo by a convicted felon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts of tampering with a witness or hindering communication to law enforcement, and a battery DV.
All right, I'm revoking your bond on those counts, sir. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Kim Fields.
In case number 21 CF 3148, you're here charged with aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a deadly weapon, battery on a law enforcement officer, and resisting an officer with violence. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case, sir. Your bond will be $5,000 on count 1, 150 on count 2, 150 on count 3. You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Do you understand?
Well, what was the charge you said?
I'm sorry?
You said I was arrested for what?
Aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a deadly weapon, battery on a law enforcement officer, and resisting an officer with violence.
By any chance, can you get my bond lowered or anything of that nature?
I cannot at this time. I'm not going to at this time, but your attorney can file a motion in front of the trial judge to reduce your bond. Additionally, you're out on bond in 20 MM 4638AO. I'm inclined to revoke your bond, sir. Does the defense have any reason why I should not?
Your Honor, the only thing that I would state to the court is that we do believe there is some mental health issues.
All right, at this time, I'll not revoke your bond on that, sir. Good luck.
Revoke me?
I'm not taking your bond. You still have a bond.
Can you lower the bond for me?
I'm not at this time, but your attorney can file a motion to do that.
5,000?
Yeah, yes, sir. All right, good luck. Actually, hold on. Can I have that back? Oh, no, I'm not. No. Got it again.
Your Honor, can we skip Francis?
Yes, sir.
He's in the restroom.
All right.
Next is Gilbert. He refused court.
All right, this is case number 21 CF 3172. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent him.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
All right, his bond, there is probable cause. His bond is $2,500. He's not allowed to have any contact with the victim or return to the scene, possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition.
Your Honor, he has a second case.
He has a second?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have it.
No, we don't.
I have one case.
Oh,
I mean, he has lots of cases, but I have one case before the court today.
Did you only have the battery 2 prior?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Devontae Francis?
Yes, ma'am.
In case number 21 CF 3146, you're here charged with possession of MDMA, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer without violence. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond will be $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, $100 on count 3. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with known drug dealers. Do you understand? I'm also going to order that you're not allowed to return to the Quick Mart at 520 South Orange Blossom Trail. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. In 2019 CF 16185, a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for a plea hearing on a possession of cocaine charge. There's no bond authorized on that capias. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
It's Harry.
I'm sorry?
It's Harry.
All right, in case number 21 CT 2114, you're here charged with driving while license suspended. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond on that count will be $500. You can't drive without a valid driver's license, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, hold on, you got it, you got several cases. In 20531, you're here for a violation of probation. There's no bond authorized. I'll appoint the public defender's office. Then in 21 CF 3187 AO, you're charged with possession of cocaine.
I didn't have no possession of cocaine.
I understand what.
Cocaine in the van, and they said.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
They found cocaine in the van. I wasn't in the van.
So I understand what you're saying. You might have some defenses to this and you need to talk to your attorney about it. But at this time, there is probable cause for that arrest. I'm not telling you you owned the cocaine or the state can win this at a jury trial. I'm just telling you there's probable cause, okay? But I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond on that will be $1,000. You can't possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in case number 21 CF 3189 AO, you're here charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle. Again, there's probable cause for this. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. You cannot have contact with any co-defendants, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't have any contact with victims, return to the scene, and I think I appointed the public defender. All right, good luck, ma'am.
What was the last bond on the?
500.
Hernandez, he's mental health.
All right, 21 CF 3192. Counselor, I'm going to appoint your office.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
Hold on, there is probable cause in that case. Does the state wish to be heard on bond? It's a possession of cannabis.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't see that he has any history or any prior failures to appear, so at this time, the state would ask for an ROR.
His last conviction was for a DUI last year, but I think that might be the only conviction he has.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in light of the circumstances, what are you asking for?
An ROR.
I'll grant that. He's not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. And I'll order that he has to comply with any any physician recommendations, doctor's orders. Doctor's orders, yeah. Please tell me your name, sir.
Joshua Lee Highfield.
You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest in case number 21 CF 2529 for failure to report and re-register as a sex offender and failure to update your driver's license or identification card as a sex offender. At this time, your bond will be $5,000 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2. You must comply with any reporting requirements that you have while you're out on bond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
In case number 20 CF 11993 AO, you were out on bond for attempted burglary of a conveyance. Has the state filed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
As?
Attempted burglary of a conveyance. Back in December.
I'm inclined to revoke that, Counselor, unless you can give me a compelling reason not to.
Your Honor, I would just add that this shows 0 failures to appear.
None of you are doing it right,
and
dude.
As we know the requirements.
You can only get one.
Are easy
Says
to
you can only
violate
get
in
one,
Florida.
man. Why are you
So
trying to
with
get
the bond
crazy
and the
amount?
fact that he has been compliant with his out on
Crazy,
bond
dude.
case, we would just ask that you take no action.
How crazy, dude. Sucker and succotash.
It looks like it's an ROR as well, Your Honor, so if you're inclined, you could revoke and
Y'all can't
increase
figure it
the
out.
bond amount.
Nobody gets it. Oh, Ted figured it out. He's the only one that gets it.
All right. At this time, I'll take no action in your out on bond case. Good luck, sir.
What does it mean?
Please tell me your name.
Reginald Montree Jackson.
In case number 21 CF 3191AO, you're here charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $1,000. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim or the co-defendant in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
In case number 21 CF 3190, you're charged with driving a license suspended as a habitual offender. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in that case as well. There is probable cause. Your bond will be $1,000. You can't drive without a valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
In case number 21 CF 3188, you're here charged with possession of cocaine. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. You can't possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
As to your out on bond cases, at this time, I'm going to revoke your bonds in all of them. Your attorneys will have to file motions in front of the trial court. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Ron Johnson.
In case number 20 CF 8435, a warrant was issued for your arrest for fleeing or attempting to elude a law enforcement officer and driving while license suspended. Another judge has already found probable cause. Your bond is $10,000 on count 1, $250 on count 2. You can't drive without a valid driver's license. You understand? In case number 20 CF 8431AO, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest for kidnapping, extortion, robbery without a firearm, and vehicle theft. Another judge has already found probable cause. You'll be held on.
Your Honor, we filed other charges on that case.
Oh.
We filed on that in December of 2020. Would you like to?
I don't think I have that information. Yes, what charges did you file?
Count 1 is a kidnapping with intent to inflict harm or terrorize, a life felony. Count 2 is battery, DV, and M1. Count 3 is fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer, an F3. Count 4 is resisting without violence, an M1. And count 5 is driving while license suspended, an M2.
All right, so as to count 1, you'll be held with no bond. Even while you're in custody, you're not allowed to have any contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't call her on the phone. You can't contact her electronically. You can't ask friends or family members to send her a message.
Good. Happen. Bonum bum. Bonum bum bonum. Bonum bum. Bonum bum bonum. Bonum bum. In this court. Bonum bum bonum. In this court. I don't remember what the fuck they say. Hey, welcome to the People's Court. Barnum, bum, barnum, barnum, bum, barnum, bum, bum. Dude, where is it? Nah. Come on, let's get to People's Court. Come on. Theme music, yeah. How close I was. Oh, spot on. Where's that meow part? It's there somewhere, dude. Come on, man. Alright, wait, it's coming up, Wait. It's in there, I remember it. I loved it. Is it that? No. No, man, come on, bro. Let's get in there. People's Court. Let me see if you want to watch it. Dude, they don't make intros like they used to, do they? There it is. Got a whole orchestra in that shit. You know what I mean? You gotta get all these people had to take off. This is their job for like a week, probably making this song. They were like, this guy was like, hey man, I can do this cool shit with the electronic thing. Check this out. Yeah, you dig that shit? We throw that in there too. Yeah, I like it. Guys, this is the drummer. 2 different kinds, 3 different. Man, this song was a masterpiece. There it is. Oh. It's too much. It's too much good. Look at the 4 minutes. It's epic, dude. I can't believe we don't make quality like this nowadays. Like, this is a full-on beautiful song. It's got so much into it. It's just bold, beautiful, almost forever. You can't. I'm sorry.
A tampering with physical evidence. Because when I pull up,
That song's better than some of the shows that are on nowadays.
918.13. Okay, I'm pulling out my statute book.
To alter, destroy, conceal, or remove.
Your Honor, I can speak to this. I also have case law on it.
Just get close to the microphone.
Sorry. Throwing within the presence of law enforcement when it can be easily picked back up is not enough to tamper or destroy law or tamper with evidence. So at this time, I do not believe there's PC as to that charge.
All right.
Because he did throw it in the presence of law enforcement and it was easily reobtained.
Right.
So I do not believe there is PC to that charge.
I didn't think so either when I read that. So I do believe there's probable cause for the possession of heroin charge, but I'm going to ROR you for the tampering, destruction of evidence charge. Your bond on the possession of heroin will be $1,000. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes.
So what say the attorneys as to his 2 out on bond cases? Burglary, criminal mischief, another burglary, petty theft,
Second guessing.
criminal mischief.
It sounds like a man.
I'm going to take no action at this time. Good luck, sir.
Oh, shit.
It was $1,000.
I'm really bad at this.
Yes.
I thought it was a bro. I really did.
Please tell me your name.
Theodore McCarthy.
Hey, man. It was either that or I was going to think it was a transgender.
I'm sorry, tell me your name one more time.
Theodore McCarthy.
Oh, all right. You're here in 20 CF 7435. A capias was issued for your arrest for written threats to kill or do bodily harm and aggravated stalking with a credible threat. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. What says the state as to bond?
Your Honor, he is sitting on an F2 and an F3. And given the nature of the offenses and that it is a victim case, I'll leave it with your discretion. Does that, you said, a reasonable bond?
Does the defense wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
Your bond will be $20,000 on count 1, $20,000 on count 2. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, but can I say something, please?
Yes, you can say anything you want. It's being recorded and can be used against you later.
Ma'am, I've been sitting on this charge since November. November 16th, I was arrested in Hillsborough County, and they just now got me yesterday. Like, is there
Orange County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
So the coronavirus had a major impact in all of the county's abilities to transport inmates back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Because when there were outbreaks of coronavirus, the various facilities couldn't transport.
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand what you're saying. It probably had to do with coronavirus.
Is there any way that you could set a lower bond, please?
Not based on the charges, sir. I'm not inclined to do that. Your attorney can file a motion in front of the trial court, but not at this time.
Okay, can I say something? When I was in Hillsborough County, I filed a writ of habeas corpus myself. The state denied it based on me being there. I then filed a motion to reconsider. Like, I've been trying to get this resolved myself, and nothing's happening. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have an extensive background. I have no felony convictions. Like, I've never been to prison. Like, I'm just tired of sitting.
I understand. You do have a bond now, so that was another thing. The KPS had no bond authorized on it. I've changed that at this time.
Yeah.
So now you do have a bond.
Okay.
Talk to your attorney as soon as you can. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. They can file a bond motion and have a hearing, notice the victim, and the judge can change the bond if they wish.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
Do they also have
Hold on. We might have to bring him back. I might have missed something. Oh, it does. You're right. I'm sorry. One more time. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. I missed something. You're also not allowed to have contact with any member of the victim's family. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Not electronically, no contact at all.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck. Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Frederick Douglass McNeil.
In case number 21CF3181, you're here charged with possession of methamphetamine and possession of cannabis under 20 grams. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
As to your out on bond case, I'm inclined to revoke it, counselor, unless you can give me a reason not to.
Your Honor.
It's another drug case.
He has no failures to appear. He works full-time. It's a nonviolent offense. And I show the last conviction was in 2015.
Yes, sir.
If I can say something, Your Honor.
You can say anything you want, but I want to make sure you understand that what you're saying is being recorded and can be used against you later.
I understand. I just got the job, and I you know, let somebody hold my car. I just made a mistake, and if I can just continue to keep this job so I don't be homeless, or
Where's your job?
I come to court. It's right there at the airport on Boggy Creek. We're doing the new speed world.
How long have you been working there?
I just started 3 weeks ago, and I just got back on my feet a little bit, and I was going to settle the last claim out of court. I mean, but I'll make sure I show up to everything. I just don't want to lose the job and be homeless.
All right, so are you going to be able to post the bond that you have in this case?
Yes, ma'am. It's already posted.
Oh,
I thought I was going to be able to get to work this morning, so
all right. I'll not revoke your bond. Good luck.
thank you.
Don't make me regret it.
You won't, I promise.
Nice.
Please tell me your name.
Darnell Owens.
In case number 21 CF 3174, you're here charged with possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis under 20 grams. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
What says the state and the defense as to his out on bond cases? Grand theft, dealing in stolen property, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, carrying a concealed firearm.
Your Honor, since there are firearm offenses and violent offenses, state would ask that you revoke, and if you're inclined to set new bond.
Ms. George?
Your Honor, we would ask that you revoke and set a new bond. My client, it shows, is employed. He has 0 failures to appear, and the new charges are nonviolent offenses.
Where do you work?
I work at Taylor Farm and I work at McLee Tires.
How long have you worked there?
I worked at Taylor Farm for 2 years and I worked at McLee Tires for like 3 or 4 months. And I got a job interview, I think next week for SGL.
For what?
SGL construction job.
Damn, a black conservative preacher hurt himself. This jumper cables jumped up and electrocuted his fucking face. I'm just gonna show him real fast. Apparently he's on a road to recovery and he's gonna be all right though.
Your Honor, may I talk, please?
You can say anything you want. It's being recorded and can be used against you later.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, I know I messed up, but Your Honor, I promise I won't mess up again, Your Honor.
I don't know if you want to say much else, sir. That can be used against you later. I just want to make sure you understand that.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
Oh, where are they having them? Let me see.
I'm going to take no action in those cases. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Orange County, Florida.
Please tell me your name.
D'Angelo Parsons.
In case number 21 CF 1992, you're here charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. A capias was issued for your arrest. Your bond amounts are $4,000 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case or a co-defendant. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not allowed to possess or consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or controlled substances without a valid prescription. You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
In case number 21 CF 3200, a warrant was issued for your arrest for possession of firearm by a convicted felon, carrying a concealed firearm, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, and driving while license revoked. Your bond is $10,000 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2, $500 on count 3, $1,000 on count 4, $500 on count 5. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're out on bond in case number 21 CF 1992 for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Is that the warrant case?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm asking the state.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not asking you to make any admissions or statements, sir. Sorry. Let me clarify. It's the same charges, counselor. Is that the same case? It is. All right, so no action on that case. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Jose M. Rodriguez Quinones.
In case number 19 CF 9281, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. There is no bond authorized at this time. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
Even while you're in custody, you can't call on the phone, you can't send a message through a friend or family member, no contact at all. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
As it's no bond, are there any other conditions the state would request at this time?
Just also no contact with victim's family or other witnesses.
Trump will return to social media in about 2 to 3 months here with his own platform that he's creating, says Jason Miller. The fuck is that? Who's Jason Miller? Huh? Know him. Who are you, Jason? Mr. Miller. Who is he? Do you know who he is? We said it.
As it's no bond, are there any other conditions the state would request at this time?
What the fuck is
Just also
going
no
on right
contact
now?
with victim's family or other.
Wait,
Wait,
this is the same guy from earlier?
but your neighbors.
Yes.
Another Herbert?
All right. Does he qualify for pretrial release?
Man, that dude's arms are hairy.
Yes, he could.
How?
Does the state object to pretrial release in this case?
Your Honor, since it was a fairly violent offense with a knife, and he was close enough to make contact with the victim, state would object to PTR. And as we don't have victim input here today,
Never.
and since they're neighbors.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Your Honor, I would
5,
just
6.
argue
Only
that
7 people.
it's showing the last conviction was in 1967.
Exclamation raffle space
that
1
If you
to
place him
enter.
on pretrial release, if he violates any of your conditions, he'll be brought right back here before you.
We don't have enough to run it.
Thank you both.
Yeah.
Sir, at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release. I'm going to order that you're not allowed to have any contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand that you're neighbors,
Yes, ma'am.
but if she comes outside, you go back inside.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're the one who can come back to jail if you have any contact with her. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Can I say something, ma'am?
Yes, sir, but before you do, I want to make sure you understand everything you say
This
is
should
being
be good.
recorded and can be used against you later.
Oh, yeah.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
All right.
I was drinking and it's like flew it all. I was drinking.
All right, then I'm going to order, sir, that you're not allowed to possess any alcohol,
That's
and you're going to be subject to random alcohol screens.
going to go.
All right, so when you're on pretrial release, it's sort of like being on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're going to subject you to random urinalysis.
Right.
So if you drink, you're coming right back to jail.
Yep.
You understand?
Good thing, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, given that they're neighbors, I know you can't enforce a no return, but can we do a no return to their house or yard?
Yes. Sir, you can't go to her house for any reason or be in her yard.
I didn't even look over there, ma'am.
Okay, that's the safest.
Yep.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Did you just make it worse for himself?
Please tell me your name.
Shauna Shirey.
In case number 21 CF 3177, you're here charged with possession of synthetic cannabinoids. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Ew.
There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $3,500. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Is there any way, because I just started working, Your Honor. I just started my job and everything for the oil, honey. I just started it. I'm trying to do the right thing, you know.
Where do you work?
They are cleaning service. We're cleaning their places. I'm trying. I've got ripped off all my money twice now for a place. I'm trying my best.
Ma'am, I'm not inclined to ROR you. You have a history.
But I've never missed court or anything, Your Honor. And I do have, a younger daughter at home. I'm not missing.
What says the state?
I've cooperated and everything.
She does not have any other failures to appear. However, she does have a fairly lengthy history here and out of state. Most of it is driving and drug related.
In Delaware, yeah.
Your Honor, she does appear to be employed. It states for 2 months now, and with 0 failures to appear, and it's not a violent offense. We would ask the court to consider that and release her on ROR. If not, Your Honor, just lowering the bond amount.
All right, I'm not going to release you on your own recognizance, but I'll lower the bond amount to $1,000 with the same conditions. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Rufus Thomas.
And you're here in, wait, can you call his attorney? Thomas? We're going to see if we can get your attorney on the phone. In the meantime, what happened to Angelo Talibert?
You bonded.
Bonded, Your Honor.
Okay. What about Charles, Delquan Charles? I had that first and we skipped it.
What's the booking number? 2100.
I'll just give you the whole thing.
No, we didn't get enough people to get a big giveaway though, man. You get 10,000 though. It's a small giveaway this time.
Yeah.
This is Judge Gibson. Can you hear me?
There's only 7 people.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
All right, we're here with the state of Florida versus Rufus Thomas. This is case number 21 CF 2891. Would you like to put your appearance on the record?
My mom met him,
Rhiannon
the singer.
Mr. Thomas.
All right, sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your
Thomas
arrest
is
for
waitress.
conspiracy to sell or deliver heroin. The bond authorized on that warrant is $7,500. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's a warrant, probable cause has already been found in this case. I show that you're out on bond in case number 21 CF 2612AO, charged with sale or delivery of fentanyl. Counselor, I'm inclined to revoke that bond unless you can give me a reason not to.
Yes, Judge, that case has not been filed on.
This is raffle over and over. What is this?
I would ask for you not to revoke that bond. That case is involving the exact same officers
My
in
money
this
I'm
case.
giving away here.
Very similar fact patterns, almost identical in nature. While I understand that the court is looking at a warrant case in the case before Your Honor today, the case that he is alibi on was not a warranted case. And
Counselor, I'm having a really hard time understanding you.
I'm sorry, Judge.
It's the connection is just bad. I'm asking everyone in the courtroom not to make any noise.
Okay, let me just try.
I heard the beginning of it.
If it's any better.
It is right now. Let's see.
Any better?
Yes.
Is it any better at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm just asking the court to take into consideration, while I know the case that's before you is a warranted case, the case that Mr. Thomas is alibi on, bonded out, forcing a judge, I would have argued no PC in that case. It's very similar in nature. I don't believe that the judge looking at would have found PC on that case. The state has not set charges on that case. It's been lingering for a good bit of time at that point. I don't believe the state will pick up charges on that case.
Just
All right.
to be quite honest with the court.
All right, thank you, counselor. At this time, I'll take no action on your out on bond case. Good luck, sir. Thank you,
Your
counselor.
Honor. Thank you, Judge. Have a wonderful day.
You as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, also just for the record, that case came in as a sale and delivery of fentanyl, not a possession of fentanyl.
Tight.
I think it's wrong on the face sheet.
Okay.
Real. $25,000. No, he got all three of them. Holy shit. That doesn't ever happen. Oh, cheat. Watch it. Hey, bro, Will, you need to come through with a $5 donation. Thanks.
Please tell me your name.
I finally watched, Junior.
You made all three of them, dude.
In 21 CF 3168, you're here charged with possession of a controlled substance. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond will be $1,000. You're not allowed to possess or consume illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yeah.
In case number 21 CF 3032, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with robbery. The bond is $3,500. You're not allowed to return to that scene. You're not allowed to possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you in that as well. As to his out on bond case, it's a battery. I'm inclined to revoke. Unless you can give me a reason not to, counselor.
Please don't.
It's a battery charge for which he's out on bond, and he gets arrested for a robbery.
Yes, Your Honor.
So they're both violent.
In the court's discretion.
I'm sorry?
We'll leave it in your discretion, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to revoke your bond at this time. Your attorney will have to file a motion in front of the trial judge. Good luck, sir.
Yeah.
John Trowbridge, his behavior.
All right. It's 20 CF 8186. Counselor Acapius was issued for his arrest with no bond for failing to appear. I'm going to appoint your office to represent him.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
All right. And then in 21 CF 3186, possession of cocaine, indecent exposure, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
All right. I'll appoint your office. There is probable cause. His bond is $1,000, $100, $100, and $100. He's not allowed to return to the scene, possess any illegal substances or consume them, and he's not allowed to have contact with any known drug dealers.
Your Honor, I believe the indecent exposure was also. Never mind, it's a different case. I'm sorry.
The way people get recognition on the ticker.
It's none. Please tell me your name. In case number 21MM1868, you're charged with indecent exposure. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond will be $500. You're not allowed to return to the scene or have any contact with any witnesses or the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
In case number 21 CF 3162, you're charged with possession of methamphetamine and fraudulent use of personal identification information. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $1,000 on count one, $150 on count two. You're not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Ma'am.
As to his out on bond case, it's a burglary of a structure. I'm revoking his bond at this time. Your attorney will have to file a motion in front of the trial judge. Good luck, sir. Those are all done. Please tell me your name.
Delia LeBoy.
You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest in 2014 CF 11913 for violating your probation by changing your residence without first procuring the consent of your probation officer, leaving your county of residence, and failing to pay your court fines. There's no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Do you want to enter a denial, Ms. George?
Yes, we're enter or deny.
It'll be set for a VOP date.
We don't give that one.
We don't?
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Josias Martinez.
In case number 21 CF 2662, a warrant was issued for your arrest for failing to report and re-register as a sexual offender. Your bond will be $10,000. You must maintain your reporting requirements. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there also a VOP?
Yes, Your Honor, they did an on-view VOP.
Is that 2007 CF 9771?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you also have a violation of probation with no bond at this time. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you in both cases. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Luis Saldana, Your Honor.
In case number 19 CF 5369, a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation by failing to live without violating any law, being charged with violation of a domestic violence injunction, and 2 counts, or 2 separate cases of that. There's no bond authorized on that warrant. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Upon Shepherd.
Okay. In case number 21 MM1886, you're charged with trespass on property after warning. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond will be $500. You're not allowed to return to 2200 Americana Boulevard. Do you understand?
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. This step on Shepherd? What case was that?
I only have violations of probation for him.
Yeah, and
that has his name on it. I have a trespass case with his name on it.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can resume, Your Honor.
In case number 20 CF 2907, you have a violation of probation with no bond. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you in that case.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The reason why we did not have that is because he already bonded on that at 4:25 this morning. So he wouldn't need to be IA for that one.
Well,
I'm so sorry.
They gave it to the judge, so the judge read it.
Yes. Nobody told us, so we don't know that.
Sir, it looks like you are a violent felony offender of special concern. And it says there's a 3rd case, which I don't have.
I believe it's the other violation of probation.
I don't have it. Does anyone else have it?
Yeah, I can print it out, Your Honor.
The 2181085.
They're supposed to be giving it to
I don't have it. I had 2 cases.
no on this week. No. They only did it.
21-81085. It's another violation of probation. And there's also no bond authorized on that. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you on that one as well. Good luck. Yes, sir.
Being that I already,
Can you get closer to the microphone?
being that I already bonded out on the trespassing, right? Will I be appointed like a court date for the probation, for the violation of probation?
Yes, you have 2 violations of probation, and you'll get a date for both of those as well as for the trespass. But for the trespass, you're still in custody, so all of those court dates will be dealt with while you're in custody.
Will the time still be counted even though I bonded out? No?
Technically, no, but your attorney will ask the judge to do it, and
Right.
it'll be very compelling for the judge, I imagine.
Okay, do you know how far stretched will the court date be for the violation of probation?
I don't.
No? All right.
That's up to your attorney, the state, and the judge who's handling it.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, good luck. Please tell me your name.
Manuel Siaka.
In case number 2017 CF 12907, you're charged with violating your probation. There's no bond authorized. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. It looks like he's also a violent felony offender of special concern. All right, so is there a second case here? Because I don't have that.
No, Your Honor. He was already seen on that.
All right, good luck, sir.
I don't know why so he's not eating yet.
You
I
want
need to
a
give him a
clock?
cricket, I think.
Bonded.
Fighter.
All right. And what did we figure out about Delquan Charles?
You don't have him on our docket.
I don't have paperwork for him either, Your Honor.
You what?
I don't have paperwork for him either.
I don't know why I have it then. So I'm going to give that back to the clerk. All right, is there any other business before court adjourns for the day?
No,
Your Honor.
The Antichrist.
All right.
Our newest.
Just to be clear on
Oh,
I don't know what to do with it.
I just want to make it clear since nobody knows.
I don't have it. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. That's why I was.
All right. Court's adjourned.
But it's a tampering with physical evidence. Because if I
Put it under your shirt. Walk out, dude. So we're here on Palm Beach, Florida. Just having a good time. It's currently 11:30 at night here. And I just wanted to show you guys a little bit of a different perspective of Florida. I've been in Miami Beach all weekend.
there's a longer one than I made the other
I'm in
one.
Delray, Florida.
You were feeding them or what, man?
Let's go. Gracias, sir. Well, if I'm not worried about it, dude. I'm not worried about it at all. PMA's in the chat. Sean says PMA. It's that positive mental attitude. Everybody throw your PMAs in the chat. We're just going to take a walk down here in Delray, explore some of the city and show you guys what's going on here. It's a beautiful place, you guys. This is like wealthy, manicured, very clean, very high-end, city. This is not your typical strip you see in most cities. This is, something special. There we go. I see you guys throwing it down. So we're up to 96 viewers now.
Make sure you guys share, like, and follow the stream while we're out. Let everybody know we're here in Delray. Jill says, I like Delray. It is. It's pretty nice.
There's a lot to like.
There's a lot to like, I gotta be honest out here. A lot to like. Beautiful weather, beautiful views, beautiful people, freedom, a killer governor. This one right here is the shout outs to Ron DeSantis right here. 42 years old. 42 years old. Young, motivated politician out here, making waves. Didn't cave to the liberal left.
Yep.
He stood up for his own values and his own beliefs as a governor should. He has his own spine. He's out here making calls for himself despite what everybody else has to say. It's for his people. He's governing for his people. And you know what? I got to be honest, I've been in Florida for the last few days, and all I've seen is people here living, loving life, appreciating the fact that they got somebody out there looking out for their livelihood, their businesses.
Oh. This. FBI releases new videos of officers attacked at the U.S. Capitol, asked for help identifying suspects.
On the back staircase, you fell to your knees.
No. What do you have to say, dude? What do you have to say for yourself, news people?
More than 2 months after rioters stormed the Capitol, the FBI with even more video to help identify some of those suspects. Tisha Lewis is here now. She has some of those images. Hey, Tisha.
Hi there, Jim. This new video was released as the FBI continues to track down what they're calling the 10
is that
most
Mexican
violent
dude that was in
offenders. You can see
Huntington
video
Beach
right
on
here.
this?
They have
I'm
not
looking.
been identified, but
Where's
take
he
a
at? Is that
look.
him?
Federal agents
Yeah,
need
she said
more
she-
help
FBI
identifying
wants
these
him. Is that him?
individuals. They say were involved
which one of these
in some of the
motherfuckers is
most
that dude?
violent attacks on officers
What
who
did
were
he do?
protecting
Is that
the
him?
U.S. Capitol back on January 6th.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Many of the 10 clips
That lady
the
yesterday
FBI released
kept-
today are
kept
hard
saying
to
he was
watch.
wanted.
One video shows a man shoving an officer's face
I don't know.
at one of the entrances of the Capitol. Another clip shows a man repeatedly hitting officers with some kind of stick. And a third video shows a man using a tree branch to strike officers that were preventing rioters.
All these videos
from
are on here, by
entering
the way. You want to
building.
watch them?
The FBI says so far 300 people who participated in the riot have been arrested. 65 of them were arrested for assaulting a law enforcement officer. Jim, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, Tisha, thank you.
Send it back over to you, Dosho. All right.
Let's get back to
Oh, dude, of course there's a commercial on every last
for
one.
you. If you owe less than $331,760 on your home and you haven't missed a single mortgage payment in 6 months, you have to check out Congress's mortgage stimulus program
I have no
for
idea
the
what
middle
it's-
class. You will be blown away.
So, here it is. What the hell? They like really. No. They got that dude. And these are some raw videos. I haven't seen this. Yo, that's that dude. But you can't do that, dude. Not allowed to do that. Hey man, hey Seinfeld.
Let's get back to brunching instead of late night munching before we.
Double commercial hype. What in the hell is this, man? They got me watching so many commercials just to see these FBI videos. Does the FBI want this out or not? You know what I mean? Like, couldn't the FBI paid them a little bit extra not to let it make us watch this shit? They don't want them that bad, badly. shit, he's straight jabbing with that thing, dude. Yeah, he was trying to knock teeth out with that thing, dude. You can't do that. Up here before it starts. You're not allowed to do that, dude. What's up, Juan? I hear you out there. Juan, my little neighbor Juan. Juany boy, Juany baby. Alright. Oh, he's the stick hitter. Okay. Oh, he had his mask down. That's where he fucked up. Ooh, he's actually hitting that dude in the arm. Yep. They got him. You can't do that, dude. Not with that black block on. Oh my. This guy. What's he doing? Whoa, this video looks weird. What's he doing? What the fuck did he do? They don't give an explanation of it. They're just like, this guy too. We want him. We fucking want him. But this one.
On the back staircase.
Hey, that was quicker. This guy must not be wanted as much or more. Oh, this guy? They haven't gotten this guy yet? Oh, wow. Dude, I bet a lot of people want this guy arrested. Wow. That's impressive that he's remained at large all this time.
Let's get back to
They got me really doing a lot over here just so I don't have to hear this shit.
Let's get back to brunching instead of late night munching before we can say
mainstream media is AIDS. Mainstream media is AIDS. Alright, dude. Earlier, why are they repeating it? My time over here, mainstream. Come on.
On the back stairs.
2, 3. Go, 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 go. It's a long one. This one must be good. Ooh, that's a good shot of him, dude. Dang. Got them high quality cameras out there in DC. What's daylight too, man? Antifa does most of their dumb shit at night. Way harder to get good footage like that at nighttime. Oh, that's where they stole his shield. And they were punching him in the face. Trying to. I was really punching his face mask, but. Dude, these things being delayed like this by 7 seconds is really pissing me off. Like, I gotta wait for this, and then I gotta mute this or pause it, and then I can go on to the next one. Like, dude, fix your
this
fucking
incredible
shit
tip is just
box.
for you. If you owe less
This
than
is so
300
bad. Oh, dude, you're so done. Your grandkids turn you in a minute, probably. Ooh, damn, he got some fight in him. Holy shit. That dude came up like a wombat. Pissed off wombat. He's coming after everybody. Man. Had the spirit of Rambo in him. First blood.
On the backstage.
In the backstage, come on, give it to it. 2 seconds. Why you stuck it to? Come on, dude, you're wasted.
Let's get back.
How about I wanted the other song? Ooh, using the pepper spray on officers. You're done, son. You're fucking done. They got your outfit. You weren't wearing black bloc. Done. Burgundy got you. 9 seconds. Go. Come on, man. This is 30 seconds. Come on. I'm glitching the shit out. The timers aren't even working correctly. That's 3 seconds, but it's definitely not counting correctly. Come on, man. Shit. What the fuck, man? You're sucks, dude. Alright. Almost over these things, because this. I don't know, it just. Whoa. Okay, my audio's fucked again. Alright. Right, there we go. Yeah, I went down for a while. I don't know, dude. This Fox overloaded the system or something. Streamlabs totally gave me error messages that I don't normally see. I didn't even read all of it. I should have, but I was just like, what the hell? Fox News did it. I just closed it instead of reading it. I should have read it. I don't know what the hell it said. So that was all of them there. I don't know. I didn't see anyone that looked to me. I don't know. Maybe though. Maybe one of those guys was that dude. It was from Oreo Express's stream from yesterday at Huntington Beach. They had some lady on there that kept saying that this dude was wanted by the FBI. She went over to the cops and told, like, ratted him out. Oh, this is live.
Tube. Buy him a drink.
On beach.
Say what up to Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you. Take care.
Sammy Guitarist 3, YouTube.
Sammy Guitarist 3, YouTube, you guys.
God dang it, dude.
Sammy,
Specific. It wasn't supposed to say standard time anymore. I don't know why it saved it as something else.
Patriot.
Pain in the ass, dude.
Much
I
love.
fucking
PMA in the
changed
chat.
that
Go give him some
yesterday.
positive mental attitude. That guy's out here living his best life.
Yeah, bro, sick.
He's obviously a little inebriated.
I saw somebody say something about
but he's
that
out there
earlier.
wailing on
I
his
didn't
guitar.
notice
He
it.
ain't hurt, he ain't
It
hurt
changed
nobody.
back, man.
He killed it at the end, dude. He was good.
That was his last impression.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He killed it. He kind of came off sloppy at the beginning, and then he was like,
Maybe that was the lesson that we were supposed to learn.
yeah,
I wonder why
exactly.
they said that.
That's why I love this. That's why I love it, dude. I've gotten
Hey,
like
we're the standard,
4 or
okay?
5
We're
of
the
those guys
fucking
on my live
standard
stream
of
doing that,
time.
and it's fucking always
In the
great, bro. Like
Pacific.
in Seattle, I caught this guy on the pier.
California.
He broke his string playing me a fucking Death Angel song.
We
and he
are.
was killing it, dude. His vocals were
We're
killing
the
it.
strong
Everything. He
ones
broke
here.
his
We're
string,
the
and he
most
kept going like
powerful
Stevie Ray, bro. He just fucking didn't give a fuck.
state
Listen,
in
when I was like,
America.
I only got 5 strings on the guitar. I was like, no,
So
I'm not
powerful.
familiar with 5-string guitar players out
California
here. for
runs
sure.
this shit.
It was good.
Whoever California votes for president, that's who wins. How about that?
Appreciate you guys all tuning in. We're about to go walk
That's
over
who
here
wins,
towards
though,
the water.
isn't it? Seems
We're
like
gonna give
it.
you a little view of this beautiful canalway
That's
here
who's been winning.
in Delray, Florida.
Wait, did Trump win California last time? I can't remember.
It's kind of cool and lit up.
There's no less restrictive
Areas over there.
Right.
Yeah, I see.
You can see the water.
Yeah, I see. There's no plants and shit.
Somebody in chat remembers for sure. Was there like a
Shout out to
political
everybody, you
Trumper?
guys. I appreciate you.
Primo.
Ron Jen says East Coast, baby. That's right. Shout out to Ginger.
Blue light.
We got the lights in the
No
tunnel.
one knows, man. I thought you guys were more Trumper
Blue
than
light gang.
that.
It's a vibe out here, you guys. Everywhere, and oh my gosh, look at these yachts, bro. Look at
You're
the width of this thing,
75%
dude.
Trumper. I thought you were 100.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Yo, what the fuck? These things are huge, bro.
Not even that big, dude. I don't know. I don't get it. So yacht. I mean,
Oh, really?
people live on them.
That one now,
Yeah, it might
Not
be.
a fucking Titanic though.
I
It's
can
not
Uber
an
up here,
aircraft
though.
carrier.
I have to be in Fort Lauderdale. No, I can Uber up here anyway.
Aircraft carriers. No, that's fucking huge.
I can come up here and we can do that.
That
I'll hit you after I get out of the beach, and if it's a good
fucking
time,
huge.
because I'm going to try and do a little bit earlier of a stream.
That warrants a
'Cause I gotta get out of my
fucking
hotel
and
at
a
11.
huge next to
So I'm going
saying.
to get out of my hotel, check out at 11, and then I'm going to
A
walk
baby
on the
yacht.
beach for like 2 hours or an hour or so, and then I'll come up this way.
Man, that's a boat.
All right, cool. So tomorrow maybe we'll come back here, maybe. We'll
Yes,
see how it
boat.
goes, and then we'll go.
Hey, man.
Okay. You work tomorrow late? Oh, okay. Oh, what? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, look how beautiful it is, you guys. The water is so still. There's no chance you would catch my ass in that water right now, though. Crocodile or some shit.
Very cosmopolitan.
Ron Jane, I'm currently not with Jake. Jake's back at the hotel. He's hanging out. I don't know what he's doing tonight. I'm hanging out with family tonight. We're having some Florida vibes with family. Catching up with my brother. Sharing the stream with him, letting him know what's going on with the streaming community. He's also a conservative out here.
Oh yeah, did you tell him like we went to Mar-a-Lago earlier?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So we did go to Mar-a-Lago earlier. We drove by. We saw some of the mansions over there by Mar-a-Lago. Dude, they live well. Hey. Dude, that... Holy shit, bro. Holy shit.
The leader of 85 million people.
Yes, sir. So, shout out to Donald J. Trump. That's the guy. Did you catch anything tonight? No, not so far. So we got a guy out here
I'm just
fishing.
saying, dude.
You know, they only come out at night. It's usually when they feed, when it's colder. So the water's a little bit cooler in temperature. They'll come out from the deeper areas, and they'll start coming up towards these lower inland areas where
That's
the
on the
water's a
greatest
little
hits
warmer
album. It
and
could
everybody
be.
kind of,
You
all
could
the
make
fish
that.
scurry.
Yeah, let's flip around.
It could be like the hidden track.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? The Bell song? From 2021? Oh my god,
What's up,
I heard
Harry?
about the Bell song.
Okay, can I ask a
That's
question?
it. You get it for free.
Like, what is everybody? How do they feel about, because Donald Trump has been talking about people getting the vaccine?
Oh, okay, good question, good
Get it
question.
for
Can we
free.
ask the chat real quick?
Well,
So what exactly? So let me ask you, what exactly are you pointing to? Did he say? Did he say he referred? He's been
pushing it. He's been telling
what do
people
we
to go
do?
get it.
Well, he did say that like early
How do we
on,
do,
but
dude?
like because when he was president, you're saying after he was president?
Yeah.
So when did you
Did he
hear
say
that?
it while he was like? I always heard him say like if you wanted to.
Yeah, if you
Now
wanted
he's,
to.
like encouraging people like you should go get it.
Well, when did you hear this? What?
A couple days ago.
Did he say it like where?
there's not any protests.
He did a speaking engagement somewhere recently.
Okay, and he told people you should get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does the chat feel about that? That's a good question, you guys, actually. So how do you guys feel about Donald Trump suggesting that you should get the vaccine post-presidential term? Like, what do you guys feel about that? Do you think that it's, I mean, give me the
What kind
details.
of signal does that send?
Yeah, what kind of signal is he sending for people, you know? I mean, it's your choice to get the vaccine, but, you know, to tell people you should, you know, that's encouraging people to do something, and it's like, how do you feel about that? Punkylicious says no vaccine. I bet it's what killed my father. Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. I really am, Punky. Ray is saying, I won't take it. Ron Jen's saying, nope, not gonna, but your choice. Lisa's saying, no vaccine for me.
Billy, ring my
The question is
bill.
not, are you going to take the
Ring
vaccine
my
or
bill,
not? The
Bob
question is,
says he
how do you
wants-
feel about Trump promoting the vaccine? Is that something that Right. Do you think that he's enabling the forced kind of vaccination by encouraging it? Or are you?
I really wish you
do you
wouldn't talk
think
about IBG streamers
do you
in
think
here.
maybe he should
I don't
have
really
reserved those kind of
want
comments and
anything to
stuff
do
so
with
that
the
if you want to take it,
community,
you can take
honestly.
it? I don't know. It's an interesting debate. Honestly, you won't catch me taking a vaccine. Conspiracy or not, I'm a healthy young individual. I don't have any likelihood of dying from COVID.
How many dislikes?
you know, if I
how
was
many?
a high
How many
risk-
likes does he have, and how many dislikes does he
I
have?
don't know if
Out
I
of
would even consider
curiosity.
that. I would just take precautions. I don't know. That's a good question.
I hate watchers.
Well, Sky Roberts says Tom Swiftly says Trump will respect your right to choose, but
People love
when
it.
he's encouraging it, I mean, come
I
on.
have another
I
question.
love it.
Okay.
Is Elon Musk a white hat or a black hat?
Okay, here's a good question. Is Elon Musk a white hat or is he a black hat when it comes to his
You don't
role
really know?
in the technological world? Is he going to be the white hat hacker?
You're watching it, but you don't know how many
Or is he
likes or
gonna be the
dislikes.
black
Yeah,
hat
you
hacker?
couldn't
Like,
check
let me
it.
know. Is he doing it for good? Is he doing it for bad?
Talking about
Is he
it.
trying to enslave us? Or
Is he a
gonna give
part
us
of the
keys?
Oh my goodness.
And give us the keys to the car.
Yeah, is he going to give us the keys in the car, or is he going to enslave us and put us under the rule? Middle, Maddie Adams saying white, Soy Free saying white hat, Ron Jen saying white hat. Yep, I would tend to agree, man. Elon Musk is looking out for the people's best interest. Just with his Twitter and the way he's going on about the cryptocurrency and Doge thing.
Who might
shows
be?
me he's about decentralization. He's about splitting up the centralization of either government, business, all of it. You know, technology, resources.
Chicken Eddie
He's all
fanboy.
about the people having control. Ooh, we're going to the marina here. This is fire.
Oh, it was earlier.
Yes, sir. Look at these boats, bro.
Chicken Eddie fanboy.
Imagine owning one of those little spots and being like, "That's my boat."
You know, you just go down and you hang out on it.
It's crazy, dude.
Just look at the water.
Punky says, I gotta look up these hat colors.
Oh.
Get with the
Basically, get with the lingo, Punky, all right? It's either
Boom.
white hat or black hat. You got to figure
Who
it out.
got me to
That's all I'm
100,
saying.
huh?
Let's do this.
Take care of, I don't get it. I mean, 100. Why?
Yeah, this is nice. This is cool.
How did
They
you
got
do
the
that?
E-charging stations? What the fuck?
How
Like,
did
come
you
over
do
with
that,
an E-boat.
dude?
When are they gonna have a Tesla boat?
They were talking about a Tesla plane.
Oh, really? That would be kind of wild.
I'm a celebrity
Well, I
now.
don't know. He's going to Mars. He's doing Neuralink or whatever.
I might want one of those tickets.
How did you do it,
To
though,
Mars?
dude?
You might want to be the one. Hey, I was thinking, hey, if Elon Musk needs
Your
to
people didn't never say
volunteer-
anything. What's wrong with
hey,
them?
You've been to the natural, or the
They never
NASA
said your
neutral buoyancy
name,
thing,
Wolf.
right?
Yeah.
See, you got some experience, bro.
Yeah.
How'd
You
you
got
do
some
it?
training. I was gonna say you got training.
You
bro.
like one?
You, and
I've seen you before. I've seen you on
the
Twitch.
environmental experience you have outside of just normal environment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I actually just saw you yesterday. I was restreaming you for a second. Wondering where you found that dude at. That streams with you. I actually was like, where the hell do you find this guy at that's willing to stream with him? Yep, that was yesterday. Lane Adrene in the building. But thank you nonetheless.
All right, you guys.
Wolf
So we're gonna walk over here.
Wolf
how
B,
beautiful
anybody
this
is wondering
dock is,
who
man.
this guy is.
They're all empty though.
He is
Maybe is it
this
like
guy.
gay mooring or what?
He's the guy who was animated yesterday, and
Looks
he
like
had
you
a
can come up here
second
and get
dude
water
talking
and
on the
power
side. It was interesting.
Maybe
I've never
rent this
seen
dock
that
space,
before.
dude. Come up to Delray with your little mini yacht.
It gave for good dialect, though.
Exactly. Yeah, look at this, dude. Who stays over there, bro?
It's much better being able to at least. I guess even the second
But I'm
person's
saying,
a
it's
fake
not-
person.
it's
It's
not-
better
it's
to be able to
nice.
see both people.
Oh yeah, way nice. I like how it was with the colors too.
Me
Than
too.
have just the
palm
voice there.
trees,
I always found that weird.
You know what? I feel a little Spanish vibes out of that.
Yeah.
Spain.
Yeah, and like
Wolf, did Wolf actually just say that and leave?
With like the layers of the
Yeah.
depth of the
Oh,
house
wow.
going deeper. You know what I mean? With like the lighting out. Like I get a lot of that from Spain when I was there. I don't know why.
Supposed to stay so that I could
Dude, Barcelona is
conversation. So
so
lonely.
sick, bro. The art there is, and the architecture.
Yeah.
It's like you could feast on that shit for fucking life,
they
dude.
just like gave them launched the cart on the whole city. Like do whatever you want,
I'm
anywhere
saying
you want to do it.
Barcelona
there's
has-
like to get permits to do all that stuff now. It just
Oh my goodness, dude.
bureaucratic red tape.
It's literally the most, like as far as like culturally like inclusive city as far as like
Bro,
art and like
he left
culture.
us.
Like rich.
So fucking rich, dude.
I thought they, like,
Yeah,
we
me and
had
Jesse
started a
left
relationship.
So much, dude. Dude, we had the most amazing time, dude. I'm telling you, dude.
I remember you going there, but I'd forgotten it.
I went there for like, I don't remember how many days
just
we were there.
broke up with me
11
that
and
quickly.
12, 14? Dude, it was so fucking sick.
I didn't have a chance.
This is so nice out there, dude.
Okay, cool. Because it's actually kind of.
It's great, dude. It feels great right now, dude.
It's
It is so nice out. Look at this yard, dude.
Yard.
This is like a fucking
Yard.
sanctuary.
Hey.
They got lights on each one of their trees and shit. That's when you know you got a lot of time on your hands. When you're like, oh, can we get the lights on the trees so we can make our whole yard
Yard.
lit up?
What the hell? Hey, this guy's still live.
Crazy.
Did you stop by here for a second with his stream on me?
Remote controlled ones that are battery powered, and I use them for like taking photos. And
Oh, the EL lights and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't like me talking about his guy.
I got like rope ones,
Yeah.
glowing balls.
Seriously. Yeah, lighting is the tech, bro. If you have some good lighting and a decent camera, it's over.
Just like having it at my house, like all the time. I just like walk in and I just hit the remote and then like
I got like 12 LED panel matrix.
Oh yeah.
Fucking RGB color fucking grid for putting above a matrix above your head and stuff.
The Matrix. So, I could eat some more mushrooms.
So ballin', dude. So nice out.
I don't know, it's kind of early.
It's the other side of that.
Oh Oh, yep.
Like that one, it's all different colors and it just keeps changing segments for all the different colors.
Okay.
Man, what the hell, Bitcoin? You're actually gonna keep going up now, huh? Asshole.
Okay.
Should have went in. I should have went in again, and I didn't.
Okay.
Man, I keep doing
What's
that.
everybody's thoughts on Ron?
And I was too high to fucking want to go in.
Linwood?
Yeah.
Don't live $1,000.
Well, I think a lot of people think Linwood's kind of fucking bogus.
Crazy?
Yeah, I think they think most people think Linwood's a little bit off a rocker. Taking advantage of the situation.
Trying to get some exposure.
Well, not only that, but making a lot of money. I don't know, like there was a lot of corruption exposed, and like they definitely try to put the axe to the grindstone, you know what I mean, when it came to like making sure that it didn't go away, like letting people know about election fraud. But I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about that situation. Obviously, I was watching it
because he's just kind of off in his own. Because he's kind of apparently he's like a legal. Like,
sorry, yeah, Linwood and also what's her name?
Sidney Powell.
Sidney Powell, yeah, both of them. Yeah, Linwood, I felt he's
kind of out there, but
I think he held it down, like as far as like trying to get Trump to
keep pursuing it.
Yeah, exactly, because he had so many people around him telling him like, yo.
Well, and I remember him like advocating for people to not show up and vote in Georgia.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Yeah, that was a little weird. But I get it.
He was telling people vote Democratic ticket too, to prove a point. Yeah, I think so.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah, I remember I think they were saying like don't vote or maybe vote Democratic or something like that. I can't remember what they're saying to like prove a point that. But it was like, hey, what?
No, you're not proving a point.
You're helping the situation at that point.
No, that you're out yourself, that you're a Democrat.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I can smell it.
There was a lot of snakes, bro. There was too many people trying to eat off that table during an opportunistic moment.
Yeah, well, that was like always the thing like that I was wondering, because when he was talking about starting a new party, he was like, do you try to purge all of that? Like, how do you flush all that out? Like, how do you even know?
Yeah, and then, like, even if you flush it out, what are you going to do? Start over? And, like, who are you going to trust? And,
so do you just start fresh?
Yeah, I don't know.
So now he's like, he said that he's going to stay.
Well, that's what happens that's what happened when you get the establishment against you, bro. In my opinion.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, dude, exactly when you're behind the table and you got fucking people pressuring you from all sides and whatnot.
Like literally trying to take your life all the time too?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're just the target of targets.
It doesn't matter what president is in office, Biden, Trump, it's always going to be that way too. That's what people got to realize too.
Well, like Joe Rogan was talking like, that's a good point. Like, does one person or that small really need that much power, you know?
No, yeah, I know, I agree.
Conservatively, like, things always happen.
Well, it's bigger than Trump. It should be bigger than Trump, you know? It shouldn't be just dedicated to one person. Yeah, it should be bigger values than that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why when he lost, I think a lot of conservatives were like, we move on, you know? They were upset for like,
there was way too
up until the 20th.
Way too quick. I was like, whoa, get back here.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
election fraud to talk.
No, it's true. And that's why I think you see this kind of lull in the movement right now. There's a lot of people are kind of like trying to figure out how to regroup in a little bit. You know, they kind of were like, well, we're going to kind of go on the defensive, kind of go quiet, but I think now both sides are like realizing, I mean, Antifa and the left, they realize they don't like Joe Biden. They don't like, That's why I asked you earlier, do you think that the left thinks that Joe Biden is a fascist, authoritarian dictator?
Like,
did they only reserve that?
Question to your audience.
Yep.
Because like, up until recently, I haven't checked it like real recent, but like Antifa.com goes to like Joe Biden's
it does.
Page at the White House.
Yep.
So, like, do you bite the hand that feeds you? Like, he's funny.
Well, they were using it to get Trump out of office, but they never cared about Biden ever. They make it apparent. Yeah, well, BLM helped that. That's why we're at that point where like they did everything they could to get Trump out of office. It was strictly about him. Now they got some guy in office because they didn't really think about who they were going to replace him with because they didn't have like, I don't know, they didn't have a ton of options. But an establishment candidate that would replace Trump, and it's like,
I don't understand how they couldn't have had something. Like
They did.
specific reasons why.
They did. They had Tulsi Gabbard.
That's what I'm saying. Like the people that they went with just don't make sense. There's got to be some,
Because they're so establishment, man. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Like they're so establishment.
compromised.
They're so compromised. Like Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and all that whole situation,
Right.
dude.
Yeah.
And even now to this day, like they're talking about. Did I not see that the FBI lost the Hunter Biden laptop?
No, I didn't see that.
I thought I saw that.
But I'm sure that
You know.
duplicates of all that.
Oh yeah, backed up somewhere. Yeah, but as far as like
that guy from that repair shop keeps coming out.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he wasn't dumb.
No.
He's a computer repair guy.
Yeah, well, he's a computer repair guy, and his dad was somebody.
Give him back.
I can't recall off the top of my
Right,
head.
oh, thanks, man. Bob D.
Cool looking building.
Yeah.
25,000. Go down, Bob.
And
Dang.
5th and Delray. We got the whole IPIC building here.
Growing on the side of the building.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. You got this nice little scape of plants. Oh, man, it must be fucking fun to manicure and
This
deal with.
isn't Miami though. It's West. It's
Yeah,
Palm
just
Beach.
scale down. Yeah, take some clippers and just make it
Beach right
fun.
now. So sorry for the confusion.
Or just start the lawnmower and hang it off the side off like some rope.
Yeah, just straight go at it.
There's everybody.
Want to say thank you to everybody tuning in. Still got over 100 people tuning in the stream. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you guys hit the follow button, the like button, subscribe button. Again, we're in Delray, Florida, exploring some of the sites and whatnot. Just tuning in with you guys, showing you a little bit of what's happening here in Florida. But here, let me give you the backpack real quick. Hold this for a second. 1 second, guys. Got it. Take that. I'll be right back.
This building's dope. I don't have the cell phone, so I don't know what's going on in the chat, but I thought I'd just show you the side of this building and see if I could induce a seizure.
Okay, something happened.
Yeah. There you go. That's way better. Now you talk.
Something
to him.
What's up,
happened.
you guys? Welcome to the stream. I'm Primetime Patriot. We're here in Delray, Florida. We are hanging out, checking out the sights and sounds.
We
Hope
just
you
trying
guys
to
have
make a
enjoyed the
video.
stream so far. But we're just walking. We're probably gonna walk out to the car and get out of here.
Yeah, cool.
So hope you guys have enjoyed everything that's going on tonight.
But they can do the director.
We need a lieutenant out here. We need a lieutenant out here. We need a lieutenant out here. This is why we don't fuck with y'all right here. We need a lieutenant out here. We need a lieutenant out here. We need a lieutenant out here. So none of you officers. They gonna get him down there. They gonna get him down there and beat the shit out of us. I gotta answer a question. They gonna get him down there and beat him. When I'm asking, they gonna get him. We need a lieutenant down here now. Did she Yeah, you know she did. This an open investigation. Hey, take a picture of all of them. Take a picture of all of the faces. Every last one of them. get him in there. Say, we know y'all fucking crook, and you a black man, and you doing that? And you a black man, you doing that? Yeah, because they racist. They racist. They racist. Lieutenant got requested to the scene. Thank you. Yeah. It went to mess with the camera. We turned around and I told him about that.
So there's a man outside of the Louisville Police Department here on 5th and Liberty, 6th and Liberty. And he had some words to say to the people inside the jail there. And then I got it on video, but that first part wasn't live. I'll upload the video in the comments so you can see what was going on. But he was complaining that they had mishandled him, they had done him wrong, maced him in the face, beat him up, roughed him up too bad, and he wanted to come back and air his grievances vocally, which he did. And then only moments later did the police come out, the corrections come out and put him in handcuffs and take him in the jail, as you just saw. This is right here by the exit lobby. Tyrone Duncan.
It's like I use restroom.
Speech indeed. As you heard, that was Chris Williams yelling, "You're gonna lock him up for speaking, you're gonna lock him up for yelling." Freedom of speech. I don't know specifically what all is going on. I don't know why he was arrested right there. I don't know what charges could have been. I don't know that gentleman. But yeah, that just took place out here. We were yelling "Free Bruce" with signs. Bruce is still in, yes. I don't know the guy who was just taken in, although I do know his name, because he voiced it quite clearly several times. He was airing his grievances, speaking, yelling outside of the police station here on 6th and Liberty, and they put him in handcuffs and took him in. Corrections did. LNDC.
Should I write?
Sit again.
Can they help that man?
I don't know. Who?
Who was just arrested?
Oh, can they help him? Oh, them. I assume. Bruce was scooped 2 days ago.
What was his name?
Tyrone Duncan. That's what he said.
Oh, Tyrone. Tyrone, like this?
I assumed Tyrone, but I'm not sure.
It's just wild. So I be telling y'all, like we definitely requested for a lieutenant or sergeant to come on the scene. By law, they have to bring them out. Y'all not saying for y'all like to be in there. As soon as next one we turn our cameras off, they run up 10 deep, run out of that 10 deep and grab him as soon as we walk across.
Hey, we need a lieutenant out here now. We need a lieutenant out here now.
Busted out here, we need him out here now. We'll beat on these fucking doors for y'all. Y'all lame as hell. I know a lot of y'all breaking the law. Y'all breaking the law. Hello. Can you get somebody out here? Thank you.
Why they should arrest him?
But look,
obviously for nothing.
They didn't arrest him when he slammed the door. What else was they going to arrest him for? But they should have did that on the spot. Not when we walk back across the street and turn our cameras off.
That was interesting. As soon as we turned around, take 5 steps away, and then they come out and swarm. That was interesting. The timing was just, I don't know, something about it. Anyway, I'm going to shut this Facebook Live off, and I'm going to upload the video before this live in the comments on this post. But yeah, I'll upload it in just a few seconds. Stay live.
I'm vegetable, dude. Oh, vegetable. This video, dude. Here, did he do it? There is right here.
You saw me, bitch. Yes, she's a bitch. She saw me with mace. Damn you. You don't want to make that. Hey, come take a picture of this bitch. This bitch right here. And this shiny half me so horny. Fuck y'all. Yeah, you better get inside. You know what? Cause you going to court. You ain't amazing. How many times I'm dump this right over Hey, did you spray him? Proceed, know that mean? Represent my city. Get that bitch on left and see me. Who used me? So many times. You suck me. Who used me? See, then? Who used me? Who used me? What's that high? Who used me? What's that high? Who used me? Yeah.
Oh.
Go to court. No court meeting. I've been in prison 10 minutes. Oh, don't lie. I'm gonna get your whore.
Oh, no. You can't do that. They do let Antifa get away with the same shit though up in Portland, but this isn't Portland. This is Kentucky. Kentucky doesn't have legal weed like Portland. Well, Portland has legal heroin, so you can act a little different out there. You can't do that. Is this dude missing a peck? A peck? Is one of his pecs is missing? Holy shit! Hey, breast.
You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy.
That was a whole lot of subs, thanks. And what else we got? Kent Taylor's dead. The founder and CEO of Texas Roadhouse. Damn, 65. He took his own life? What? After suffering from symptoms related to COVID-19, including severe tinnitus. So it's ringing in the ears. What? Wow, this got weird. I wonder if he was upside down because of coronavirus too, though. It says experts say coronavirus can exacerbate tinnitus problems. Tell me his shit was ringing so bad he was just like, I can't do it. Taylor recent committed to funding a clinical study to help military members suffering with tinnitus. Damn, what the hell? It must have gotten crazy loud, like constant. Taylor opened the first Texas Roadhouse restaurant in 1993 in Clarksville, Indiana, coming up with the idea of a cocktail napkin. What is that? The little bitty napkin that comes underneath the glass? He came up with that idea. He invented the cocktail napkin? That's like way bigger than Texas Roadhouse. There's no cocktail napkin wiki in honor. Oh my gosh. Oh well. Never know. Baby born with COVID-19 antibodies after mom received vaccine. Brian James is hurt. Rent on the rise in Nevada. Is this Zimmerman? Famous kid. My kid's been. All the good stuff, man. Hey. Neurochondria, what's that? Nerve and brain health. Man jumped off roof with baby. Man, heavy police presence on South Avenue. Man jumped off roof with baby. Well, Wow. Well, dude, the infant survived? 1-year-old's condition improving following father's fatal jump.
Stir. It's a new way to watch TV.
Sure.
Moving after. Also tonight, Rochester police say a 1-year-old's condition is improving after his father jumped from the top of the South Avenue parking garage while holding him. The father died at the scene Friday night. The child's mother made the call to 911 earlier, telling police her husband was suffering from a psychotic breakdown. The family had just arrived in Rochester to visit family. And a road in Parenton is closed after an SUV struck a utility.
Jeez. Like, what the hell, dude? You're gonna kill yourself? What? Like, what is that? You. Border migrant camp grows south of San Diego. Man, they got them tents packed in there. They're ready to take our border, man. We're gonna take it. The siege of the American border by the Mexican migrants, 2021. But I mean, what are they thinking, really? I don't get it. How are they? Are they actually getting over? Are they slipping through? I mean, that one did. They got plowed into, and that kid was like, "I hope I get to stay here." The one that was in the hospital was like, "I hope you guys let me stay. That'd be sweet." You know, since I got all messed up. Consolation prize. Let me stay in your country. What is that? Liquid flash, bro. That's cool looking. Better than paint. A new yard man. Don't have to do that, you know. Bummer. They found her, but they found her remains. Dude, that's just fucking crazy. That really is crazy to me that people kidnap little kids and kill them. To me, that seems like some fake shit that happens in movies only. Still, to me, like, oh, dude, like, who the fuck is doing that? Who? So weird, dude. Somebody's like, oh man, that's what I'm gonna do with my time. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna try to. That's what I want to do. Yeah. I mean, it's weird enough that they want to do that, but the fact that there's all these repercussions if they get caught doing it and they want to do it is like blows my mind, dude. And this person got away with it, and they probably see this shit on like Facebook or whatever, and they're like, yeah, oh shit, they found her. Oh, and they get some kind of like adrenaline spike out of that moment or something, and they like it. You know what I mean? They like the fact that all this is happening around it or something. I don't know, or was it? I don't know. Maybe it was just some creepy perv dude that like the little girl was like, oh my god, I'm telling my mom. He's like, oh no, and he like freaks out or something. You know, it's like they didn't actually plan it, so then they don't get like a 3rd-degree murder or whatever. They just get a 1st degree or whatever, a 3rd degree, not a 1st degree, because they were actually just in the spur of the moment. There's like so much craziness goes into like it could be so many. They still don't know. They have no idea. Probably this girl just ended up missing. 182. There's so many too. What the? Come on, dude. Heavily wooded area. Been dead for more than a month before remains were discovered. They've been able to exclude 61 individuals from being the child whose remains were recovered. So there are at least 61 other missing children in the area. I'm feeling like in the area, dude. Like in Oregon, maybe. Oregon State has at least 61 other missing kids. That's concerning, dude. Like, we have that many fucking sickos kidnapping people, kidnapping little kids, man. That they're like, dude, I gotta look into this. How many fucking kids there are? Wait, what did they say about this one first? She was just 6.5 and 10, around 3 feet. Oh, I thought it said how they found the body. Okay, so if Los Angeles has a missing kids site, I mean, probably a lot of them aren't actually. They're like runaways and shit, right? What the hell, dude? Why is it so limited? I can't look at like a big list. You can only look at this many at a time. They don't want to overwhelm me or what? Okay. We got back. How many can I put on the page? I want more on the page. No, that's it. Oh, you can categorize them. This is interesting. Ethnicity, gender, category, abduction, runaway, detained at large. Detained at large? What does that mean? Oh, like, they were arrested and then they detained at large. It's little kids. What does that mean? Maybe the adult is at large and their kid is with them. That's probably it. So, abduction. I don't fucking know what all that shit. That's fucking too much, dude. I don't know the legality of that. Hey, she talking around? No. Like, I want to help kids not be lost, but I don't know how that works. There's a shit ton of them. As they fly down. Cops wake up sleeping unarmed man and murder him as he tries to drive away. What? U.S. military drone washed ashore Friday on beach at Ocean Ridge Hammock Park in Ocean Ridge, Florida. Dude, man, that's cool looking. Imagine if you would have like been able to show up early in the morning and get that bad boy in the back of your truck. Do you think you get in trouble for that? It probably doesn't say on there that you have to turn it in, does it? Like if you would have been quick on it, that's some crazy ass technology. That's probably $500,000 drone or something. I mean, does finders keepers apply here because that would look sweet in my backyard, right? Dude. Yeah, man. Whoa, 102-year-old man killed in violent attack at California home. Was found dead in his garage hours after a similar attack in which the victim only suffered minor cuts. He came to the U.S. from Iran. World War II veteran. Lost another World War II veteran. How many of those left? I almost got some whiskey today, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it, did I? Brain. Yeah. I'll wrap over you. Oh man, have you ever seen this? A mouse was put at the top of a jar filled with grains. He was so happy to find so much food around him that no longer he felt the need to run around searching for food, and now he could happily live his life. After a few days of enjoying the grains, he reached the bottom of the jar. Now he was trapped and he couldn't get out of it. He now has to solely depend upon someone to put grains in the same jar for him to survive. He also may not get the grain of his choice, and he cannot choose either. Deep, man. Bro. We should have knocked that shit over, you know what I'm saying? Disrupt the system. I don't know. What else do you do? The mouse, he's not. Poor little guy. Give him a break. Give him the grain he likes. Ooh, North County grow site. Where's that at? San Diego illegal grow site. So they're still busting people in weed-friendly places. City of Phoenix to impound cars involved in street racing. California's been doing that for a while. A fake plastic surgeon accused of botching nose job arrested mid-procedure. On someone else? That'd be pretty jacked up, wouldn't it? Unless the other person was getting screwed over. Oh, we got a video. Breaking news, breaking news. We have content for 1 minute. I did it. I found content for a second. Stoked on it. I can't wait to see it.
Have my word on it. Any.
You want a ring? You want a ring, dude? Those are beautiful, aren't they? Beautiful, dude.
Just south of Shable.
His voice is beautiful. Everything. Look at this guy's. Look at this guy's shirt. It's so nice and shiny. Look at how white that is. Blue. I like the blue.
These are the brief moments leading up to a violent attack against a fast food manager.
When officers arrived at the scene, they found the shift manager leaning against the counter with multiple stab wounds.
The manager at this Jack in the Box restaurant off of 45 South in League City was rushed to the hospital and is expected to recover. Police say it started when the manager asked this man, James Henry Schultz, to put a mask on or use the drive-thru.
The male belligerently refused and said they did not want to serve him because he was homeless and began yelling that he would be contacting his attorney as he was filming with the cell phone.
In this video, you can see the manager holding up the restaurant's written policies as he escorts Schultz to the door.
The suspect walked towards the door as if to leave. The manager turned his back, and the suspect ran up behind him, tackled him, and stabbed him multiple times.
As Schultz remains on the run tonight, neighbors here say they're shocked.
That's pretty extreme.
Put it on, eventually we can take them off and go back to normal life, I hope so. But no need to kill somebody or injure somebody over it.
There's no reason to let it get to that point. You can go, you can refuse to do business at those locations or whatever it is you choose to do, but there's no reason to result to aggressive behavior like this.
Police believe the suspect used a pocket knife in the attack, a weapon they believe he may still have. In League City, Shelley Childers, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
It's hard to buy a knife somewhere. He could still have a knife? Oh, whoa. No, we better think about that first. I was just assume this motherfucker's got a gun on him now. I mean, I'd be thinking, he looks like he's got a gun. Look at the beard. He's probably got a gun in the beard. What else does he have that thing for? That's a gun holster. I've seen that before. Derringer fits right there under the chin. 2-shot. Look at him pull that batch on him. You can see it right there. See it? Yeah, you can barely see it. What? Oh, this dude's dead. This Dick Hoyt. That was his son right there in the wheelchair. At 80. Damn, man, he died? This guy was a marathon runner. What did he die from? I'm actually in shock that my dad's still alive. This guy was a marathon runner. Where is it at? What happened? We're gonna find out. Because if it was cardio, that's just crazy. Come on. His death announced. Oh, come on. Come on. Why are you making this so fucking hard, dude, to find out how the guy died? Why? Heart failure. Really? Congestive heart failure. What? Dude, you were a marathon runner. You ran like 10 marathons, triathlons, and all kinds of shit. Man, now I don't know. I just don't get it now. I don't get it. What are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to keep from getting heart problems if running marathons all your life doesn't do it? You know, I bet he thought he was going to live to be like 100 from running marathons all the time. Pushing a wheelchair while he's doing it. Arm on his side and all kinds of shit, but no. Yeah. Like, wasn't he seeing doctors? Maybe he was taking drugs. Maybe he was taking enhancing, like performance enhancing drugs. It was fucking his heart. Because people that take those that may hurt their heart. Mr. Beast. Burgers. Hey, whatever happened to that Mr. Beast game that was going on last night that everybody had their finger on their phones? People still doing that?
We're gonna make it like a blue. 3? Are you guys serious? Are you guys serious or no?
There's only 4 people
No
left.
way it's dropping like that quick. Wait, let me go to Twitter actually. I don't see anything. Is it actually at 3?
As a brother, I can't really answer that. That doesn't really. The thought doesn't really.
Gosh. I actually should have just made my title live finger on the app, Mr. Beast or some shit. And there are a bunch of nonsense channels. Like, what the fuck does this need to ever exist for? The top 50 YouTube live count, sub count. Does it exist? Yeah, it does. Well, I mean, who gives a fuck who the top 50 YouTubers are ever? Why do you need to keep track of it like it's a cryptocurrency board or something? Oh, I'm putting my money on Mr. Beast coming up now. Are they going to start voting on, like, betting on this one day? Oh man, I think Mr. Beast is going to be 7th by October. I got $100 on it. That's the only thing I can think of. People doing weird. People bet on weird shit, man. Maybe. Betaholics. Betaholics, dude. I get it figured out yet. Alien do it. Driving around. Yo. What they're talking about? Nothing. The Everett Tweakers are doing something over there. Sound though. Need the sound.
Look, I saw society break down in the LA riots. I was in Los Angeles with the army for 3 weeks, and I also saw what happened in Kosovo. And I know history. None of this is a surprise.
Tell us about how the LA riots kicked off and what was going on, and why were you down there?
Well, I had gotten out of the army, and I had sold all my guns back in Germany. And I was in
Sounds like a mistake.
Well, in retrospect, I was living in Pasadena, and I went and joined the Cal National Guard, an infantry unit in Inglewood, which is it's a much nicer place than it was back in 1992. And the verdict came down from Simi Valley, where they acquitted the police officers.
That was so Rodney King gets beaten. Cops get off.
Yeah, and trouble started, and I'm watching the news, and I'm new to the unit. I call up, hey, are we getting mobilized? No, of course we're not getting mobilized. I go, oh, okay. I knew enough about the Army to pack, but I didn't have a gun. So I'm like, damn. Okay, so I pack. Like an hour later, yeah, we're mobilized and get down here. So I got to drive into South Central. Okay, no gun. And I have a Chevy Beretta. Not a Beretta pistol, Beretta car. And I drive up to this LAPD roadblock. The guy's got a Remington 870 shotgun. He comes up to me and goes, what the hell are you doing here? I go, I got to go to my Army unit. He goes, what, you got a gun? I said, no. He said, you still want to go in there? I said, not really, but I don't have a choice. He goes, drive real fast. Stuff's burning.
Wow.
So boom, I drive in, and most of my guys were from South Central, and they were all packed. The Army, in its finite wisdom,
they had a bunch of guns, right?
They had their own.
Were they like, here you go, buddy?
Well, believe me, I saw more guns there than I'd ever seen in my life. All the military ammo had been centralized at one location because it's easier to count that way. A little hard to distribute, but everybody had guns, and we went out on the street very soon thereafter. And 3 weeks, and it was very ugly. And I was in the battalion commander's vehicle, and we drove around, and it was an ugly scene. But there was no law and order. I mean, all the things we take for granted were just completely gone. Things were burning. People were scared. You had the Koreans on the roofs with their rifles. They knew how to regulate.
Now we're hearing, because there's this like rise in hate crimes against Asians. Asians are getting armed like crazy.
Good.
Right now.
I support every American owning firearms.
That's the legend of the roof Koreans.
The rooftop Koreans.
Yeah, in the LA riots. Did you see any of that stuff?
I don't remember. I don't think I was in Koreatown.
Right. I lived in Koreatown briefly. It's crazy.
Okay.
Crazy to imagine these. Like I would go for frozen yogurt. I couldn't imagine someone shooting from the roof.
Remember, all these guys were rock soldiers, right? They're Republic of Korea. Everybody in Korea does a tour in the military.
Right. Yep.
So they're tough dudes. I mean, they're a real military. They don't play games.
Have you seen these photos? The dude's got a cigarette and he's holding the rifle on the rooftop. These guys.
He had a Me-14 and a cigarette. He's just smiling, and it's like and they all had military training, and they did not play.
Nope.
And people were like, okay, maybe we don't try and knock off this liquor store. Frankly, I think every American. Look, if you are a adult, healthy American citizen who is inclined to do it, because I understand there are people who have moral issues about weapons and violence. I don't in that way. I'm not a pacifist. But if you do, I give you a pass. But I think everybody else needs to have firearms and sufficient training to be able to defend themselves, their family, their community, and their constitution.
Yeah.
This is. I also think everybody ought to know basic medical stuff. How do you stop the bleeding? How do you do CPR? How do you do a Heimlich maneuver?
Oh, yeah.
I think. Look, as citizens, we don't even. We seem to think everything can be outsourced.
Bro, we have become jelly donuts. We used to. Does the average person know how to do CPR? Does the average person know how to tend to a bleed, tie a tourniquet?
No.
Any kind of basic survival, medical, fighting in any capacity. Like, I watch these videos of people getting into fights, and I'm like, what is he doing? Like, they're just like cartoon versions of fighting because people don't know the basics of defense of anything.
Yeah, and this is not about being aggressive and going out and causing trouble. This is being able to do your duty as a citizen to have order and safety in society. If you go to a car wreck, I carry a ready bag in my car, right? So I got stuff. I got tourniquet. I got the blood, the bleeding stop gauze stuff. Some Israeli packet. I mean, if I have to do something, look, I'm not an EMT, but if you've got a sucking chest wound, I'll probably be able to keep you alive till the EMTs get you there.
Do you know why you should carry around a first aid kit? Sometimes it rains. We know it rains.
Yes.
Sometimes this rain causes car crashes.
Yes.
It actually rains quite a bit.
Yes.
It actually causes quite a bit of car crashes.
Yes.
You never know when it's going to be you, your friend, or someone you stumble upon. And, I look at these disasters we've seen just with the weather in Texas.
Yep.
And I'm wondering how many of these people just had no idea because we are so soft.
Yes.
That everything's taken care of for us. We have nothing to worry about anymore. Have you seen the movie WALL-E? The little robot cleaning up the earth, right? And the big fat humans are in those floating chairs doing nothing, and they're confused. The guy thinks the book is called Manuel. It says manual. He can barely even read. It's idiocracy, man. We are weakening ourselves to the point where we will regret it because we are in a golden age, or we're coming out of one.
Yes.
Where everything was comfortable and we're wealthy and it's just energy everywhere, super cheap. We have the summation of human knowledge in our pockets. We argue with strangers and look at cats on a moment's notice. And for this, we have distracted ourselves to the point where a fire could start in our homes, which is fairly common, and then people will freak out, spin in circles, confused as to what to do. Or my favorite, one more thing. In the Ferguson riots. I'm in the Ferguson riots and I hear gunshots. The first thing I do, hit the deck. I look to my right, my camera guy, all ran on the ground, and I'm like, good man. And then I saw that video from CNN where the woman is live, and they're asking what's going on. You hear gunshots, and she goes, oh. And she's just wiggling her arms in the air like she has no idea what's. I'm like, lady, get behind a building. What are you doing? And then she runs into a gangway between two buildings. And I'm like, it is remarkable they send these people out on the streets. I've watched so many journalists hear gunshots go off and go, those gunshots? And everyone's on the ground, and I'm like, bro, at least you can say when in Rome, right? If you watch people hit the ground after a bang goes off, and you're not doing that, maybe there's something you need to understand about what these people in the community understand.
Well, if they probably know a little better, and I like the way that you mentioned Rome, because you see any parallels, and it's not a perfect parallel, but the Romans were the height of civilization, and when they were great. In the early, Republic period, in the early Empire, it was regular citizens who went out and made up their army. It was affluent citizens. You actually had a property qualification to become a soldier. You were invested in it, and you would go out and you would leave your farm and you would be gone for 10 years campaigning against, Hannibal or whoever, and there was greatness, and then that stopped, and they started saying, well, maybe Flavius, why should I go? We'll just get Hans from across the Rhine. He'll come. We'll pay him a few ducats, and he'll do our fighting for us. And pretty soon there was Germanic empires.
Yep. And then when the conflict actually comes, instead of being like Spartans, like King Leonidas, killing the messenger and kicking him into the pit, they became the flailing CNN journalists going, oh, they're coming. They have spears. What do we do?
And almost quite literally when Attila came, they sent like a Roman priest out with a bunch of gold to talk him out of it, which he managed to do, strangely enough.
Well, so talking about the LA riots, like think about the people there who just took. Think about when everything broke down, who the people were who just went and took whatever they wanted. Those people understood survival, and when there was no rule of law, they said, I don't care, it's me or you. So they're going to go out and do whatever they want.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I think if you look at a city like Los Angeles, imagine the Chinese take down our water system and our logistics system. Suddenly, the water pumps stop. The sewage system stops because they go in and they wreck the computer code, and the logistics system stops, so you're getting no food. 10-12 million people with nothing to drink and nothing to eat.
And you know what they're going to do?
Oh my God, they're going to eat each other.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean literally.
They will be drinking each other's blood in 3-4 days.
It's.
People don't get this, man. New York, 2.5 million people on Manhattan Island.
What?
If the water shuts down and it's shut down before, there was a power outage when Sandy hit and things were very, very disastrous. It was scary. It wasn't as bad. It was only a couple of weeks, but I remember lines out the door of the bodegas, and they had two big guys with like baseball bats standing in front of the buildings, in front of these bodegas, because there was no electricity. It was all cash exchange.
Yep.
Everything that was perishable perished. And so you had lukewarm water and Gatorades and things like that. You could buy the dry goods you could buy or the canned goods. But imagine if it was sustained for longer than that.
Things would get very scary very quickly. I still tend to keep my cars fueled.
Yeah.
I mean, if it starts getting halfway to empty, I'm like, I just did yesterday.
But it's just, I remember the wildfires in California, which we've had numerous stories of this.
I commanded 2 battalions during the 2007 ones.
What happens if you live in these areas and your car is on, an eighth of a tank and a fire breaks out?
Yeah, you die.
You die. That's why you keep your car fueled. That's why you keep your electric car charged if you have an electric car.
And I mean, this stuff isn't super hard. It's just not internalized, because we've never had to worry about these problems. But the problems will come to you eventually. And I think that's
they're
why,
coming, bro.
I think that's why the COVID thing is people's Woodstock. I think they are excited about it. I mean, look, they don't want 500,000 people to die. But it's kind of, there's a little risk, not much. I mean, if you're healthy, you're 99.5% going to survive.
Life's boring.
Something's happening. It's exciting. I've got to wear a mask. I remember going into Trader Joe's, and my beautiful wife was with me, and we're looking around at people taking stuff off the shelves. They're not going crazy, but they're loading up, and the shelves were getting empty. And it was a little scary. I wasn't like terrified, but it was like, okay,
intense.
I'm intense. Other people, but people were excited about it, and they were actually behaving very well, and there were a lot of good humor. But it's something different. It's something new. I feel more alive. When I was in the riots, when I was in the war, even though I was so far in the rear after FedEx bullets to hit me, I literally ran a heavily armed car wash. So I'm not trying to come along as Pete Buttigieg or Dick Blumenthal or any of the war heroes. But when you're in a situation like that, when you're part of this kind of massive event that's historical and there's this little element of danger in it, it's exciting.
Yep.
And you remember it, and I'm not going to call it fun, but God, I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
That's what drives a lot of journalism. You know, the reason I wanted to travel around covering these stories was to experience these major historical moments.
Yeah.
And I always tell people, look, I've been skateboarding my whole life. I'm an adrenaline junkie. I used to jump off buildings when I was like 16. So you tell me I can go into a conflict zone and it's meaningful work that's important to a lot of people, and you can share their story and tell the world what's happening, and you're running full speed. You're like, it's intense. It makes you feel like what you're doing matters.
Yes.
It gives you a feeling of risk or danger. So you get a reward, you know, mental reward after you've made it through these things. And many of them, I didn't go into war. I wasn't in anything like you were. You know, you said you were in the car wash. Well, I was in civil unrest and civil conflict. Granted, a revolution here and there and some pretty dangerous neighborhoods. I was in the favelas in Brazil. I had some Turkish anarchists hold up a Molotov cocktail to my face, threaten me, but not in anything where it was like enemy factions who would kidnap and murder me. It was mostly like I'd get beat up and thrown out or whatever. But it's exhilarating.
Yeah, and I think people need something like that. I think they seek it. I think they want it. I think there are a lot of people who don't want this to end because it also excuses a lot of things. If you're one of those depressos, I'm not staying at home because I can't force myself to go out and socialize. I'm staying at home because I've got to save lives.
It's an excuse.
It's an excuse, and it empowers them. And and you hear these people, and all it is talking about the vaccines. Okay, I had COVID. I caught it working for the president in Nevada, it was like a bad cold, not a bad cold, an okay cold.
In terms of the severity of it.
In terms of the severity. Now, there are other people who died from it, and it could hurt people. And, of course, as soon as you get it, right, as soon as I got COVID. Oh, I had this friend whose friend was a 21-year-old triathlete, and he got it, and 2 days later, he spontaneously combusted.
So I'll clarify just for the YouTube people who are listening. You're talking about how it felt, not the death rate. And I'll clarify because they just deleted one of Crowder's videos for this. The death rate is substantially worse than a cold or the flu.
Oh, no.
But they deleted Crowder's
show. My experience of it was, no, people die from this thing. There's 500,000 people, according to statistics, have died from it. It is a real thing. It is also, if you're in good health, you're probably going to make it.
99.95% for people under 70.
Yeah.
And then when you factor in 70-year-olds, it's 97.5% survival.
Yeah.
So that is...
so it's something.
It is something. It's definitely worse than the flu.
Yes.
Primarily impacting seniors and people with comorbidities.
Yes.
But man, do they love to censor anybody the moment they step out of line on this one.
I'm just telling you I'm just telling you my personal experience with it. But I think a lot of people.
You were mentioning the vaccines, getting the vaccine.
Yeah. I mean, people talking about the vaccine all the time. Okay, and I've been told, even though I had it, I should go get the vaccine. So people, the
problem is that Fauci has been telling people it doesn't matter, and that seems to me to be super wrong-headed. Yeah.
If you actually want people to take the vaccine, because it doesn't make any sense. It's either effective or it isn't. What I've seen says it's effective. So why is he down?
I mean, Trump thinks it's effective, but Fauci is telling people that, we don't know, so you just might as well stay home, lock your door, and...
He could do a better job.
I want to talk about the political conflict, because you mentioned that, we're basically talking about people are not prepared for when things break down.
Yes.
If chaos erupted, you were in the LA riots. I mean, you were in war. I've seen my fair share of riots. I'll tell you this.
Well, look, I was so far in the back, I had to watch flashes on the horizon.
That's more than most people have ever seen.
The last thing I want to do is come across as Mr. Macho Combat Guy. Again, I ran a decontamination platoon. We did a very good job. I was not a hero. I didn't get shot at. I didn't shoot it.
Thanks for checking out this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast. If you want to see the full show, come back to this channel, youtube.com/TimcastIRL, Monday through Friday at 8 p.m., where you can leave comments and super chat, and we actually will read your comments on the show. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe.
Yeah. What was that one? This dude.
For. It's just a meme now representing people who respect. back? Would they support you as
a battling hierarchy?
The story was, in the U.S., I see all of these activists, all these
too, and it just kind of essentially.
Like, are there like woke people at Google who like spy on the show?
I've seen it ain't working, and I've decided it's time to change course. There are a few of us. The people who still want to go on with the fantasy that if we
no telling
a legitimate review, it was fake.
Oh.
Ground, and I'm like, bro, at least you can say when in Rome, right?
Wait, no, this is good. Okay,
I think if you look at a city like Los Angeles,
or outage when Sandy hit and things were. They're coming, bro.
I think that's why the COVID thing is people's Woodstock. I think they are. This to end.
Under 70.
Yeah.
And then when you she's telling people that, oh, we don't know, so you just might as well stay home, lock your door, and
he could do a better job.
I want to talk about riots. I mean, you were in war. I've seen my fair share of more than most people have ever seen.
The last thing I want to do is come across as Mr. Macho Comeback Guy. Again, I ran a decontamination platoon. We did a very good job. I was not a...
But we'll go through this quickly because I want to... So we have this story from CNN.
We must have caught up.
I'm thinking it's effective, but Fauci is telling people that, oh, we don't know, so you just might as well stay home, lock your door, and...
he could do a better job.
I want to talk about the political conflict, because you mentioned that, we're basically talking about people are not prepared for when things break down.
Yes.
If chaos erupted, you were in the LA riots. I mean, you were in war. I've seen my fair share of riots. I'll tell you this.
Well, look, I was so far in the back, I had to watch flashes on the horizon.
That's more than most people have ever seen.
I remember saying that.
The last thing I want to do is come across as Mr. Macho Comeback Guy. Again, I ran a decontamination platoon. We did a very good job. I was not a hero. I didn't get shot at. I didn't shoot anybody.
Well, there you go. But I want to get into the stuff that's going on with the Democrats. So we have a couple stories I want to highlight, and we'll go through this quickly because I want to highlight the political turmoil, not necessarily the Democrats or the Republicans, just the instability. So we have this story from CNN. House Democrats weigh ejecting GOP winner of contested Iowa race, dismissing comparisons to Trump's effort to overturn the election. Quite literally, this is a Republican who won. The state certified she won.
No, we did not continue with the thunder.
Last night, I think it was, because I don't care about the Grammys. I don't watch the Grammys, and I don't think anybody here did watch the Grammys. Anybody? No. Nobody watched the Grammys. No. Nobody watched the Grammys. Nobody cared to watch the Grammys. But there was something interesting. That's either a sign of the expansion of the extremism that we see in the mainstream corporate media, or it's a sign that they're becoming so utterly desperate that they're willing to cling onto any narrative that they think will make them money. Because this rapper performed a song where he actually depicted riots, and they did a very propagandized version of the Rayshard Brooks incident. And then activist Tamika Mallory, who's considered to be particularly controversial, notably when the New York Times called her out for anti-Semitism, came out and gave a speech, essentially, where she said, we don't need allies, we need accomplices, which could be seen as like advocating for crime and calling for people to do more. And it's kind of crazy that a mainstream program, the Grammys, would do something like this. But I guess the ratings are in the trash, so probably nobody really wants to watch, and they were hoping that people like me would call them out to generate some kind of buzz for their failing program, which is a part of the conversation as well. So we have a lot to talk about in this culture war space. We also have now Teen Vogue, right? They tried to hire this editor-in-chief lady, and employees at Teen Vogue tried to cancel this new hire. So they ended up losing a 7-figure ad deal, backfiring, canceling themselves. And we're going to talk about this because we have one of the best people to actually talk about music and comedy, as well as what may be viewed as offensive performances and things like that. We are joined today by Rucka Ali. Do you speak up a little bit? I couldn't hear you.
Hey, it's good to be here, man.
You might want to take off the mask.
All right. What's up, man?
You want to pull the microphone up to your mouth now.
There you go.
How's that? Nice.
It sounds good.
Yeah.
So, Rucka, you said that you're a rapper, a musician, and a self-described black activist?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But you mean like an activist for Black Lives Matter or like, you know, black issues, or were you just screwing with me?
No, I was telling you the truth.
So do you want to introduce yourself for the show?
Hey, everybody. Nice to see you. Good evening. My name is Rucka Ali, the last black man on the internet. And you might be asking, what the F are you doing here? I'll tell you. I'm here to ask Tim Pool some questions about the cat.
Oh, snap.
In the hat, that is.
Oh, the Dr. Seuss thing.
Dr.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Seuss, big fan.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. So you were very concerned about that story about the cat in the hat.
In the hat.
Yeah, but that book was fine, so we don't have much to worry about in that front.
I think people want to hear your opinion about it. You know, anything you might have to say on it.
All right. I see where this is going. But no, for real. Outside of that, you want to actually get into your politics and your philosophy because you're actually a pretty serious guy.
Yeah, we'll get in. We can get into anything. Yeah, let's do it.
Because Biden wants to raise taxes.
Mother. Okay, now we're not supposed to swear. I saw that look on your face.
Family show.
Listen, you know, there's a lot of anti-corporate sentiment I'm seeing around the world right now. A lot of people saying they're suspicious of anyone who is making money and cares about their money. But you should see the look on Tim's face just now when I was about to demonetize this whole thing with some curse words.
How dare you?
Oh, what's the matter? Need your little money? What happened to free speech or die?
Yeah, we're about that. But I mean, we're not staunch libertarians here on the show.
Oh, you're only libertarian until it's time to protect your monetization status.
Absolutely, yes, of course. And then I think we should have a bunch of armed guards. You know, I'm kidding. No, I think
that's usually how it ends up.
I think there's actually a good philosophical conversation about the limits of free speech. You know.
I think there's a lot of good conversations we've got ahead of us tonight. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after
We're not
this.
going anywhere.
Oh, we're not
after Ian's introduction.
What up, everybody? Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks, guys. Good to see you, buddy. You can follow me at IanCrossan.net, but let's get it going.
Hey, let me be honest with you. I just met you. Something about you bothers me. You look like one of these musicians, you know.
You were right.
Who goes out, you play the gig, and that's cool. But then we catch you out back of the venue after the show. You've had a few drinks, and you're a little loose with the language. You're dropping like a few gamer words here and there.
No.
Gamer words?
No gamer words.
Getting a little handsy with the ladies without written consent.
I'm like Keanu Reeves, man.
That describes Ian perfectly.
1 inch off the back.
You've read him like a book.
I'm good with stereotypes.
Get loud.
I don't know. The stereotype I get from Ian is like DMT hippie.
Where's the DMT?
Not here. It's illegal. We don't commit crimes. We're very much in favor of law and authority on this show.
Have you smoked DMT before?
I don't think so.
I'm mostly kidding, by the way. But it is illegal.
Love it.
This is a family-friendly show.
Your body's making it, though. It's in your muscles and your brain.
Hey, man, it grows in the ground. Why can't I smoke it with my infant, bro?
That's
it's
right.
natural. What do you hate, God?
That's right.
You showed me a little tour of your house. I've seen some hidden rooms that I don't even think the previous owners knew about.
That's right.
And the first thought I had when I saw those rooms is like back when marijuana was illegal, this would be where.
Prohibition. Like Chicago. I'm from Chicago. See, I know what's up.
You get it. You know where to grow that.
But I actually have friends in Chicago. You can actually find buildings that are old, like, I'll put it this way. I used to hang out at this house where the bathroom window made no sense because when you opened it, it was a brick wall. But then if you reached your hand along the wall, you would find there was an opening to your left, and they would transfer like little bits of beer, like jugs and stuff, back and forth. So it was the weirdest thing to have a building with a window to a brick wall. But it was like kind of obvious when you thought about it. I guess during Prohibition, people were a lot stupider, so the cops were like, "This window seems perfectly normal, even though it looks at a brick wall. No problem here." And that's how they talked back then.
Yeah.
You know? So that's like how the cops were. I don't know why people think that. Did they really talk that way back then?
Of course they used to talk that way back then. What do you think? You weren't there.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what you're trying to get at, but I don't like it. Let me tell you, sit down and hear what I have to say. See?
Harry Truman's a great example.
Did he talk like that?
Yeah, listen to some Harry Truman.
Yeah.
I heard that it was actually the recording technology we had back then cut off like the mid-ranges, so you hear a higher pitched version.
Teddy Roosevelt.
But they did talk like this, you know.
Someday they're going to see like footage of President Trump and they're going to think this is just the average guy in 21st
You're right.
century
Oh my
America.
gosh.
All right. Well, we also have Sour Patch Lich.
I am here in the corner. I'm pushing buttons. We're going to laugh a lot tonight. I think we're going to have a great time.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, head over to timcast.com and become a member to get exclusive members-only segments and help support the show because I think Rucka's going to try and get us banned. I'm only half kidding.
I don't have to try.
Oh, God.
Can we get a 3-4 person go? Oh!
snapping.
Wow.
There you go.
Imagine.
Turn your mic off.
Oh, you know what I can do?
No.
How about this? You super chat or I end this whole
Oh,
thing.
snap. He's going to end it.
He's got his finger over the computer.
I want you all super chatting very nice things about me, or I will not hesitate to turn this thing off.
Don't do it.
We will be spending the remainder of the show reading super chats and nothing more, or we will get complete silence.
All right. This is why you got to join timcast.com because we got troublemakers on the show sometimes. You know, they're just they want to turn the computer off. But at timcast.com, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and let's check out the story real quick. So this is from BuzzFeed. They say Lil Baby's powerful Grammy performance that referenced George Floyd gave me chills. He deserves an award just for that performance. They say, my God, he just did the damn thing.
Bullshit.
Amazing. So he's like wearing this fake bulletproof vest. And they show this mock incident of Rayshard Brooks. Now, for those that don't remember, Rayshard Brooks was the guy who was driving drunk, and he was in the Wendy's drive-thru when he passed out drunk. Because he wouldn't move, someone called the cops, may have been the restaurant. When the police showed up, they were like, out of the vehicle, you've had too much to drink. When they tried to arrest him, he actually fought the cops, punched one of the cops in the face. There's multiple camera angles of the security footage, body cams, and then actually grabbed the taser and hit one of the cops with it, knocking him to the ground. The cop hit his head, got a concussion. When he ran for it, the other cop gave chase. Rayshard Brooks turned and then fired the second cartridge from the taser. And that's when the cop drew his weapon and shot the guy twice, and it killed him. We saw a lot of media propaganda. They put out this fake clip, this fake still from the incident where they tried claiming the cop kicked the guy when he was down, kicked Brooks when he's down. It didn't happen. But now what we're seeing at the Grammys, of all things, is they're doing this reenactment where in the reenactment, it's like the guy just peacefully gets on the ground and like puts his hands up. And it is not at all what you see in the actual body camera footage. For those that don't actually know the story, they would see this and they would believe the activist narrative as opposed to the actual truth. And this is one of the biggest problems we have right now, I think, in the country, is that a lot of people, they get their information secondhand. They get it distilled by people with political motives and agendas. And that's true of this show, and it's true of the Grammys. Granted, I think we're a bit more discerning and a bit more honest on this show. And there are many other political commentators who will be more honest, but for the most part, when it filters through people with agendas, you get lies and misrepresentations. But the bigger thing about this was that they brought out Tamika Mallory. The reason that's interesting is because she's been accused of pushing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. This was by the New York Times. And it made everybody really question the Women's March, of which she was one of the principal organizers. And I think there was a big controversy. Like, some groups broke up, some pulled out. A bunch of activists were like, we don't want to be involved in this because she's got questionable associations. In this a speech or whatever, she said, we don't need allies, we need accomplices. And the crazy thing is, when they're doing this depiction of riots as kind of a good thing, and they're having this activists come out and say these things, I think it's actually fairly worrying. So I guess the bigger question, though, is the political ramifications of this and whether or not we should actually even care about the Grammys, both because it's trash and the ratings are trash and no one cares about the Grammys, or more importantly, because should we get all hot and bothered by offensive performances, because we don't like it? So, Rucka, considering you do these videos, you clearly have no issue, what's the right word, being a troublemaker, I guess. I'm curious actually what you think about, this kind of stuff. I don't know if you've been following this, but I know you're a bit philosophical, right?
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts on what's been going on this past year and like the Grammys, for instance?
I mean, it used to be like, 95% music and 5%, let's take this opportunity to remember that, like, killing unarmed civilians, and calling them gamer word with your arm, with your boot on their neck in their dying moments is not the way to progress forward as a nation. Now it's like 110% statements and like 1% music, and people are gonna say, oh, that's way more percentage points than logic permits. So I'm gonna pass it along to the smart looking guy here to explain that one.
Ian, I think accomplice is a legal term for meaning that you're there for the crime. So I mean, that's like a legal term. It's a weird word to use at the Grammys when you're talking about street violence.
Definitely. Yeah. When you're talking about people burning down a Wendy's that had nothing to do with anything. But I guess they were mad the Wendy's employees called the police because there was a drunk driver blocking their driveway. And so then decided to burn the Wendy's down? Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. But I think they've got premises that most people unfortunately have. So, like, do you ever hear people saying like, we gotta stop big tech. You know, we gotta stop letting big tech treat us this way. So they're taking all these
25
separate
hours,
companies,
20,
grouping
no,
them
regular,
as though they're a monolith,
annoying
and wanting to
self-command height.
basically either punish them or hamper them
Congratulations.
collectively. So why
Do
shouldn't
that.
all stores
I
around
do
the
this
neighborhood
one.
get punished
Very
collectively
well.
if
I
people
mean-
are upset at the police? This is not a stretch. This is not a reach. I think I'm making a point. You're not going to hear anywhere but the Timcast podcast. Please go to timcast.org.
There's a big difference between a fast food restaurant that called the cops and big tech companies that actually have meetings together and are proven to actually collude with each other to remove political dissent. So, like, there's not a concerted effort among Wendy's, McDonald's, and Burger King to frame black individuals who fall asleep in their driveways. It was just some employee who was like, yo, there's some guy, like, sleeping in the driveway. Can you help us? And then when he fought the cops, he ended up losing his life, which is bad, by the way. I mean, cops should not be judge, jury, executioner. But this is a guy who grabbed a taser and turned and was trying to fire it at the cop. You can argue if the cop should not have used lethal force or whatever. That's something. But
look, you know as well as I do, people talk about Silicon Valley as if it's a monolith. So yeah, maybe Twitter,
But it partly
Facebook, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube maybe met together, but at the same time, there's like a trillion other companies that are hoping to someday be at that level. They're doing plenty of work, and these companies are also trying to compete against one another, but they're lumped together mentally as though they're a monolith. And I'm just pointing that out. That's all.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you. See, it's a good point. We can move on.
Corporate media that gets thrown around. I don't trust the corporate media. Timcast is a corporation. It's
certainly
a
is.
media corporation. I trust it. I work for it.
But like, yeah, I guess I agree. You know, we can absolutely do that. I think in terms of big tech, Silicon Valley, there's kind of like a theme people tend to be getting at. They control technology and infrastructure, and then with like Wendy's getting burnt to the ground. I don't know. Would you support, you know, Google being burnt to the ground because activists were mad that there was hate speech on it?
Of course not. I don't support even demonizing Google or condemning these companies in the vast majority of cases, or in some cases, yeah, criticize them harshly. But obviously, I don't allow any level of violence by private citizens. We got a rule of law. Rule of law. I mean, and you see, and I hate to bring this up 5 minutes into the show, but when you look at the Capitol storming, you're seeing a bunch of reckless people treating everyone in that building as though they're part of this concerted effort to deprive them of their rights or something like that. I mean, we need to think critically and we need to be clear. So.
Yeah. Well, so what are your thoughts on just like, I guess, the wokeification and the activistification of media and, like, you know, the Grammys, awards shows, commercial products? I'll put it this way. You know, you're talking. It sounds like you're in defense of these corporations to a certain degree. Is that fair to say?
Depends what they're being accused of.
Sure. I'm saying, like, you know, I see two big power monopolies, government and corporations. And I think left unchecked, power tends to corrupt absolutely. So I don't care if you're the government. I don't care if you're big oil or big tech or big Wendy's, you know, or the Grammys pushing out a political message. I think it's a problem when too much power is concentrated in a specific area.
You don't think you're what someone could call big YouTuber?
I'm big. I'm a YouTuber.
You're a big YouTuber.
Yeah.
You have a lot more influence than a lot of people. So, like, you could always look at somebody much bigger and say, oh, no one should have that much power. But we know it's not power. Power is force. Power is pointing a gun at somebody. Okay, now we're getting demonetized. I meant well, no, actually, I meant
that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked about the killing of a dude by cops.
I think we need to differentiate economic power from political power. And the more we conflate the two, the more we conflate political and economic power, the more we're going to see economic power become the government. That is, corporations have friends in Washington, and we're going to see political power, basically politicians taking over the economy, taking over industry. So it's an ugly thing to watch it, but it's been happening over 100 years, over longer than 100 years. So, like, keep in mind, a lot of the outrageousness we see today is like the culmination of decades and decades and decades of these changes taking place. So there was always radicals talking about killing cops for many decades. We've had all types of shenanigans, people burning down the city when they're unsatisfied. This goes back probably to the days of, like, Irish people in the 19th century or whatnot. I don't mean to insult any Irish people. I love gingers. I love everybody who looks like that. I'm just saying,
there was like the do you guys know what that thing was in Chicago where the anarchists, like, there was an explosion What was that? What was that?
I don't know that much about it.
I used to know a lot more about this. I forgot. It's been a minute. But I think that's a fair point to mention too. Is that like the extremism used to be substantially worse, I think, in not just this country but many other countries, where you actually had like the Weather Underground was planting bombs and actually detonating them. Now we have widespread rioting over the past year, which arguably could be worse in that it's causing way more damage, disrupting way more people's lives. But I think you go back 100 years, this is really bad. I mean, you've had treason, you've had sedition, you've had literal plots that involve high-powered weapons and warships, and it's kind of like fading a bit. And the conflicts we're getting into now are mostly people protesting and pushing each other and shoving. Some people get arrested and they scream police brutality, and then they do burn down buildings and stuff. So my fear is whether or not this escalates into more serious violence. That's what I don't want to happen.
There's no question that crime has gone down overall over the last few decades. I don't think there's any question of that. So like overall, we've gotten more civilized, but like what we've seen, not just in 2020, but I mean, there's been plenty of rioting and looting and all types of outrageous stuff happening, for some time. But like 2020 was the year of no more F's to give, right?
Yeah.
And I don't feel like this country is my home anymore. That's kind of the feeling I got in the summer of 2020. That's how I felt on January 6th. And I know someone's going to comment, oh, that's 2021. How about I come over there and we settle this? Get all of your little DVD collecting Proud Boys, and I'll get all my BLM people, and we'll settle this. All of you internet commenters, I'm going to find every last one of you.
What do you mean summer of 2020? You're talking about
the rioting, the
BLM
violence,
riots.
burning down Wendy's and private businesses and the police stations. I mean, it's absolutely disheartening to say the least. And I was wondering, is it going to seep into residential areas? Like what's okay, but I mean, is it going to basically just be home after home getting broken into, and that's it? Goodbye to any semblance of civilization.
I just had a horrific portent about the Chinese military invading and swiftly taking over the United States like a blitzkrieg. Like if we were stupid enough to let our guard, they were running war games, and they're like, no, we can't stop the Chinese if they attacked us.
No, we talked about this with James Lindsay. Are you familiar with James?
Maybe.
He's like a very the preeminent scholar on critical race theory in terms of criticizing it and what it's doing and this like wokeness and things like that. And what he was mentioning when it comes to China is that they're using political warfare. So it seems more like they're interfering in our culture, they're interfering in our advertisements, our cultural creations, our TV shows, our radio programs, our schools, and things like that. So you end up with ultra woke Grammys asking for people to basically commit crimes. This is the thing. This performance they did, and the reason I think it's important to bring up is that it's not that they're directly saying, hey, go commit crimes. They're showing riots, viewing those riots as the good guys, like they're depicting that as they're the good guys, the cops the bad guys, the people burning down the buildings, or the Black Lives Matter activists who are fighting, who are the good guys. Then they say we need accomplices. They're advocating for tearing ourselves apart. This is people in the United States pointing the finger at the United States and saying, burn it down. Burn it all down. That's a direct quote from a lot of these activists. They've jumped up on cars and they've yelled, burn it all down. Do you think people in China do that? They don't. Now, first and foremost, they're not legally allowed to. And that's kind of scary. That you've got these two views. In the U.S., you're allowed to, so we actually just fight ourselves and scream at each other. And then in China, they're forced to, this authoritarian system keeps them in line. And they're growing rapidly. They're expanding. They're engaging in political warfare with us, and then we're on the verge of falling apart. I mean, that was a bold statement you just made.
Which statement was
you
that?
didn't feel like this was your country anymore.
I mean, it was a true statement. It was an emotional tell. I mean, like seeing, Melrose Avenue, Beverly Hills, seeing beautiful things destroyed, and not only destroyed, but being like apologized for. That meaning like people downplaying the severity of it and people encouraging it. I don't feel like LA is a city where I could meet somebody in the street and feel a bond with them. Now, obviously, a lot of people were not happy with what took place, to put it lightly. But I mean, the fact that culturally people are comfortable encouraging such behavior says that morally, in the way people think about ethics, these people committing that type of violence have the moral high ground. That's why they're comfortable getting on the Grammys and saying we need accomplices. So, I mean, the question to ask is I think not so much what's wrong with critical race theory, but what's the alternative? What are you offering as an alternative?
Classical liberalism.
Interesting statement.
Yeah.
Now, what does that mean to you?
Classical liberalism is typically about protecting the rights of the individual, and I mean that's the strongest way to put it. So I don't know. Is there any more specific?
Well, I mean, I think
versus like what we're seeing with critical race theory is race-based collectivism. So we can get into...
Yeah, I mean, I like where you're going with this, but is there a period of time in American history, for instance, you would say that's like when the classical liberals hung out?
What do you mean?
Like, would you say the Founding Fathers? Would you say the 1940s? Like, is there a period of time?
No. There's some elements of classical liberalism that have existed in the United States at various periods, but it's never been like...
Has it ever been more than less? Is there like a...
I don't think the U.S. has ever been mostly classically liberal or libertarian in that regard.
Interesting.
If you go back to the Founding Fathers, for instance, slavery, like there's no question people were kept as property, and more importantly, while the ideas of classical liberalism helped drive the idea that we no longer had to be under the knee of some divine prominence, the king declaring it, we certainly didn't have absolute freedoms. There was cultural enforcement of various ideas, women not being able to do certain things, but we've progressed greatly. My issue now is that we got to this period where it was like, it was almost going to get pretty good. In the 90s, we still had censorship, but we had that air. We had people like George Carlin, and we had, he was willing to be offensive and say things that really ruffled feathers. We do have people like that today still. Now we're starting to get hard pushback from more moral authoritarians again. And so my thing is like, we don't want critical race theory. We don't want race-based collectivism. That to me is nightmarish, right? There's this guy who just went viral earlier today because he tweeted to Bill Burr, who's got a black wife, that it may be a sign of racism, and he referred to Bill Burr's wife, and he's claiming he did, but he did, as a minority adult use slave. We'll put it that way.
Like Sally Hemings.
He literally claimed like Bill Burr was keeping this woman around for his pleasure as a slave, and it was one of the most shockingly disgusting things I've heard from a critical race theorist. So I'm like, hey, let's respect the individual. Let's live and let live. Let's have we need some regulation and some restriction, but we mostly want individual freedom. There's an interesting debate in the idea of collectivism in that there does have to be some, not none, but that we're going in the wrong direction with it. Does that answer your question? Did I do a good job?
I mean, you gave me your point of view. So I think the topic of slavery and women's suffrage complicates things in a way that's difficult for me to make the point that I'm trying to make. But obviously, in most of history, slavery and ownership of women, basically pushing, telling women what to do, has been the norm. I think your co-host looks like he still supports those things.
Why are you ragging on Ian so much, man?
You got to have that guy.
It's like a grounding rod.
Yeah.
Ian's the opposite of those things. He's like the leftiest guy on the show.
He's so nice.
I can't say too much now. I'm gonna get a little extreme.
Now, but like so I think in their time, the Enlightenment thinkers, the Age of Reason, as Thomas Paine, I think, dubbed it, people like Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and, people laugh at you now, especially people on the right. They mock you for saying this. But in their context, in their time in history, even though slavery was a norm, even though women were still largely seen as basically trading cards, in their context, they were taking a very bold new step for man in drafting the Declaration of Independence, saying life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they were going to have property. Did you know this? They were going to have property, life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. And I wish they had it in there in order to help us have a lot more capitalism for a lot longer, possibly. But you know why they didn't have property in there? Because they wanted to stick it to the slaveholders, because they knew they would use their so-called property, their slaves, as an extra vote or something like that.
Right.
All right. But so when you look at context, when you see when you look at the history of philosophy and all of the great brave steps that it took to go from the just blurry and reckless ancient and prehistoric, even before that, prehistoric times, to get to a point where you have intellectuals establishing a country, being willing to fight for it, but then once the war is won, to sit and debate painstakingly and to ask what is human nature, what is the best type of society for a human being to live and to pursue life, liberty, and his own happiness. To get to that point is a magnificent intellectual achievement that we take for granted. So when I say classical liberal, I'm talking about those guys. I'm talking about the Age of Reason, and I'm not talking about what came after them, especially in America. like intellectuals that pragmatists, utilitarians, progressives, obviously, and of course we get the postmoderns, and we get the the critical race theorists, which is probably an offshoot of postmodern or something. I'm not an expert like your previous guest. Go.
I agree with you on the founding fathers. A lot of people don't realize this, but it wasn't just a political revolution; it was an ideological revolution. A lot of countries on the world were under the crown or some monarch or some autocrat or some kind of system where it was, these kings would say by divine providence, "I am the king. God wills it," and then they would just tell people do it or else, and they had people who were loyal to that idea and to them. And then all of a sudden you get this group of people in the U.S. Some of them I've read a little bit about this. The authority of the founding fathers was questioned even by some, like based on how they were voted to represent the colony they came from, because it was like, who saith this colony that you represent them and want independence? But these are a lot of people who are like, yo, we don't need a king. We can rule by the consent of the governed. We can create something new. It's truly profound. And there were a lot of ideas, but I think when you look back at history, while I absolutely take the good from the founding fathers. I've got the coin collection for Thomas Jefferson. I love it. I think the dude was a genius. I also think he was a product of his times. There's a lot of things back then we criticize. The reason I don't highlight all of those and emphasize them and condemn the founding fathers over those things is that we've changed, and we don't want to be like, we hate these people because they did bad things. No, we want to say they did bad things, but here are these really, really good things we're keeping now. But I do think it's fair to point out.
I mean, they did a lot of bad things, but that we're not here to talk about them as people. We're talking about the ideas that they promoted and the effect, what made them stand out in history.
And so, while I agree with you about the founding fathers, for their time was a radical bunch of classical liberal types fighting for the rights of the individual against this king, willing to literally fight and die. And many of the signatories of the Declaration of Independence had their legacies, their names, and their lives stripped away from them. That was a bold and amazing bunch of people. To go back then, I think, would be a rude awakening for a lot of people today in terms of what you could or couldn't do because of cultural and social enforcement. So that's my big concern today with things like critical race theory, Black Lives Matter, and commercials, that it's not so much about what's legal. You're allowed to go and do things. It's about someone will dig up a tweet from you from 10 years ago, and then you can never get a job again. You're basically being ostracized for something at the time was fine and now isn't. Well, that's cultural enforcement.
Imagine having such magnificent technology where you can do such a thing as tweet, and then someone else can dig up that tweet, and you don't need, and nobody's forcing you to sign up for Twitter in the first place. And there's the technology we're living with is what they would have called science fiction a very short time ago, let alone going back in the day. So, and I'm not saying let's go back and live like Washington and Jefferson. I'm saying we need to look at the ideas that they came up with, fine-tune them, and expand them to everybody, include all races and all 78 genders. I'm saying there's
like 144. I mean that literally.
And they have, and anyone who identifies at any gender obviously has the right to do that. I think we all can agree with that. But they don't have the right to require somebody else to call them anything or to treat them any certain way.
Which is part of what I'm saying about cultural enforcement. So, look, obviously,
but also, like, you can't really speak about what's taking place in the culture and not acknowledge the fact that we have a largely meddled with economy. So we have business and government largely blended together, regulation and subsidies, right? So favors and penalties. You got to divorce the two, and that's exactly what the founding fathers should have done more explicitly. They did a pretty good job implementing a separation of state from economics. Not a perfect job, but a pretty good job. But they should have put it in writing. So in the Constitution, it should have said separate church from state, separate economics from state. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
I don't think separation of church and state is in the Constitution, though.
Wherever it is.
I think it was just like an ideal of the founding fathers that was enshrined in like their writings. And
I don't know if it is.
Maybe the Federalist Papers or something.
I think it is, isn't it? Well, I guess the First Amendment is what you would say is kind of where we get that.
Right. The right of the individual to be.
This is the place for the highest cutting-edge intellectuals on the internet right now. We got Tim Pool, we got me, we got this mother.
Hey.
And
just ragging on Ian.
And producer
Lydia.
Yes,
Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah. So here's what I mean by I want to go back to cultural enforcement. If we want to take these good ideas from the founding fathers, I completely agree with you. I want those to be put more in application today. Have the individual the right. Anybody who wants to identify as whatever they want can be respected and live their lives. But it's the authoritarianism. It's the, if you don't say this, you're fired, right? We had an actor on the show last week, and he was saying, like, he goes to these rehearsals, and they're all announcing their pronouns. And it's not like there's a law, but you know what happens if you refuse to do it? you don't get your job and you don't work. And then you may as well find a different career, one that's not been infected by this cultural dogma. So if you want classical liberalism, you've got to contend with the fact that, you know, politics is downstream from culture. We can get a bunch of great politicians to talk about a bunch of great ideas, but then if no one is willing to do certain things because they're scared their neighbors will yell at them, it just won't happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, I said you can't look at the way the world is going and people are having their livelihoods destroyed and all types of problems without acknowledging the fact we have a regulatory state and a largely tampered with economy. But I'll go further and say you can't look at the way people behave and what they believe without acknowledging the history of philosophy. So the fact we have a world where so many people think they can invent their own gender, or that we live in a world where people think that, you know, calling for accomplices in basically overthrowing civil order is acceptable and that is conducive to life on Earth. It speaks to philosophical development. So I will offer you the following. After the Founding Fathers and the men of the Age of Reason, and maybe some women as well, I don't know, sort of came up with their innovations in philosophy, and they discovered that the nature of man calls for his rights to be protected by a government with a monopoly on force. And I think John Locke, have you even read Locke? You know, played a large role in providing people like Thomas Paine with those ideas. But after America was established, the intellectuals of the generations after them, they put all of their effort into basically reversing what the founders had implemented intellectually. So the what they call the before the progressives, the pragmatists. Pragmatism is the American philosophy, not the founders' philosophy, but like the post-founding American philosophy. You go to any public school, you go to any house of learning since, you know, sometime in the 19th century and onward, pragmatism was like the American philosophy, which it was influenced by the Germans. It was influenced by Hegel and Kant and other philosophers who rejected certainty. They said, look, all you know is you can't be certain. I mean, they said a lot of other things too, but once that was in place, once intellectuals said that the individual cannot look at the world independently, observe it independently, and be rational about it, and make independently rational decisions, and live and should be protected in doing so, that his right to do so should be protected. Once they were rejecting that type of independence and they rejected reason, in essence, the era of the founders was over. The era of the Age of Reason was over. Now you had educators basically training students to be well-socialized young boys and girls. They were teaching them to be sheep. They were teaching them not to think. And with each generation, we've seen it get worse. We've seen people get less independent, less rational. We've seen random acts of violence. You know, in the 19th century, there would be someone who would shoot up people randomly, and it was shocking, but it happened. Obviously, jump forward to modern times, and before this lockdown, it was like every 2 weeks. It's
actually worse now.
Yeah, but I mean, when you reject reason at the highest levels of the intellectual world, then what do you expect kids to be taught in, you know, elementary school?
Think about that idea of, you know, divine providence or whatever, that just trust me, the Lord wills that I be king or whatever. You got to take away reason from an individual if you want to establish a system like that. For the longest time, people didn't reason. It just was. And so long as you had the zealotry, the king could maintain power. Yeah, I'm gonna make a statement that's gonna get me in trouble, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Here we go.
Donald Trump's presidency is in a certain way similar to like the way you're describing the American Revolution and the Founding Fathers. You're angry now. See, well, hold on. Let me tell you why.
All right.
I'm not saying because
but
I'll get the idea. I'm not saying because Trump was right. I'm not saying because Trump was good. I'm saying because it was basically an affront to the established order. That Donald Trump was not supposed to win. Whatever it is he was doing was offensive to those in power. And so they very much did not like him and said, this can't happen again. I look back at the Founding Fathers, and you have this point where there was a deviation away from the crown and the absolute authority of those who were, you know, willed to be kings. And like you mentioned, all of a sudden, generation after generation, they've stripped away reason and taught children to be better and better sheep till now here we are.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people who like Trump whom are not bad people would probably say they were drawn to him for reasons that you described, because they see a sort of pushback against authority or being told what to do, and they see him as sort of this kind of independent guy that doesn't let the media or anyone tell him what to do. I get that, but left sort of unchecked, like kind of left without any correction, what Trump, I think, represents is just this dispensing with any sort of rational method. Trump says what passes through his head, and that becomes so-called reality, and his fans love it. They're willing to die on that hill. Quite literally, I think. So
a decent amount of them. I would say, look, out of 74.2 million people, it was a much smaller fraction.
I'm not talking about anyone who voted for him, because a lot of people voted for Trump as the lesser of two evils, or even because they liked some things about him. But I mean, I'm talking about what Trump represents, the way he's influenced the Republican Party, the way he's influenced the way people go about politics. I think he definitely represents a serious development for the worse, but I get where you're coming from when you say that kind of emotionally he speaks to people sort of like the ghost of the founding fathers in...
I don't even mean that, though.
No.
I'm just saying, like, you have an established order, you have the Democratic and Republican establishment, and then all of a sudden Trump comes along and he's a bull just stampeding through and kind of just knocking over their stuff. I'm not saying there's an equivalence in his philosophy. I'm saying that you have kings, you have colonization, you have war, you have monarchs, autocrats, and here come the founding fathers saying, screw you, what are you going to do about it? Physically fought to...
Remember, the founding fathers were intellectuals, and when they weren't killing the British, they were taking a lot of time to make sure they got it right, and they had beliefs about the nature of man, and they were intellectuals, and they were really the one time in history that intellectuals were also blowing heads off, but then carefully crafting out a system of government. So I could basically flip that and say the way Trump behaves, the way he's willing to basically smash the system reminds me of some Attilas in history, some Genghis Khans.
No, for sure.
So, I mean, by the way, kings are not a natural fact of history. Like the rule of kings did not just evolve like the chimpanzee. The king, there was a time when there was, like, let's say, democracy in Greece. Far from perfect, but much better than just the king and the pope telling peasants how to live. There was Rome.
It devolved.
There was Rome, which was also a Senate type of system. There were ancient sort of ages of reason where they highly embraced reason and they really wanted to get it right. And so how did we go from that to the dark age, which very much exists?
Yeah, it seems like we're getting into that.
It's possible.
I think it was the rejection of reason, which is why you get brutes in charge.
But real quick, sorry, do you think we're heading into another dark age?
If we, on the route we're going, absolutely. I'm sad to say. I mean, listen, I can't predict something like that. Like, let's say it's possible that authoritarianism is on the rise, but let's say technology is just developing so fast and people love it so much that the authoritarians don't want to take that away from people. Like, there's a number of outcomes where this can take us that I cannot predict. I can't just rationalistically say, nope, like all the things add up, like it all adds up, we're going to have authoritarianism. I can't predict that, but the way we're going, the way that reason is being rejected, the way that brute force is being celebrated, and we're seeing brute force a lot, and so to have somebody like Trump in such a prominent place in society, I think, sadly, does not say something positive about where we're heading. I like how many nods I've been getting from you. I'm happy. I feel comfortable. I'm happy to be here.
I'll just get your ideas and your thoughts. You know what I mean? I'll give you mine. But I will clarify too. I'm not saying Trump is like the founding fathers. We can argue that there was an aberration in the established order where the founding fathers pushed us heavily towards individualism and freedom, and then with Trump, it was a rejection of establishment. They're not the same thing. Right? So the point I was making more so was that the powers that be were outraged. And what I see is with Trump, there was this concerted effort to fortify the election, as Time Magazine called it, because they did not want Trump to become president again or to get reelected. With the founding fathers, I absolutely believe what you were saying is true. There's a lot of people, probably just because the system is exploitable. When you have freedom, it's very difficult to maintain because cheaters can cheat.
It's not true.
You don't think so? Then how have they done it?
How have they done what?
Over time, our system has been exploited to push for the lowest common denominator. Our school systems are making our youth institutionalized and incapable, and now we end up with a generation of millennials saddled with massive debt for degrees they can't use. And what skills have they earned from spending all this money and just being extracted essentially by Freddie Mac and Sally Mae. Those are the names of the company, or these big loans.
Freddie Mae or Sally Mae.
Well, I don't know the companies.
This is your place for mortgage info.
Yeah, that's right. We got all the news.
No, I just mean like.
Listen, I mean
to go from the founding fathers, freedom, to now have people demanding communism.
Well, not only are they demanding I don't even know how much people are demanding communism. I think people, like, let's say on the far left, are demanding something even uglier than communism, like some kind of Cambodian egalitarianism, where everyone with any level of privilege is shaved down.
That's a scary thought.
Listen,
man.
I can sit here and throw red meat all day to people on the right and say these leftists are as bad as you think, but we're not only seeing calls for that, we're seeing calls for authoritarianism. People want Donald Trump to rule, and they want the next guy, Josh Hawley or somebody worse than him, to be like a populist, loudmouth piece of trash who does not care about principles. So how did we go from the founding fathers to this? Basically, it was the dispensing of reason. So the founding fathers did not emerge in a vacuum. They were part of a tradition of the development of philosophy. After them, like I said, the utilitarians, the pragmatists came along. What did the pragmatists say? They said you can't really live by principles, right? Principles are they're too constricting, and you don't really know if they're going to work. So what do? Just act. Just act and see if it worked. And so how do you know how to act, right? You can't use principles, right? So just whatever you feel. Do what you feel, bro. That is unfortunately become the American way. So in essence, I see Donald Trump as like the pragmatist president. He's not the worst president. He represents the worst of the intellectual, or the first worst of the intellectual. There's been worse intellectuals than the pragmatists, but he to me, Donald Trump represents the absolute rejection of the founding fathers, which is why a lot of very crappy see, I'm trying to keep you monetized, a lot of very bad people that have emerged in the last few years, a lot of very anti-individualistic people on the right, they love Trump for a reason. They love him because he represents America minus any principles, minus the founding documents, minus any philosophy.
Well, you got to break that down a little bit more.
Sure.
Explain that, because just as a statement, I don't understand.
So why do you think let's say the alt-right loves Donald Trump, or they did when he ran?
I don't think they do.
Well, they did it. They wanted him to win, no?
For nationalistic reasons.
Okay, why do you think they love nationalism, or why do you think they think Trump represents their type of nationalism?
Trump was talking about ending free trade agreements and securing our borders. For them, it was probably an issue of immigration and white and like their race and their ideals.
It is very much that, but also, and in addition to that, on a deeper level, it's the rejection of principles. You never see Trump get up there and talk about how the founders gave us these principles that will protect us from government authoritarianism. When Trump was inaugurated, he didn't get up there and talk about the reverence that we should have for the founders. He got up there and goes, "Today marks a power transfer from the government back to the people." I mean, this has nothing to do with the founding principles of America. This has nothing to do with any principles.
I don't think the Trump supporters are rejecting those principles. I think
I'm not saying all of them. Again, I'm not saying all of Trump voters.
No. I think you'd find they would all agree with you on everything you're saying about the founding fathers.
Well, then we need to be very meticulous in identifying what it is we like about the founding fathers. I would say it's that they were men of principles, and the principles of individual rights, and getting to a point where we have a guy who just invents facts out of thin air that just occur to him, and that people are willing to die for those so-called utterances, and that Trump could later change his mind, and they'll then change their mind as well. To have that, I think it represents something that absolutely rejects any philosophy.
I think the amount of people you're describing is smaller than you realize.
I mean, people who take it that far.
But listen. The people who stormed the Capitol disregarded the president himself. I don't think they care all that much about him. Those people. The people who support the president, and many of them probably blindly, were at Trump's rally watching him speak. But the storming of the Capitol started while Trump was still speaking, when Trump said, "Peacefully march." And even people like Alex Jones, according to PBS, Jones was saying, "Don't fight the cops, please be peaceful. That'll be the narrative." So who are these guys who are like, we don't care what Trump says? Certainly they were Trump supporters, they were not Trump supporters first. They were something else. And they're probably, these people, probably the authoritarians who think in their minds they're the heroes of the Constitution or whatever. But if your idea of fighting for freedom and principles and what the Founding Fathers did is to just barge your way into a constitutional process that you disagree with, that's literally not. More importantly, if you were going to support the president and his fight, and he said to do it peacefully, you clearly don't support the president. Look, so those people, I don't think, represent a larger
I think what
faction.
Trump represents from the day that he entered politics is a dispensing with principles. He has always spoken about America like a business he's going to run, like an executive. He's always spoken about economic liberty. Well, he never uses that phrase, but economics as though it's for him to manage and micromanage or to issue declarations. So what Trump represents is a turn away from principles. Again, that doesn't mean all his voters want to dispense with principles, but certainly people that want to dispense with principles, people that want America minus its founding documents, people that want America to be a land of geography and of genetics, people who believe that America is just a group of people with no relation to philosophy. Those people, they see Trump rightfully as a step in their direction.
Now I've gone from the nodding with you to the shaking my head.
Yeah, I see that.
Because the alt-right is not a prominent faction. That's not a large.
I mean, do we even talk about them like they're some little group anymore? They're basically, the Republican Party is basically like they all laugh at the founding fathers at this point. You go to a Republican group, they'll laugh at you.
But come on, you got to draw a line when you say the genetics they want. There's a big difference between the Republican Party and the alt-right. So you can point out and criticize the alt-right, rightly so, but to act like that's Trump's base, that's just absolutely not true.
Look, I'm not even concerned with Trump at this point. I'm saying the Republican Party today has nothing to do with love of capitalism, with the rights of the individual. Gone are the days of...
Absolutely. I completely agree.
Gone are the... So I'm saying, look what happened. Gone are the days of Republicans talking about how an immigrant could swim here across the ocean with, Ted Cruz. My father had $20 in his underwear. Became a dishwasher. There's a guy I absolutely hate. If you get Ted Cruz in here, please bring me on here to challenge him to consensual physical combat. I'm not
No.
All right, but
basketball match. We got a basketball court. He used to play in high school, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'll play better. Trust me. I'm from the streets.
Look, I think I detest the Republican Party. I mean, every opportunity they've had to actually fight for what the people are asking for, they don't do it.
Well, the people. Which people?
Like their voters.
Okay, what do the people want?
So, I guess it depends on what you poll, but the number one issue for Republicans is control of immigration.
Why is that the number one issue?
For
Republicans.
So a lot of the Republicans live in rural areas. Many of them saw their small towns destroyed by a loss of industry as free trade agreements shipped off these factories to Mexico, to China. That's one of the things that Bernie and Trump both had in 2015 and 16. Bernie ended up eventually just joining the Democratic establishment, but Trump, he's the guy where Michael Moore gave the speech where he was like, Donald Trump went to the auto executives and said, I will put a 30% tariff on your car and no one will ever buy your vehicle again. And no one had ever challenged the executives this way. For these people who are in rural areas, one big thing they're seeing with immigration is the job market is depressed. So their view, I'm not trying to assert facts. I'm trying to say this is the general understanding I have. When you have mass migration and an industry being shipped overseas, so Joe Biden wants more free trade agreements. He wants higher corporate tax, and he wants no deportations for 100 days, which he lost that fight. What ends up happening is you have more workers, less jobs, and an incentive with higher corporate taxes for companies to leave and the opportunity to do so. You're going to get a Donald Trump who says, I'm going to reject those things. When you have rural voters who lost their manufacturing plants, who lost their coal mining facilities, of which there weren't that many, but these manufacturing plants were shipped overseas. Now they're hungry. Now they're desperate. Donald Trump says, I'll get you those things back.
So how did we go from being a country where the individual's rights are inalienable to becoming a country where people in rural areas have a right to having their job provided to them, for it not being shipped off overseas or anything else? What happened to the days of individuals in America packing up? Back in the day when a plant would close down, they would load up their cart and they would move to somewhere where there are jobs.
Was it the 14th Amendment? The income tax one, Federal Reserve? Which one was that one?
I don't know. But
that's probably the time when people were mandated to give a portion of their income for a guaranteed aspect.
I'm with you. So we agree that was one of the major steps towards the beginning of the end.
I say this too. I say
so. We need to get back. We need to get back to free market economics, and we need to get back to a philosophical view of man that says man's rights are inalienable, including the man who builds his own company and ends up hiring many people, and then later decides that the way the world is changing and the way his business is growing, it makes more sense for him to move it to a different location in or outside the country. And the government has no place incentivizing nor punishing that action.
I agree with much of what you just said. I don't want to get into every single point, but specifically, one of the problems with making your own company is regulations. How do you compete with a factory in China that has none? And if you're trying, they shut down your factory, and now you got a bunch of workers who want to work. And you say, I'd love to hire you, but I can't afford to pay $10 an hour to everybody because I got to compete with China that pays $1. So now people here can't even compete with the industry of these other companies. The higher corporate tax, you're right. The government is disincentivizing and restricting the ability for people to actually start their own industries. Now, you can go out onto your small plot of land, say you have one, and chop your own wood and hunt for your own food if you're able to. But now we've got a whole bunch of government regulatory problems. If you're not legally allowed to hunt, then how do you do it? Now you can't eat. You can't work because you don't have the right permits, and you can't compete with Chinese manufacturing plants or Mexican, and you can't afford to pay the minimum wage. Congratulations. Now it's just impossible for the American worker. They'll vote for Donald Trump.
Look, I mean, America today produces more stuff than ever before. There's more manufacturing in America today than ever before. I mean,
is that true?
It absolutely is true, and it's sad to me that in a time when what is Google going to give you a quick answer to that? I mean, it's sad that at a time when we're basically putting the internet in objects that fit in your pocket, that people are not moving to places where they can learn new skills and look for new jobs. Everyone is just going to sit there and either accept welfare or demand that the president provide them with the job. Whatever happened to the land of the individual? Whatever happened to capitalism? Whatever happened to is capitalism until the Chinese start having some elements of capitalism, then we're not for it anymore? It's just very sad. But I think, again, I can't argue economics. I can argue more about philosophy. The way Americans see the rights of the individual, the way they see human nature has changed. So I agree. Yeah. So that's the battle.
You are right. NIST says 1.6% manufacturing growth year over year, with from 2009 to 2019 about 3% growth over. I think 3% overall. Annual growth rate is around 3% between 2009 and 2019, and I don't know why they're giving me two numbers, but it's been growing. It has been growing, but I think the issue is certain people lose their jobs. And so they vote for Trump.
It brings me no joy when anyone loses their job. But believe me, in a real capitalist society, I mean, I know you have some free market sentiments. You probably agree that in an actual capitalist society, there'd be more jobs than people able to fill them, right?
Yeah. I think it's a really interesting point you bring up about everything that's going on, in that maybe people need to stop asking the government for help, even Republicans and conservatives, who tend to be the ones who argue that they're not the ones doing that. You know what I mean? Voting for Trump to end these free trade agreements is asking the government to bring your companies back. And Donald Trump did that by using the power of government. Whereas technology has dramatically changed, and the ability to transport products overseas has made it very, very easy for companies to exist in areas where it's easier to operate. It looks like the lack of restrictions on Chinese labor has made them able to compete better. I'm not a staunch capitalist.
By the way, American standard of living has risen because of trade with Chinese companies. You know, you got people in rural areas going to a big, beautiful, shiny Walmart and buying a wardrobe for their kids, stocking up with plenty of food to eat. I mean, because of, well, maybe not food from China, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
there's a lot going on there, though, man.
Their standard of living has risen. Look, I mean, and if China's up to actual crime, if they're stealing intellectual property, or if they're ripping off Americans, obviously, or it should be obvious, the job of the American government is to say, no way, like, we're protecting the rights of our citizens. That is the job of the government. But the job of the government is not to bring jobs home. That is not the government, and the job of a proper government, and they can't do it anyway. Even if they try, they just cause damage. So when Trump promises all of these things, maybe he can deliver some of it, but it's going to have worse ramifications in the long term. But we don't think about the long term, do we? We only think, we're pragmatists, right? We only think about the short term. So the choice today is between pragmatists, who they only think about the very short term and go with their feeling, versus, you know, postmodern egalitarians, who they're looking at the, quote, big picture, but their big picture is effed in the A, if you catch what I'm alluding to here.
Broken and awful.
So
and
these
makes
are
no
my
sense.
options today. I will offer you that individualism is the answer. So don't think of it so abstractly. Just ask as an individual. You know, you're a successful guy if I've ever seen one. Look at this empire. Good God. I could get lost in this house.
Yeah, that's true.
I could get lost on your website. I start going down the rabbit hole of videos with tons of views. I can get lost. Look in your comments section. I can get lost. That's how big what you've done is happening.
Thank you.
Through all this hard work. Oh, I mean
no, but what's your point?
You don't need me to tell you. But
individualism.
This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you as an individual looking at the world and asking, what do I want and how do I get it? So that's exactly what you've been doing. I often disagree, let's say, with your beliefs, but the methods you've employed to, as from what I know, and to pursue what you wanted and to build. I mean, doesn't that speak to to what it is that capitalism gives us, that liberty to property rights? Obviously, none of us would have any of this technology if intellectual property in Silicon Valley and elsewhere wasn't protected. Finance industry, all the money that was loaned to people who wanted to develop these technologies. I mean, capitalism, other than being practical, it actually is the one moral system. It's the one system that allows you as an individual to look at the world and say, what do I want to earn for myself, and then you get to keep it.
What do you do about monopolies? There's
no such thing. The only monopolies are government granted monopolies.
So there's
I like your producer, by the way. She nods more than you. She
I'm just listening.
Yeah.
I'm just listening.
I like
I
you've
always
got
try to,
over my
yeah.
shoulder that's nodding like keep going.
Why do you think I'm so cocky? I'm getting so much.
No.
Listen.
Yeah. Listen to Tim.
So Parler decided we're going to make our own app. We're going to have certain rules. It won't be absolutely free, but it'll be much more free than these other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get booted off the Play Store. They get booted off the App Store on iTunes. They get villainized, demonized by this. I don't know what you'd want to call it. You had this. I don't want to say a concerted effort, but in some aspects it was. Various elements within Silicon Valley. Many of these people know each other and they work for the same companies and they rotate around. Destroyed their competition. We saw this with Carl Benjamin on Patreon. He got banned from Patreon because some activists went and found a year-old live stream on an obscure channel where he made a bad racial reference. It was offensive. But hold on.
Okay.
He goes to join Subscribestar, which was a competitor to Patreon. What happens? PayPal and Stripe ban Subscribestar. So what do you do when you do start a new company and then your infrastructure gets ripped out from under you because people with power bully those smaller companies?
If we rely on these companies so much, then I think we're in no position to be making demands of them. We need to have a free market. We have a largely regulated market where luckily some elements of the economy are fairly unregulated, and we've seen such magnificent success stories like Patreon, like PayPal, which, by the way, anything financial is the most highly regulated part of the country. So it kills me that we have the financial industry as the most regulated. So that means that if a bank decides to cut you off, they don't want to deal with you. There's very few competitors. Obviously, in a free market, it would not be like that. So, look, I mean, again, anytime you name a problem, I'll say either the problem is probably being exaggerated, or more likely it's a result of government regulation. So we need to solve this. The solution is not more government. When does that ever solve the problems of the regulatory state?
I suppose the issue is that we'll never meet the end. There will always be some problem. And the issue is we're trying to reduce the amount of problems all the time. And sometimes our solutions create more problems than we intended.
Are we trying to solve all these problems? You're focused on your work. I'm focused on my work. Like, most people should focus on their own lives and look at their options and try their best to manage. I mean, we should not be trying to engineer society. We should be trying to fight for the rights of the individual.
And what happens when you have, say, a bridge? And let's say the Brooklyn Bridge, right? You live in Brooklyn, you work in Manhattan. What if one day they said only one type of people are allowed to use this bridge from now on? Too bad. Build your own bridge. Do you build your own bridge?
Are we talking about a completely free, laissez-faire economy, society?
I suppose, sure.
Well, that makes a big difference, obviously. We should not have public roads. We should have privatized roads. I like how that look people give me, like, oh, come on. In a world where we are talking, how many tens of thousands of people are watching this right now? In a world where we have all this technology, nobody can imagine that road makers would be able to come up with roads good enough. We need the government to provide them with us. So,
all right, question.
Yeah.
If a company builds a road, and then another company is like, hey, I want to build a road, and they say, you can't use our road. You can't use our road to transport the materials for your road. We did it. Why don't you do it?
They would find, I mean...
that's my private property. You can't drive on my private property to get to that side of the building to build your road.
They would have to find another way to get there.
There's got to be some kind of agreement between people for some mutual, like, benefit.
Agreement being the key word here, not force. So if you have an irrational road owner who decides to screw people or trying to own the whole system in some way, then they're probably going to get destroyed by competitors. Business is very difficult.
So why isn't that happening with YouTube?
Well, first of all, in a sense it is. YouTube, they're constantly worrying about their PR. They don't want to look like a frivolous, reckless website, which is why you're able to appeal strikes, which is why there are competitors as well. I mean, it's not... listen, you know, I'm not exactly... me and YouTube have not always seen eye to eye, famously, but... it's not as bad as people make it seem. And also, again, we don't live in a completely free society. Imagine if we had a lot more capital pouring into Silicon Valley. Imagine if society was full of people that admired these people rather than vilifying them.
So the issue with YouTube is that they've Google is such a massive company, they've subsidized YouTube. They lose money like crazy on YouTube. But because of the way they've created the system, no one can get a leg up. No other companies have tried, and they can't reach that point.
By the way, I'm not opposed to the idea that the government is subsidizing Google if it turns out to be true. But is it true, or is it just that, like everyone else, they live in the subsidy state where they get
Google controls a good portion of online advertising, over 50%, I believe.
That's not a favor from government, though, is it?
No, I didn't say it was.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying
I misheard you.
When they have all of this power, and they can Google subsidizes YouTube. That's what I'm saying.
How much advertising was going on online in the 1950s?
Zero.
Obviously. So
right.
Google basically took the internet to the next level, and now they're being called a monopoly.
And so advertising from newspapers and digital is collapsing while skyrocketing, and Google is buying up and controlling almost all of it. They then use that ability to make it so that YouTube can pay people out more than anyone else can, making sure that all of the top creators stay on YouTube, and YouTube maintains a majority control over the digital space, which maintains their ability to control advertising, which makes it a lot easier for people to buy an ad campaign, which can go on YouTube and network websites. If YouTube lost its view share on the internet and it split up to other platforms, then a lot of people they diversify their advertising, their ad buys. But now it's just like Google and Facebook. That's like 95% of all advertising.
Which, by the way, Google and Facebook, those are two very distinct companies.
Absolutely.
So it's not like there is a monopoly. But also, look, I'm opposed to all subsidies. I'm opposed to all regulations. I want crimes punished, and I want disputes arbitrated. But I don't want Google being given any favors, and I don't want them punished for being too successful. So
here's the challenge I see with the staunchly. I don't think you call it yourself libertarian or anything like that.
No.
But the little L libertarianism, this going way down into the staunchly freedom-oriented. I don't want to say libertarian necessarily because people associate with the political party. The issue is that authoritarians will build massive infrastructure. They will use, for instance, subsidizing YouTube through Google, the parent company, or Alphabet, gives a bunch of its money from its other networks to YouTube to keep it afloat, even though YouTube doesn't generate enough money because bandwidth is very expensive. This dominates the space. Then they use that for cultural enforcement. Certain ideas are allowed and certain ideas are not allowed. Your ideas are being purged right now as we speak, and you're okay with it.
Look, I mean, even in the highly regulated state that we live in, and even with all of these very big, powerful news companies, look how successful you've been. I mean, we don't live in a world where, like, power-lusting people are able to just suppress everyone easily. It's just not the case, especially
to varying degrees.
To varying degrees, I understand, but, like, the best situation for you as an individual, if you want to live a good life, if you want to look at the world and ask, what do I want, and then go out and get it. You want liberty. You need liberty. It's indispensable. So there's, you could keep on coming up with all these scenarios. I'm not an economist. I'd love to send you some economists to come on the show that I like and have them address every last point you're making. I'm arguing with hypotheticals right now. I can only say a lot of the mess we're in is because of subsidies, because of regulations, and that's what I'd like to get away from. But let me emphasize again, we need to get back to the view of human nature, the view of man as an individual. Look, you know, this is a great topic. What are we, like 3 hours into the show now?
1 hour.
That's cool. Why don't we jump over to another topic? Would that be all right with you? I got a gift for you.
You have a gift for me?
I got a gift.
You want to jump? What do you guys? Should we talk about Bill Maher, or Teen Vogue and getting their ads canceled? What do you think is more interesting?
Not China. How about Teen
Vogue?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Teen Vogue. We'll talk about Teen Vogue because this is. I'm optimistic. The story makes me a little bit optimistic, right? So this is from The Independent. I did cover this on my other channel a couple days ago, but it seems we have some developments. Teen Vogue advertisers pull out over editor's controversial past tweets. Major advertiser suspends campaign on the same day incoming editor apologizes for perpetuating stereotypes of Asian and LGBTQ people in a series of tweets from 2011. That's 10 years ago. I mean, I get it. It was offensive 10 years ago. It's offensive today, but I think she was like 17, this woman. So I'll just give you the gist of it, because I don't need to, you know, go through all. I know for the most part the story. This lady is Alexia McCammon. She worked for Axios, I believe, and I think she's an unethical reporter because she was dating the guy from the Biden administration when she was supposed to be covering.
That was her.
Yeah. That's very, very unethical. Well, she made some offensive tweets 10 years ago. Now you had this letter. First of all, let me put it this way: she got rewarded. She was.
しに行く貴健斗うまく右に回り込もうという曲体勢前回しも探っています許さない貴健斗
Right. Let's go. Sumo wrestling. Sumo wrestling is on. Oh yeah. This is live. This is live right now, man. This is so cool.
強いですね。曲体勢の下から下から打ったんですけどもね、ものともせずに前に出ましたね。
Boom. Silverback gorillas, man.
今日向こう正面は松井アナウンサーですが、松井さん。
This is my favorite part of the day when sumo wrestling's on.
いえ、まっすぐ当たって、途中右の回しを求めるシーンはありましたが、立ち合いはそのようには見えなかったですね。
そうですか。下から押し上げようという感じだったのか。これですね。
そうですね。こんだけ何回も下から来られると途中引きたくなってくるんですけどもね。引かないでよく前に出て我慢しましたね。
むしろこうして下がったのは体勢の方だったという。いやいやこれは。
Why would it be last night's tournament? There's 1,400 people watching this. I just said it was live. Did you not hear me? God dang, maybe. You guys never hear me, man. You need to get new headphones or something. We need to start a GoFundMe. This shit. Better volume control. Man, they're making me watch a commercial. I'm about to subscribe to these fuckers in a minute, dude. So I don't have to see commercials anymore. The Taro Basho. Day 9. I don't know if it's the same fucking tournament. I guess it is part of that tournament. But it's not last night, it's tonight. I don't know. Is that what you meant? It might be the same tournament. It all goes on and on and on. What the fuck? Taro Basho. Means... Let's go. Oop. You sounded very hollow. Hold on. Oh, let's look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. See, if one of them slaps his ass right here, you know what's up. That's a sword in that dude's hand, by the way. It's to stab himself in case he makes a bad decision. He has one somewhere. Well, they're going in and out. Wait, no, they ain't going yet. They haven't slapped ass yet. Oh. I think I'm gonna go with the blue guy. Blue guy's my man. He seems a little more feisty. That one looks like a big baby. He just put some salt in his pants. He's about to kumite him, dude.
これからしも非常に多くいる高源氏です。
Man, no, he's looking down too much. He ain't ready for this shit. He ready for this sauce. Oh, he knows what's going on. He's like, you're about to get toasted up, bitch.
過去重量から幕の内で対戦を調べましたら3対3の両力士の対戦です。木村浅之助の軍配が返っています。
Oh, I've never seen that. A false start? Whew, that's dangerous. Ooh, what the fuck, Tubby? Man, that dude in the blue ain't even flinching. He ain't even flinching. He needs to come at me, boy. Come at me. Scary bitch. Alright, let's go. Yeah, he's got him. He's got him. Come on! No, he jumped on it. Oh! Motherfucker is tough. He jumped on him again, too. He made sure to jump on it, like, before he even called it. Punk kid, that's what he was thinking. Yeah, he disgraced him, probably, actually. Real talk. That's gotta be disgraceful, doing that shit 3 times in a row. He's gonna get kicked out of the fucking... They're talking about, like... Did you see the look on his face in his picture, too? He looked like, oh...
その相撲で左膝の下のあたり、左皮腹部の肉離れという診断書が出ました。今場所の休場が必要です。対戦相手白鷹山が勝ち名乗りを受けて不戦勝、6勝3敗。宇良もこれ敗れたということで6勝3敗と変わりました。東の7枚目の宇良です。このまま全て休みますと負け越し扱いになりますが、再出場については師匠木瀬親方様子を見たいということです。 では、今の立ち合い2回合わなくてですね、松金さん3回目も高源氏のが踏み込んでいったんですが、そうですね、頭から当たって右の側で攻めたかったんでしょうけども、うまくですからね。
But you know what? He still was nice enough not to shove him out and down. He could have. He was like, I ain't gonna fuck you up, kid.
そうですね。
Precepts here. Gino Vance Precepts here. Matt Thomas and Lou Sassall's here. Rio. Ted Thomas. 60 to 65. That's pretty good, man. Being that big.
さて重量14番あって残り6番で幕の内というところまで
They
来
made
ました
these guys' volume on their mic too fucking loud.
幕の内ではですね小結の高安
You
が
notice that? You can't hear what's going on very well.
単独の先頭に立ったんですね。7勝1敗、はい、二所ノ関一門の高安ということにもなるわけですが、はい、
They do it better when they have the English guys talking to us. Japanese motherfuckers are loud.
本当に大関上がってきた頃の相撲のような力強さを感じられますね。照ノ富士に目が行きますが、高安も怪我をして苦労して
You could have heard it better. You could have heard it in HD, dude, pretty much.
悲願の初優勝に向けての後半戦というところで、単独の先頭に立ってここからは明日はもう貴景勝との対戦も発表になったんですが、大関との対戦も控えたり。
Come on, man. I can't hear the ass slap good enough to know what I want to put my money on here. Because they won't shut the fuck up. Dude, there's 2 of them. That's the problem, dude. Like, when one's not talking, the other one starts talking. Fuck. I need to figure out what days the American dude's on, or the English speaker. He's alone. It's way better when the dude's here. Not just because he speaks English, but because there's not 2 of them.
そこから3連勝と持ち直してきました。昨日は喧嘩四つの若元春相手に張り差し右四つ左上手完勝でした。千代鳳は左の肩のテープ、 今場所途中痛めました。右で攻めていますがなかなか勝てません。時間です。
Ooh, a little stretch. I'm with black. I'm with black. Let's go.
今日は前回しを狙っていった。
Get it, black. Come on, come on, come on. 2 for 2, 2 for 2.
寄り切り千代鳥の勝ち。千代鳥勝って3
That's right, baby. For Vegas. It's right there. You can tell right before they go, you can usually see it. It's like, oh. And look how tight that's up his ass, man. He's you get him a different thing, dude. He's like,
そうですね。水戸龍の右差しを嫌いましたね。
こうして固めていって、はい。少しずつですが、左の肩の状態もよくなってきているのかどうかですね。
そうですね。まあ前に出てる分にはまあ千代鳥の相撲ですからね。
まあ以前痛めていた右ではなく左を。
What do you think would happen if you ran at one of them full, like as fast as you could? Would they be like hitting a brick wall? And it wouldn't even hurt them, or what? I wonder. We need to let them. They probably let you do that. They're so badass. Like, come on, run at me. Probably, dude. They could take that shit. I don't know, it might hurt them. They probably don't want too fast.
今取り組み前に幕の内の状況について、二所ノ関一門の高安の話を。
These are both black. How are we going to call this one?
この2人はこれからその幕の内に上がっていきたい。東の6枚目の若元春、新入幕を目指します。一方、西の3枚目は千代ノ皇という返り入幕を目指す2人の対戦です。5勝3敗同士。
I think the other one maybe.
松金さん、今場所どちらも内容としては決して悪くはないように見えます。
若元春がいい相撲になってきたかなと思いますね。
どのあたりにそれを感じますか？
まあ前までは結構力は強いんでしょうけど、力に頼ってるだけかなと思ってたんですけども、よく体を使ってですね、引き付けや腰もしっかり割ってきてるなと、そういうのが今場所感じられますね。
左四つを得意としていますが、独特のなんて言いますか、外から追っつけるようにして左を差す相撲ですね。一方の千代ノ皇の方もこちらは右四つです。そしてもともと力強い相撲を取りますが、昨日あたりは
Look at right, dude. He's been picked on a lot or something. Look at his face.
痛めていた首や腰の状態も良さそうですね。こちらは刺すんであればさっと内側から刺すよ。
That's my man right there.
立ち合い見せますから。
Look at him. He knows he's going to win.
向正面側の差し手争いが一つポイントになってくるでしょうか。
そうですね。どちらが先に十分なれるかでしょうね。
親方も現役時代は刺身の良さが一つ持ち味だったかと思いますけれども、
Let's go.
刺し方もやっぱ人によっていろいろですね。
そうですね。
I know you are a showman. Of course you are, my man.
内側からですね。はい。
Shit, a little slap here.
若元春あたりは
He's thinking about it right now. He's like, God dang, why they put me up against old Jimmy Jan?
っていう感じですよね。
Get fucked up out here. Girls out there.
まずそれが一つ前提になってる。
そうですね。
Wait a minute. I'm gonna slap myself a little bit.
対戦を見ますと、2回とも千代ノ皇が勝って2対0です。最初の対戦は去年の7月場所で張って右差しを成功させました。左上手寄り切り。そして前回秋場所の対戦は若元春が追っつけて相手の右を抜かせて左四つ右上手の形を作ったんですが、千代ノ皇のが先に攻めて寄り切ったと。ですから形を作った後若元春は先に攻めたいというところ頭にあるかもしれません。
You have to feel this old man sumo strings. Boom, boom. Oh, we got a little slime on his wrist first. Dirty. Ooh! No, come on, get the feet planted, my man. You're out. No, good save, good save. Twirl him around, Come on, you gotta spin him. Fuck! Oh shit.
千代ノを敗れて5勝4敗と変わりました。やはりこの左と右の争いでした。こうありましたね。そうですね。左から押っつけていきましたね。今の決まり手は押し出し。決まり手はですから押し出しの発表になりました。
So it's 500 yen, man.
やっぱりこのまま刺したかったんだと思いますけれども。どうだったでしょうか。どうなんでしょうね。これでもうまく追っつけれてるんで、まあ刺すよりかはもうこのまま攻めようっていう。
That was a good save. Damn, that cat motherfucker just.
一旦この後巻き替えて。そうですね、巻き替えて。けどももうここやっぱりまた追っつけましたからね。どうですかこの追っつけ。いやしっかりと効いてると思います。もう中の。
Oh, even the announcers are like, damn, what the fuck just happened?
刺し手の右の肩の方がもう浮いてましたからね。いやー、まあ、力のある千代ノをこうして攻める相撲で勝ちましたから、やっぱり若元春力をつけてきたんですね。一瞬上手を探る動きもあったんですが、徹底して左から攻めていきました。部屋の稽古場では弟の若隆景に勝つ時も、あるようで、師匠の蒼国来の荒汐さんはちょっと波があるとは言っていましたけれども、これで白星3つ先行となりました若元春です。
I wonder if that's allowed. Titty twisters probably aren't allowed, right? I would think that'd be against the rules because it's so sensitive.
若元春が下がっていった花道の手に炎鵬の姿がありました。
They'd be all the gravity and
炎鵬と千代丸、この2人が現状
Maybe that'd be dishonorable.
ということになります。まあまだ
Dishonorable way to win by grabbing someone's titty. That's like grabbing their hair thing. You don't do that. The length of a sumo's titty tells you how old he is.
上々の前半戦ですね。そうですね。九重部屋、新型コロナの感染があって、先場所は力士休場でした。その休場明け千代丸ですが、突き押しの圧力があります。ちょっとこの重量の土俵で玉力道の松金さんに、同期生の話なども伺いましたが、千代丸と旭秀鵬は平成19年夏場所入門の同期生なんですね。そうなんですね。旭秀鵬の2勝6敗というところですが、まあだいぶ経験を重ねてきた2人ですが、同期生というところで意識はあるでしょうけどね。そうでしょうね。となれば、ここまでの流れで言えば千代丸が好調ですけれども、旭秀鵬も張り切って、まあむしろ成績も今2勝6敗と苦しいですので、過去十両から幕内の対戦は千代丸の5勝、旭秀鵬の7
Oh,
勝
the
です。
hairy. Okay, this dude's hairy.
突き押しの千代丸と、
The hairy ones usually
千代丸は
win.
右四つの相撲も取れます。
I think they're more
旭秀
intimidating
鵬は
to the non-hairy ones.
力士です。
So I'm going with the right
行司木
dude.
村要之助です。
He's got some weight on him too compared to the other guys. So if he can keep it low, he's got it. Let's see what his squat's looking like. It could be lower, but it could be a little. He's got that weight though. Come on, get in there, boy.
West Coast _Puma just subscribed.
旭秀鵬先に上手を取りました。抱えた千代丸、上手投げ。
Oh shit!
旭秀鵬
That just got taken down.
投げ飛ばしました。
That dude just got taken down heavy, dude. He got taken down hard. I feel bad for him. My man got taken down hard, dude.
3敗と変わりました。
What was that? Was that me? Oh, that was somewhere else.
千代丸は昨日徳勝龍、そして、今日旭秀鵬に敗れて連敗となりました。
That dude probably got hurt a little bit,
立ち合
man.
いすぐにかかったわけ
That's
じゃ
a
ないんです
lot
が、
of weight to get
前
slammed
回し
like
ですね。
that.
そう
I
です
think
ね。しっかり左足から踏み込んで上手が早かったですね。はい。
maybe all
ちょ
that
っと深いかな
fat
と思ったんです
elves.
けども、 ちょうど相手千代丸が出ようとしたところですね。そうですね、出るところタイミングよく投げ決まりましたね。はい。千代丸はおそらくこうついて起こしに行こうと思ったんだと思います。組み止められました。上手投げ極秀鵬同期生対決を制して3勝目、3勝6敗、千代丸6勝3敗と変わりました。それでは今日が春場所9日目です。幕下の上位5番から結果を振り返っていきます。琴翼が突き落としで今場所初白星が出ました。北の若が上手投げ、竜星は東の7枚目負け越しです。栃丸が突き落としで勝ちました。大翔鵬が寄り切り長い相撲でしたが勝ちまして4勝1敗勝ち越し、西の2枚目です。返り十両に向けてまずは勝ち越しを決めました。ローガが寄り倒しで王鵬を破って3勝目です。王鵬は2勝3敗と変わりました。東の2枚目です。幕下の西の3枚目小鵬龍が十両の土俵に上がって錦木戦寄り切りで勝ちました。錦木が敗れて3勝6敗。返り十両同士の千代本が押し倒しの勝ち。新十両武将山は繰り投げで勝ちました。上皇龍が寄り切り、松鳳山を押し出し、貴健と新十両を押し出し勝ちました。今日は新十両2人いずれも勝ちました。東龍が上手投げ、そして宇良が今日から休場となって白鵬山不戦勝です。千代鳳寄り切り、若元春押し出し、極秀鵬が上手投げで勝ちました。十両は残り3番です。大翔丸が今日は幕内の土俵で秀ノ海と対戦します。
Until the Japanese Middle Ages, this unregulated form of wrestling was also fought to the death.
東の2枚目石浦
Often
と
fought to the death
東
of
の
one
5
of
枚
the
目白
fighters.
の海の対戦を迎えています。まだ時間前の仕切りです。同期生対決が今ありましたが、今度は日本大学の先輩後輩対決です。31歳石浦と27歳の白の海ですから、大学では入れ違いということになります。4歳年の差があります。石浦が幕内復帰に向けて親方非常にキビキビとしたいい相撲を取ってるんですね。そうですね。動きもいいですし、
DJT_God
組んでも
just
下に入ってもいいですし、押してもいいですし、元気な相撲を取ってますね。体重がプラス11キロという計測で121キロ。師匠の筑波山の宮城野さんもだいぶ落としてきたという感じだと言っていました。
Alright, this guy's already fucking hit himself in the face. I'm sold. I'm sold. This is my guy. He's fucking smacking himself. I love it. Oh, this guy over here is eating the salt. Oh, he did too. He saw him eat the salt and he was like, yeah, fuck you. He's still my guy. Made sure to eat it because the other guy ate it. No? You scared no salt? Let's go gold. Oh, he's got a fucking gold belt too? Please. He's about to smack that blue bitch. Let's go. Come on. $20. $20 on gold. That's 500,000 yen. Oh, damn, he headbutted him. Ooh, they're fucking fighting, dude. Damn. They look like they were actually fighting out there. Dude. He headbutted the shit out of him, and then they start pop, pop, pop. I knew he had it in him. He was ready to hit. Look at that back. He's not really that fat, dude. He's kind of built. What the fuck? That dude wasn't that. I mean, you know what I mean?
白の海も今日はもう前回しというよりもこう下から押し上げようという感じの立ち合いでしたが。
Ooh, damn! He got him in the head twice, dude.
うまく左を刺して、でこの肩透かし。
That's an up and comer. It's one to watch right there. He's gonna be. Yeah. You just gotta get bigger, man.
このところ活躍していますけども、石浦も戻ってその存在感を示したいところです。白星3つ先行させて東の2枚目、勝ち越しまであと2番です。でその石浦がやはり同じ小兵の宮城野部屋の方にこれから力水をつけます。
I don't know his name.
まあ先ほども少し触れましたが同じ部屋同士でしかも力水をつけますから炎鵬も気合が入ると思います。感染症対策で実際にこの水を口に含むことはしませんがこうしてしっかりと 所作を行います。
Especially the lightweights, because they're not quite as big. This dude's kind of like a regular dude in America. Hey, look, any of y'all could be a sumo wrestler.
ただその一方で負けたけれども楽しかったと思ったよりも通用する感じもあったということですね。はい。学年でいうと炎鵬の方が2歳下で相手の裏が関西学院大学、そして炎鵬は金沢学院大学の出身ですが、西日本の学生大会で対戦。
I wonder how they match these up when they're so off like this. Like this one dude looks way bigger than the other one. On the right, way bigger.
物言いのつく相撲で敗れましたが、そんな話もしていた炎鵬。ただ相手の裏が今日休場となってですね、はい、どうですか、決して炎鵬が悪いわけではないんですけども、ちょっと引っかかったりするもんですか、力士の心情として。
いやでもそれはないと思いますけども。
そうですか。
はい。
まあ何よりも初日から6連勝だったんですが、昨日敗れたことも含めて連敗となってしまってますんで、はい、今日止めませんとね。
そうですね。
で相手がアクアというところで、はい、ものすごい体当たりからの圧力だったり、昨日の佐田の海戦などはもう激しく頭から当たって、はい、
本当このアクアもですね、体大きいんですけどもいろんなことやってきますからね。
足技なんかもありますね。
そうですね。柔道やってたんですよね。
そのようですね。
投げ技とかですね。
体格差もですね、親方。炎鵬が1メートル68センチで98キロですから、身長で14センチ、アクアが高い。1メートル82センチ。そして体重は66キロ。重いアクア164キロ。一般的な成人男性ぐらいの違いがあるという、体重差ですが。さあ、圧力をまず炎鵬としてはどうにかしたいですね。
そうですね。下から潜って、横につくか何かしたいですよね。
アクアもこの炎鵬には警戒してたと思いますが、過去2回の対戦を見ましたら、あまり前に出るというよりも、むしろ捕まえて潰すような、前回はひねりましたけども、右から、当然相手が左を差してきますので、右からこう上から押し潰すような相撲を取っています、アクア。行司木村銀次郎が軍配を返します。
That's a sign of disrespect. He waddled the shit out of him. Look at him, he's still waddling. That dude's done. Oh, damn! What the fuck just happened? Whoa! Whoa! These are like the lightning weights, dude. That dude set it over the neck. He did it over the neck belt grab, and the other guy did it a flippity flop. Triplets. It doesn't translate the same.
これは珍しい決まり手になりました。いやー、アクアが飛んだこともあったと思いますけれども、見事に持ち上がりました。このアクア思い切った立ち合いを見せて、このまま決めようとしたんですね。そうですね。
ここで決まるかなと思ったんですけど。
Damn, he grabbed onto his hair. What the fuck? You can do that?
手をすくって高々と持ち上がって落としたということで。
The hair is fair game.
ちょっとアクア強引だったですかね、これは。そうですね。踏みとどまったところで。
Oh, he hit his head. Maybe. He hit his head.
これは見事に決まりました。
Dang.
決まり手釣り落とし。
And some of these are some pretty epic battles. They're not just pushing them out. It's two. That
手元の資料を今見ていますけども、
that kid's like, yeah.
そうですね。豪快に決まりました。
Safari Guy 5 just subscribed. Info with a power.
連敗を止めましたし、これで勝ち越し王手。
そうですね。内容ももう会心だったんじゃないでしょうかね。
Did that dude jump or did he actually pick up that dude?
Wings just subscribed.
決めるようなそんなイメージもある力強い相撲決まり技ですけれども、うまいこと相手が乗ったところもありましたかね。
そうですね。まあでも60キロ以上重い相手を、
いやそういうことなんですよ。
ですね。持ち上げるっていうのは、やはり力もあるんでしょうね。
He's so good. He hurt himself.
炎鵬も
He hurt his hand. This shit could be broken or something. He'd just be sitting there like it ain't probably. It looks pretty bad. But if he's doing all that, supposed to be a sumo wrestler. Pretend like nothing's happening. Disrespect the dojo. Never look at me.
ではありますけれども、7勝2敗は炎鵬ただ一人残ったということで、単独の先頭で、6勝3敗の力士が追うという重量の状況に変わりました。さあこの相撲が9日目重量最後の一番です。幕内復帰を目指す徳勝龍と佐田の海です。
Lev's definitely much bigger.
徳勝龍が今場所重量に下がって
See, that doesn't
2
matter.
勝6敗ですから苦
His
しいところ
tits,
ですが、
though,
昨日は千代丸を攻める相撲で圧倒しました。この一番で変わるかどうか。
he's got the experience with those. You know he's at least 10 years
佐田
older.
の海の方は西の4枚目。久々3年ぶりに重量に下がって
5 years
3勝
per
5
inch.
敗という成績です。なんとかどちらも一場所で戻りたいですね。そうですね。
He might be 20 years in.
今日は少し差し方
I think I'm going with left
注目してきました
then.
が、徳
He's
勝
got
龍
the
という力士
titty.
は右から相手の腕を引っ張り込んで左を
Ass slap, ass slap. Who's gonna slap
これも
it?
また独特です。
そうですね。そうですね。
胸を
Green had a little move there. You saw that? He did do a little. He's got a
一方
little.
佐田の海の方は親方の現役時代に似たようなこう
Oh,
内側からこう手をクロ
he's
スするような
twerking. We got a twerker. I might have to switch it up.
外から追っつけてこう行くような
I might have to. He's flexing and twerking. I'm going with green.
これ効果
I'm
としては
going
ど
with
う
green.
ですかね。
Look at it. Look at the look in that eye.
追っつけていくのと
I gotta switch it up. The fucking big dude's gonna lose, dude. The more experienced
佐田
guy,
の海はこうどうやら使い分けているようなところがあります。
him, he's gonna lose.
制限時間がいっぱいとなって過去重量から幕の内徳勝龍の8勝佐田の海の
Look at
10
that
勝
look. Yeah.
手を出していった今日の佐田の海、そして右差し勝って攻めていきました寄り切り。
He flexed on him and twerked, dude. You don't need to say any more than that.
徳勝龍は2勝7敗となりました。今日佐田の海手を出すような感じに。
そうですね。見ていく感じだったんですかね。
徳勝龍としたらちょっと
He's like,
こうして腰を
forget about
振
it.
りながら佐田の海奮闘しています。4勝目を挙げています。解説は玉力道の松金さんでした。
Damn, he's got people up in there playing like xylophone.
はじめに東方幕の内土俵入り
Uh-oh, they got a white guy in the front. What's really going on? Oh, there's a Georgian dude. Hey, but they got a white guy in the very front, dude. What's up with that? Is he the worst? He's like the worst of all of them. Goes from worst, the best to worst.
続いて海星ブラジル出身友綱部屋
Oh, this is the
宮崎県出身
winter ceremony, maybe? No, oh, this is the fashion show. Yeah, this is this. This is clearly the sumo fashion show. The bathing suit. This is a bathing suit. This is legit what they wear to the beach. There's nothing on underneath there, dude. Their merch? You too could have one of these bathing suits. $200. They're made in Japan by hand, though. I didn't know they did anything like this. I thought they just wrestled. Look at this dude in the front of it. I love that one. That's my favorite one so far, dude. It's got a picture of one of them on it. Is it him? Just a bunch of half-naked fat dudes on stage. Nothing to see here, folks. Hey. Why don't we have fat Olympics in America? We got a bunch of fat people. We should start fat Olympics. Like, not just one type of wrestling, but an actual fat Olympics. Not a Biggest Loser bullshit where they're weighing each other all the goddamn time. There's a bunch of fat people battling it out every week. Fattest that we got to offer. But they gotta be athletic fat, like these.
Diddly just subscribed.
We could find those people. They exist, dude.
C4TLER just subscribed.
And then we could start having competitions versus Japan. You think your fat ass sumos are badass? Look at our fat people. And then we'll start conquering their sumo shit. It'll be all America.
Zero Lunaria Zero just subscribed.
It'll be so disgraceful to them if we just started dominating their sport. All our fat people were just like, I just want to be a sumo wrestler when I grow up. They start teaching it in school. You can be a sumo wrestler too. Are you fat? Hey, might want to get this.
Just subscribed.
Hey, just shut the fuck up with the subscribe shit. I want to hear the Japanese guy in the background. Dude, look at this guy's tits.
Luvova just subscribed.
He's got a cleavage. Do you think that if they have a cleavage that's looked on like, you did it, dude? They're all trying to get that cleavage look. Do they actually want to be fat or just stronger and the fatness happens because of how they eat? That dude's got tits. That one has tits too. Some new bras, I mean, I guess only if they're running. With the jiggle. But he's got some muscle right there, dude. That's our winner. He was one of the winners. And he did it all over. Damn, everybody in there sit on the floor. Dude. This is a Japanese commercial, dude. I wanted to see that actually.
三役では小結の大栄翔がここに来て本来の馬力、さらに圧力を取り戻してきました。 今日大関の正代戦です。その後ろ小結の御嶽海、今日結びで大関の貴景勝と結びの一番です。
Do they bathe multiple times a day or just once? Whatever. And I wonder if all these dudes would have been fat as hell regardless, or because it's most, or like, I don't know, if they just get all fat like this because of their diet, or if they're genetically fat people and they're like, hey, you're gonna be a sumo wrestler, get the fuck in there, your body's perfect. Brown is beautiful, baby. Your big bone, boy. You get the Huskies. You're gonna be a sumo wrestler. He did it. Are men in Japan looking for fat women so that they can try to get a sumo in their family?
今場所は初日こそ敗れましたが2日目から7つ白星を並べました。今日9日目に勝ち越しを目指します。では6日目の
Are they feeding their kids like that duck that they force feed to get fat as hell? They try to make them sumos. You know, some people think that Yao Ming is genetic modified like experiment of China.
今度は御嶽海が右を差した。ただ高安上手、ここから出す出し投げ。
Oh, that's from yesterday, wasn't it? Or this is a different one. Damn, that looked like it hurt. And he's like, yeah, fuck you. Is this the winner, maybe?
Perfect cup of Dunkin' Cold
Oh,
Brew
man.
with the perfect top of sweet cold foam. For a velvety smoothness and feeling you just
Theater
can't top.
mode.
Sip into a
What do you
medium
mean?
chocolate
Why do I
stout
have
or
to do
classic
that?
cold brew with sweet cold foam for $3. Order ahead plus earn rewards. America runs on Dunkin'.
切りました。そして上手を取っている。出し投げ、高安の勝ち。右が入りました高安。もろ差し高安。苦しい照ノ富士。これが高安ペースだ。ここから照ノ富士挽回できるか。下手投げ揺さぶる高安寄りました。寄り切り高安。前海さん、2日目からのこの7連勝ですね。どんな風に内容
The dude's a badass. Gaining weight's part of the training, but do you think they're already gonna kind of fat? Probably, right? Like, I doubt any of them would have been skinny otherwise.
照ノ富士にはこのところずっと勝っていますし、本当にこうリズムといいますかね、もう勝機を逃さない相撲ですよね。右が入って、そして左も差し込んでもろ差し、
そしてここでまっすぐに寄っていくのではなくですね、この後こう何度かこの投げを打ち
Those leg braces seem dangerous. Like for the other person, his knee hitting that hard, I think it would hurt.
これで一敗対決を制しました。その前に
But that's metal on the sides.
本当に辛抱強い相撲もありましたし、何かこう高安がこう伊勢の力任せの相撲とはまた変わってきた印象ですかね。
そうですね。
Probably plastic or something.
初日負けた時はですね、今場所は優勝できないのかなと。ふと思ったんですけれども、4日目に大栄翔に勝ちましたよね。で競技まで押されてくるっと回って逆転勝ちしたんですけどね、あの時にもしかしたら相撲の神様はこれ高安を応援してるのかなと思いましたね。
逆転の右からの突き落としで4日目大栄翔、
絶対絶命だったんですけどもね。
今日向正面は元関脇竹風の押尾川親方です。押尾川さん、高安一門の関取ですけれども、今場所いよいよ先頭で後半戦入りましたね。期待というのはどうでしょう。
先ほど前海さんも言われたようにですね、何でもできますよね、今場所。これでしっかりこう白星につなげている部分もありますし、うまさとまたその力強さっていうのが非常に今場所は見られますね。
昨日の相撲も本当に照ノ富士にチャンスらしいチャンスはほぼ与えなかったと言ってもいいでしょうか。
照ノ富士もこう大きい抱えたりして大きい相撲取れますから、 刺したところで、安心はできないっていうのもあるんですけれども、やはりこう下手投げ、また横に揺さぶったりとか、本当に力強さとうまさが光った一番ですよね。
はい。そして今日は同じ一門、西の前頭筆頭の阿武咲との対戦です。さらにはこの後後半戦では大関の正代、貴景勝、関脇の隆の勝との対戦が予想されていきます。先頭で後半戦に入りました高安、それを追いかけるのが2人のうちの1人、照ノ富士です。昨日は高安に敗れましたが、初日から4つ白星を並べました。5日目阿武咲に敗れましたが、その後霧馬山、御嶽海と暮らしています。では6日目の霧馬山戦、7日目の御嶽海戦を振り返りましょ
う。踏み込みました。霧馬山が前回し、左が入って左四つ、右も前回し伸びています。霧馬山、相手の上手を遠くしています。霧馬山です。頭をつけようというところ、左四つの展開、霧馬山の展開です。なかなか照ノ富士がここでつったつり出し、照ノ富士強い。前回し、照ノ富士向こう側、そして手前を取った照ノ富士、外四つの形、引きつけて寄り切りました。強い照ノ富士6勝目。
やはり舞の海さん、もう回しを引きつければほぼ負けることはないというような、今場所の内容でしょうか。
また上背がある割には、この上手を取る時でもこうして浅い位置をいいところを取りますよね。
そうですね、この7日目の御嶽海戦ももう完全に相手をロックしました。
身長差があるのにもうほとんど腰の高さ同じぐらいですよね。ですからいかにこの照ノ富士はですね、低い体勢で相撲を取れているかということですよね。
昨日は高安には敗れましたけれども、この後後半ですね、一つの目安と言われる直近3場所三役での33勝、さらにはその先というのを本人も見据えていると思いますね。
一つ気になるのはですね、得意の右四つの型に今場所は持ち込めてないんですよね。そこがね、ちょっと不安なところではありますけどね。
刺されて抱える体勢が序盤特に目立ちましたか。
相手が一回り小さいし押し相撲というのもあるんですけれどもね、ただ自分の形に持ち込めなくてもこれだけの白星を重ねることができるというのは本当に力があるということですよね。
6勝2敗で今日からの後半戦、今日9日目、妙義龍と対戦する照ノ富士です。大相撲はこの後4時5分から総合テレビでご覧ください。さあもう一人同じく星一つの差で追いかけているのが千代の国です。初日白星を挙げました。その後3日目からの5連勝というのもありました今場所の千代の国です。5日目の竜電戦、そして7日目秋瀬山戦と振り返ります。
もろ差し狙い、手離して千代の国嫌います。突き出し、
押し上げようというところですが、秋山の右が入りました。小手投げ逆転、千代の国の勝ち。
怪我を克服しながら番付をこうやって戻してきています。向正面は関脇竹風の押尾川親方ですが、押尾川さん、千代の国の内容どんな風に映っていますか。
当たって突き押し突っ張ってくるっていうのは分かってるんですけれども、それだけじゃなくてですね、やっぱ思い切った投げとか何やるにしても思い切って、やってきますよね。
確かにこの思い切りの良さというのが白星につながってますかね。
そうですね、それがやっぱりうまく噛み合ってですね、白星につながっていってますよね。
平幕ですから、できるだけこの後後半もですね星を伸ばしていってほしい、そんな期待はどうでしょうか。
やっぱりいろんな怪我も経験してきている力士ですので、もう精神的にはかなり強い力士だと思います。だから後半も内容もですね、結果もいい方向に行くんじゃないかなって自分はそういうふうに思ってます。
舞の海さん、平幕の千代の国ですけれども、本当に膝の大怪我ですとかね。
Thanks for joining us. Hope you made a proper switch from the BS1 channel to General Television, GTV, as we'll broadcast live sumo on this channel from here on to the end at 6 p.m. Japan time. We are at the Kokugikan in Tokyo.
English
the
time.
home of sumo
He switched
in
it to
Gyogoku,
English, dude.
the east side
Sweet.
of Tokyo.
It happens at
It's day
midnight.
9. Second
My time.
week starts from today. Areru Harubasho is underway, and it's a good one. Komusubi Takayasu sitting pretty at the top of the standings all by himself. Who expected that? Yesterday he defeated Sekiwake.
So
to
it is.
Nofuji
Are
to
they just
remain
starting?
as
I
the
thought it was
only
just
Rikishi
ending.
with just one loss. Takayasu in the
Look at
driver's
that
seat.
ass.
We have Kyujo announcement. Ura, who beat the popular
Some
Endo,
ass.
Enho in that showdown against Enho. He won, but his Kyujo now, he hurt his left leg, more precisely left cuff. And he's going to be Kyujo. And so as a result, he lost his match today, 6-3, forfeit loss. And this is his 12th Kyujo overall, first since 2019 September tournament.
You won't smack a sumo
A
roaster on
lot
the
of
ass. I
Kyujo
bet
for
you
this
won't.
man. Many injuries and another uphill battle
Me neither.
he'll be facing.
Right,
Maybe too many injuries.
Through a window.
Very unfortunate for the sumo fans. The leaders board again. That's right, Takayasu has the sole position of the lead. And this is the first time in his career.
Oh no. Yeah. I'm slavery.
Two losses, fights. Myogiryu, Shimanomi against Asanoyama, Shodai versus Dai-A Sho, Taka Keisho and Mitakeumi will lock horns in the final match, the Musubi no Ichiban, here on day 9.
Slavery, dude.
So let's get going
Dude,
here in
is
the
that
first
really
half
how
Makuno
it works?
action
If
on
it comes
day
to tie,
9
they
of
lose?
the spring tournament Harubasho.
Has that
Speaking
happened?
of Haru, you see a lot of
Never even heard of that
cherry
happening.
trees blossoming these days, not only in the Tokyo area but nationwide. So spring certainly has arrived in Japan. Daisho Maru, the Juryo man, is on the left-hand side. He's 3-5. This is Hidenomi, 4-4. Maegashira, 15. Juryo versus Makunochi, 14 times in total in Makunochi. Juryo and Makushita, they've met. Daisho Maru leads 8-6 over Hidenomi. However, Hidenomi won by Yoritaoshi in January in Juryo. Shikimori Kindayu is the Gyoji. First match in Makunochi. Hidenomi starts slow, but is able to get a belt grip on Daisho Maru, and Daisho Maru really being incapacitated with the left hand
get outta
firm
here.
grip by
Get outta here.
Hidenomi.
Don't get
Yoritaoshi
outta here.
win.
Going
Daisho
down
Maru
there.
getting up slow. His lower body,
He just wants
the
the
legs
food, man.
could be banged
Go
up.
on home.
But it was all Hidenomi taking command in this match by going chest to chest. Perhaps a Yori Kiri or Yoritaoshi. Hidenomi wins.
Oh.
Tobizaru's older brother prevails.
ただいまの決まり手は寄り切り寄り切って秀の海の勝ち
So let's see how it was done by Hidenomi. Daisho Maru likes to push and use Otsuke for a thrust down. Well, he has a good inashi, but really, again, Hidenomi, by going chest to chest, getting that firm left-hand grip, he neutralizes Daisho Maru and has no problem whatsoever taking him out. by Yorikiri. 5-4 after 9 days.
Must have picked up one of his feet,
Tomorrow
so
he
he
meets
slipped.
Midori Fuji. 3-6 is Daisho Maru. He'll be going back to Juryo to meet the Juryo opponent Sada Naomi tomorrow. Moving right along to the next match, it is Koto Eko and Tsurugisho. I'm Hiro Morita handling today's play-by-play. On the Japanese side, Mr. Funaoka on the left, Mainomi on the right. Some of the Oyakata were infected with the coronavirus prior to the basho, so that's one of the reasons the Japanese side announcers are wearing the masks. The state of emergency because of the coronavirus was lifted on Sunday midnight. But again, we need to keep our vigilance. People must be vigilant and not lower the guard to prevent resurgence. That's for sure. Especially with the Hanami season going to be in full swing this week, next week. So there are concerns about places where many people gather.
Dude, stop. Jeez, you're fucking annoying me,
5-3 and Tsurugisho 3-5.
Just trying to
They
chill.
met twice, tied 1-1 in Makunouchi. Their last meeting was about a year ago in 2020 January. Tsurugisho won by Hataki Komi. They've met quite a few times in the lower divisions in Makushita and Juryo. They've met 12 times in those two divisions overall, but they split the series 6-6.
The ref gets so serious about making sure he's perfect. He's not even in the middle, dude. He's more on one side than the other.
Who the opponent is, Koto Eko always fights aggressively. That's the only way he knows how to fight. Tsurugisho's sumo on the right-hand side looks to be without a spark. He needs to step on the gas. Here is Koto Eko from Sarugatake Beya. Tsurugisho, the Juryo champion in January. People thought
What the hell do you think they're wiping on themselves?
At 3 and 5.
Think it's just wet?
But again,
It's
7
probably
days
got
to go, so if he can
urine on it.
get a
Like bull urine or
solid
something.
victory
Just
to
get
start
'em-
out the second week, maybe he can set the right tempo and
Put the bull in them.
Bull
semen.
stop winning in consecutive days. Tsurugisho likes to fight with his right hand inside. Koto Eko, the
It's a
same
good He
story.
bent his ass over pretty good there.
5-3 Koto Eko.
I'm going with purple if the other guy can't bend over like
3-5.
that.
Tsurugisho.
Yeah, no, he can't do it, dude. No, purple's got him.
Speedy Koto Eko gets taken back, taken down by Tsurugisho.
Ooh, that was a
Strong,
takedown?
Slap down attack.
Damn.
Koto
If
Eko.
I didn't know that was a takedown, I wouldn't have picked
Was given
purple.
no time
'Cause
to
of
go
course he's
shopping
gonna go
with
down like that.
offensive
Look how short he is.
Tsurugisho wins. Perhaps a Hataki Komi.
I didn't know he's allowed to hit him in the back of the head. Damn, man.
Let's see what happens here. Koto Eko seeking to gain an inside position, but before that, Tsurugisho with a strong
He's ready-
Hataki with his, especially
Ready
with
to
his
do
left
the
hand.
splits almost, dude. To break that dude. He almost
So
broke
back-to-back
him.
wins for Tsurugisho now. He's now 4-5. Tomorrow he meets Ryuden. 5-4
If you
is
break a
Koto
sumo
Eko.
wrestler, they split straight in
Back-to-back
half.
losses. He fights Aoi
It's like
Yama.
Mortal Kombat.
on
It's like a
day 10.
finishing move. You saw how close he was to breaking, didn't you?
Coming up next, it is Teru Tsuyoshi and Chio Shoma.
You started ripping a little bit in the middle.
We'll put a little focus on the championship portraits up in the Kokugikan. There are 32 in total. It started in 1909
Oh, those are
when
the
to
champions.
commemorate the completion of Ryogoku Kokugikan. And the first, it was a Gigi Press company offering these championship portraits to the winners.
Oh,
But
why
from
did-
1937
why doesn't
January
any of them
tournament,
look like the dude from
Mainichi
Bloodsport?
Shimbun, the
I mean-
newspaper company, took over. and started to giving these beautiful and huge championship portraits to the winners of each tournament. Originally, it was only given to the winners in the Tokyo Basho, but since we'll tell you more about this, but 1956 beyond, winners in the regional tournaments started to receive these. The size, 3 meters and 17 centimeters, and 2 meters and 28. So that's a big portrait. These days, it's a color photo. It used to be painted. Not anymore.
Wow.
Weighs about 80 kilograms.
She painted. What is that?
So what are you gonna do if you receive like 44 of these, like Hakuho does? Sure, Hakuho has many. I mean, a lot of people want to receive these big portraits in their hometowns.
There's a painted one.
Perhaps schools they've graduated. And here's a Ryogoku station, the JR station. Inside the Ryogoku station, there are 5 championship portraits. People can enjoy when they go into the Ryogoku station.
They don't look that
They're
fat.
huge, so they're very noticeable.
Yeah,
There
way
was the
fatter
one
over
with
the
the Chiyono
years,
Fuji
dude.
that was presented to the Kokugikan by the Chiyono Fuji's family last year.
Fried food. I didn't know about the fried
Again,
food.
32 in total in Kokugikan. Every tournament that's held in Tokyo, they put up the
Fried
2 new
food
ones and take off the
increased
2
the
old ones.
athleticism of sumo wrestling a
So the next
hundredfold.
time they will put up
Now
Daisho's
they're
January
Spartans.
Championship portraits and this Basho March Tourney Champions portraits.
They seem oil.
And take off the oldest, which is the 2015 July Basho's Hakuho's Championship portrait and 2015 September Kaku Ryu's Yushogaku. Terutsuyoshi and Chiyoshoma about to fight. Terutsuyoshi 5-3, so is Chiyoshoma. They met 3 times. Chiyoshoma
What the
leads
hell?
2-1.
How's he wasting all his salt?
Chiyoshoma has won the last 2. They last met in November and Chiyoshoma won by Wate Nage. That match was over quick as Chiyoshoma shifted to his right at the tachiai and seized the right hand Wate and buried Terutsuyoshi by hitting the Wate Nage right away. 2 tricky customers going at it here. Which one is going to outsmart which today? Kimura Akijiro is the Gyoji. Left hand out. Chiyoshoma pushes
Ooh, damn, that was a good one. They were both
Chiyoshoma down.
very fast on the draw
So
there.
Terutsuyoshi gets the revenge.
I figured, man,
They're now 2-2 against each
they
other.
must
More
have
importantly,
just hit
Terutsuyoshi
at
goes
the
up to
same
6-3.
time. I didn't even
His
see their
third
hands
straight win.
hit.
ただいまの決まり手は肩透かし
Oh,
肩透かし
Katasukashi.
で照強の勝ち
Oh,
That's
So-
the technique. Fighting also 4-4 Aoyama.
I don't know why Streamlabs, dude. Oh, this is off.
Akiseyama comes in with
Wait.
2 consecutive losses, but still 4-4, hanging in there. Aoyama is hoping to pick up his first win in 4 days. Comes in with 3 straight losses.
Right. There was better. Oh, dude. Streamlabs glitched out again and just shut off.
東前頭12枚目愛知県春日井市出身木瀬部屋西方碧山西前頭12枚目ブルガリアヤンボール出身春日野部屋
They've only met once. They met in January for the first time. That was a kind of brutal finish. In the end, Aoyama won by Oshita Oshi, but that was a day 9 matchup in January. And Aoyama simply crushed Akiseyama by quickly getting an arm lock. Swung him around and knocked him into the ground with a strong right hand thrust.
A
Oshita
stomach.
Oshi.
Oh.
Kind of scary ending. in that matchup. So Akiseyama hoping to
dang, these guys are
avenge
fucking
his
massive.
from that previous tournament. Akiseyama likes to fight with his pushing and thrusting, and he can also fight on the mawashi. And Aoyama, no, he wants to keep the separation and he wants to pound Akiseyama, keep him away, and win the way like the way he won in the January tournament. So Aoyama is competing in his 800th Makunochi bout today. Another milestone for the Bulgarian. His opponent Akiseyama must find a way to go inside of the big Bulgarian to have any chance. Both men, after 8 days, dead even at 4-4. Very important second week.
You will.
Aoyama tries a pull down. Aoyama thrust again. A pull down attempt. Right
damn,
in the
they
roundhouse.
slapping the hell out of
Akiseyama
each
taking
other.
all sorts of punishment, but finds a way to get an inside position. But Aoyama has a strong grip left hand too. Aoyama
Oops.
drives Akiseyama backing out. Aoyama was the aggressor from start to finish. Akiseyama tried to counter,
Outta here.
but Aoyama shuts him down.
Booping him on the nose
Aoyama
on
wins by
accident.
Yorikiri,
Dude.
his first win in 4
Face
days.
right in front of my foot.
Akiseyama loses for the third straight day.
It's like food. You sure you don't have any food right now?
Man, what an aggressive sumo by Aoyama. Aoyama, a couple of times he tried to win by a pull down, wasn't working. So he decides to give a lot of business to Akiseyama with his thrust. Now gets the left hand uwate,
So
right
much
hand inside,
thrust.
chest to chest. Normally we don't
Hey, that
see
dude's
this style
dick
of
just
sumo
popped
from
out.
Aoyama, but today he succeeds. You know, prior to the basho, his Oyakata, Kasugana Oyakata was telling Aoyama, hey, nobody's expecting you
Is
to
it
win
okay
in
if the
Yotsuzuma.
penis pops
Nobody.
out if it's a
So
sport?
stick to your guns and do
If it
the
happens
pushing
while
and
you're watching
thrusting.
a sport, is YouTube
100%. But Aoyama today,
strike you for
he
it?
came out with a plan B attack and succeeded. So I don't know what his Oyakata
penis
will
is
think about
loud,
this
buddy.
one, but good, pretty impressive. Aoyama today in the Yotsuzuma. Why not? Getting back to the championship portrait. So from the 1956 March tournament when Asashio won the
No
championship.
penises
Former Asashio.
on YouTube.
His first Yusho in the 1956 March tourney. They started handing out
That
these
dude
championship
actually looks like a
portraits to the
beast.
winners of the regional
He
tournaments.
doesn't look like a fat
Before he
ass.
was only the winners of the Tokyo tournaments receiving these portraits. But again, from the 1956 March
What the
tourney
fuck happened
Asashio
to
championships,
sumo wrestlers?
championship, they started to hand out these portraits
That dude
to
looks like a
the regional
badass.
tournament winners. Of course, Nagoya,
Look at this
Osaka,
fat fuck.
and Fukuoka.
Doesn't look anything like that dude. It's a pudgy fucking tub man
They're up on the
in comparison
close
to
to
the
the ceilings
50s
of the
guy.
Kokugikan, 32 of them.
Looking like he's badass or something. You know what?
You know, during the
They need to look like the
Basho,
old school
tournament,
dude
grand
again.
tournament, the two newest ones
Slamming each
are
other.
being lit up.
What happened,
So
dude?
they are more conspicuous. You can find the two newest ones if you look up the
Weird.
ceilings, because those two are look a little brighter than the others.
Weird. Maybe they didn't have the ability to get that fat back then.
Chio Tairyu and Yutaka
He
Yama
wanted
on the
to get
dojo.
like.
Chio
There's
Tairyu
no
4
way he
wins
wanted
and
to get
4
like
losses.
that.
Yutaka Yama is 3-5.
You think these dudes look in the mirror and they're like, "Yeah, it's filling in." Yeah, we
They
getting
have
there.
met 7 times in the past. Yutakayama, Chiyo Tairyu wins 5-2. He has won the last 3.
I want 4
In their
rolls.
last meeting,
This 3
Chiyo
rolls.
Tairyu
Shit.
won by Tsuki Otoshi in November.
Gotta
In
eat
that
more.
matchup, Yutakayama pushed Chiyo Tairyu back to the edge, but Chiyo Tairyu showed
Sakata
nice
Wai's
footwork,
got 5
circled
rolls.
away and hit the thrust down by surviving.
My tits aren't long enough.
So,
They're like
the
shaming
win,
each other. Hey, what's up, small
slipped out of
titty?
Yutakayama's
Hey, shut the
hands at
fuck
the
up.
last moment.
Ain't that small, are they?
4-4. This
Hey,
man,
come on,
Chiyo
you know I've
Tairyu.
been eating.
Takayama 3-5. Yutakayama has no margin for error if he wants to stay in Makunochi. He's at
They skinny
Maigashira 15.
shaming each other all the time.
So needs to crank it up. Yutakayama comes in with 2 consecutive wins. So does Chiyo Tairyu. Chiyo Tairyu on the left is more of a thruster. Yutakayama on the right simply likes to go north and south with his heavy dose of pushing attack.
Got it, right? What do they talk about?
Both men with a good charge. Yutakayama thrust. Yutakayama goes again north and south with his sumo. Densha Michi all the way. So Yutakayama dominates Chiyo Tairyu today with his pushing and thrusting attack. Yutakayama extends his winning streak to 3. Yutakayama overall now 4-5. So is Chiyo Tairyu. Looks like a tsukidashi.
ただいまの決まり手は突き出し突き出して豊山の勝ち
Both hitting each other with their entire body. Yutakayama extending his arms. His feet were moving at all times forward. And look at the hand placement, the hip placement. Picture perfect for Yutakayama today. Again, Yutakayama pounding and knocking Chiyo Tairyu back. Chiyo Tairyu unable to create any of his all guns blazing attack. Today he gets shut down by Yutakayama. 3rd straight win for Yutakayama with a tsukidashi thrust out win. Tomorrow he meets Ishiura. Chiyo Tairyu now 4-5. He faces Kagayaki on day 10.
Yummy.
This is the way Yutakayama needs to keep fighting. Again, if he wants to stay in Makunochi. Maigashira 15.
Everything's all kicked out. Passing out. But remember the American guys on it. Or
Moving
English
on to the next
dudes
match, it
on
is
now,
Midori
though.
Fuji and Dai Amami.
I gotta get some sleep, man. Hey, if you want to check this out, here's the link. It's on Twitch. Bro, get out of here. There you go. It's live right now. You can watch wrestling. Yo, my flag is messed up again. 0-0. Good shit. Hey, good shit. What'd you do? You lost it all? Is that what you wanted? You're gonna have 300 money.
Hi.
I just got home, need to go to bed. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Yo. Try to at least. Hey, thanks, businessman. Appreciate having you. About it for me, though. Unless y'all have anything that's pressing. We're good. We're good. That sounds weird. It definitely doesn't sound right. Restart the computer for the sound of music to sound right again. Weird about it. Hey, we got the top 10 dough holders over here. Hey, before we get to those though, we got the donators of the stream. Those are Forensic Barbecue, Tom Mueller, and William Neander. Neander. I've been saying that wrong all this time, haven't I? Well, Neander. That's it. I think so, those 3. For the 5, 10, and 5. That's $20. Oh, and GenoFast with the 20 and BTC. I think you're hiding in there. That was the biggest one. They said the best for that. 1997. And from that, it directly goes to the dough here. These are some of these people who donated the most, actually. So we got the top 10 dough holders. That's number 1, Spec with 2.3 mil. Number 2, Zero with 1.3 mil. Lonnie at number 3. Lonnie Ivy at number 3 with 1.1 mil. Then we got number 4, Mr. Wild Bill. Number 5, Drip Collins. Number 6, Suzumo Sharky. 7, GenoFast. 8, Wicked Angela. 9, Bubble Bitcoin Cash Motion. 10, Friends at Barbecue. Good night, GenoFast. Thank you for hanging out with me. And thank you, Lou. Good night, man. We got top 15 hours. These people have spent all kinds of time here and helped out a lot. This is number 1, Spec at 1231. Number 2, Main Man Chris at 1028. Number 3, Ted Thomas at 788. Then we got Dat Boy Rizzle at number 4. Lonnie Ivy number 5. Quote Bitcoin Cash Push number 6. Golden Quit number 7. Wicked Angela number 8. 189999. UT99 at 9, Uncle Wayne at 10, GenoFast at 11, Friends at Barbecue at 12, One Thing at 13, 9LTV at 14, and Mr. Wild Bill 47 at 50. Oh. Good night, Mr. Wild Bill and Ted Thomas. Second place. I've done it for second place hours. Hey. They might do it because Main Man Chris's hours aren't moving very quickly anymore, so they're still moving a little bit. There's another hour on there since last night. Appreciate all you guys coming through, even Main Man Chris, man, even though he's been kind of weird lately. Whatever. Yo, what we got here? We got dope for everybody. We got is that the right button? Was that the right button for Discord? Then yeah, so today was wild. We started off with the Bristol the Bristol riots. We met a lot of new people from the UK. That was really cool. Thanks to all the people that subbed from the UK or Europe or well, wherever you're at. If you subbed during that time, YouTube was hooking us up. So hey, we don't get hooked up that often on YouTube. So thank you all that came through during that time. And yeah, check that out. This is this a different stream? This is the same stream, right? Yeah, the same stream. Yeah. Holy cow. It is the same stream. Sweet. So thank you all you people. I don't know who all you are because the subs didn't come up on the screen, but I saw that they were moving. Hey, GOO Google. Hey, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Spider. What about it? What's up with him? Oh, I don't know, Bill. I don't know what's up with him. What about Spider? What spider? What? Hey, alright, guys. Who else was here? I didn't see it there and here. I think I got everybody. Businessman 97. Good night. Anybody else? William Nieder. Good night. ABQ Halsey. Yeah, good night. Gain weight height. Marshall. Yeah, they're a bit American. I believe that. I believe that. We need our own league. We need our own sumo league, though, so that we compete with them directly, like the Sumo Olympics. Then we really can tell who's the best. Taxoplasma Gauzy, we're here, dude. You know that. So, Chris Ozone, Matt Thompson, there. Nope, they were here too. Whew. Got a little cross-eyed. Peace out, QCast. Good night, everybody. Hey, yo, we did it for the day. No, seriously, guys, thanks for stopping through, hanging out, and growing. We're all growing together here, maybe. Look at that. It's gonna be huge. Give it 6 months. It'll be all ladies. Let me see it. And I hope you get ladies too. Oh, we'll share them. Yeah, have orgies. Okay, you have to get a swinger license with me for that. But we have stuff in the works. Alright, though.
Very cosmopolitan.
I think I did everything. Later. Love you guys. Good night.
Let it up. Let's get Chinese eyes, man. Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker.